Her Dark Grave. Written by Carolyn Arnold. Narrated by Samantha Novak. Prologue. May, a few years in the past. He tapped his pen against his textbook, hardly listening to the homeroom teacher, Mrs. Hathaway, running through the morning announcements. His mind was on the vow he'd made to himself. I am going to kill someone before graduation. Murder had always fascinated him, but it was time to stop thinking about it and do it. He didn't care if this made him different than other people, all because he didn't view the world through a distorted lens of right and wrong. That didn't make him evil either. It made him unique. And since when did homicide become taboo? It had been around since the start of time, when one caveman bashed in the head of another. A glorious, bloody, pulpy mess. But he wanted his first kill to do more than satisfy his lust. It had to mean something to him. It certainly wouldn't be about glory or fame, but rather the experience. He'd sink his blade into the flesh of a breathing person. The anticipation alone, at drawing in the sight, smell, and feel of blood, at seeing his hands dripping red, it made him hard. It would just be him and his victim, intimate and sublime, like all those films he watched on the internet while holed up in his bedroom. He had set up layers of encryption with passwords and hidden his IP address using proxy servers. This left him free to search the dark web and indulge his desires without restriction, without judgment. Online, he was with his own people. They understood his urges. His parents had no idea what fantasies aroused him in the night. His mother called him my little boy, but it was her and him against his father. That man was the evil one, naval officer and upstanding member of society from the outside, while behind closed doors he ruled over his family in tyranny. It was time to stop being the victim of his father's moods, donning the black eyes and busted lips, being forced to lie about how he'd gotten hurt. I tripped and fell, or some other story. He was done with all of that. He was sure once he'd killed, he'd be able to put up a bolder and stronger defense against his father. Show him who was really in charge. That was why he had to act soon. He even had his first picked out. Mrs. Hathaway clapped her hands to recapture everyone's attention. Before you leave, I've been asked to let you know. Hathaway droned on, something about the prom committee looking for volunteers, while he watched the object of his desire. She was beautiful. Long black hair spun like silk, slight build, curvy hips, and plump breasts. And most boys in the graduating class wanted to hook up with her. But when he screwed her, his mind was on her milky complexion and what it would feel like to pierce her delicate flesh. Chapter 1. Present Day. Madison pressed the gas pedal, wanting to put some road behind her. The warm August air came through the windows of her Mazda, kicking up strands of her short blonde hair and bringing in the smells of the countryside. She'd happily inhale manure if it worked to clear her mind. The Russian mafia never forgets. A fact. But the same nightmare had plagued her sleep for months now. It was her reason for being up and behind the wheel at 2:30 in the morning. She had to shake the images somehow. Each time she was fighting for her life, facing off against two mob assassins. In real life, both were dead, but she wasn't foolish enough to think others wouldn't rise in their place. There would be repercussions for her actions. One of those assassins was Tatiana Ivanova, a cousin of the mafia don himself. Hence the warning that played on repeat. The Russian mafia never forgets. But Tatiana wasn't the only casualty that fateful night. 30-plus innocent people had also died, and closer to home, her fiancé, Troy Matthews, had been badly injured. This made it clear it wasn't just her own welfare she needed to worry about. Besides her fiancé, also her chocolate lab Hershey, both of whom should be home asleep, and safe, she could only hope. The plan was to get back before Troy noticed her missing. Then she'd slip beneath the covers and try to claim some sleep before her shift with the Stiles Police Department began at 8:30. Futile, though. She'd been repeating this cycle long enough to know sleep wasn't going to come. Haunted, despite her decision to back off from her long-standing vendetta against the mob. Or maybe that was the reason for it. Had her stand come too late? Were plans for her murder already in place? If so, she'd have no clue when they were coming for her. She had relinquished her control when she called in the feds. They were the ones watching their moves now, not her. The mob could strike when she'd least expect. God, this is no way to live. Her headlights bounced off the pavement ahead of her, dipping into the ruts of the road and dancing over the line. She'd never encountered anyone on these early morning excursions. Smart people were in bed, where she should have been, where she'd left Troy. If he ever woke up to find her gone, he'd never said anything. But she couldn't keep up this routine forever or continue hiding it. The diamond on her engagement ring sparkled in the moonlight, as if adding chastisement. She was withholding the secret from the man she was going to marry. Her car sputtered and jerked. What the? She pushed on the gas pedal. No response. The lights on the dash remained, but otherwise the car was dead. The Russians sabotaged it. Goosebumps rose on her arms at her stupidity. She'd incorporated such predictability into her schedule, it would make it easy for them to manipulate events to isolate her in the countryside. Then they'd show up and kill her. Her body would never be found. They'd crush her car. As far as Troy and anyone else would be concerned, she'd have disappeared from the face of the earth. Her car continued to slow, and there was still no response from the gas pedal. A close look at the dash told her the issue. The gas tank was empty. She punched the steering wheel and guided the car toward the shoulder, applying the brake, which thankfully worked. Eventually, she came to a stop. Now she was stranded in the middle of nowhere. All around her, there was nothing but fields and deep ditches. Not a farmhouse within sight. Not a single soul to help her. She took a few breaths, trying to steady her nerves and prevent a descent into Nutty Town. How had she become this person? Terrified and cowering, looking over her shoulder. Enough was enough. One call to roadside assistance, and she'd be back up and running in no time. She placed the call, told them her whereabouts and the issue. "We'll get someone out there as soon as we can, ma'am," they told her. She bristled at the address, always feeling that ma'am should be reserved for someone far older than her 37. "How soon is that?" A brief pocket of silence, then, 2 hours, possibly less. 2 hours? Are you kidding me? She'd never had patience, but the wait was ridiculous, considering how much she paid monthly for the service. Possibly less. "As soon as you—" The call was dropped. What the? She looked at the screen and pushed some buttons. Her phone was dead. Just unbelievable. Now she was more isolated than ever. She grabbed the charger from the glove box with plans to use the car's battery for a trickle charge. With no air conditioning and with little breeze making its way through the windows, she was heating up. She took off the sweatshirt she was wearing, leaving herself in a tank and sports bra, and dumped it on the front passenger seat. It did little to cool her off, and claustrophobia was moving in. She reached for the door handle, hesitated. Going outside made her more vulnerable. She should have brought her Glock. Stop being a paranoid ninny. Madison steeled herself and stepped out of the vehicle to be rewarded by a breeze. She closed her eyes and savored it, for a second or two. Then her eyes popped open. Was someone out there watching her? The back of her neck stiffened. She hated herself for her overactive imagination. She was likely only kept company by the wildlife in the area. Deer, groundhogs, whatever other creatures might be out roaming around. At least the Stiles countryside was nowhere north enough to have wolves and bears. Still, she kept looking over her shoulders and pivoting at the sound of rustling grass or groaning branches as they dipped and rose with the wind. 2 hours! If roadside assistance took that long, Troy was bound to stir awake and notice her missing. Then she'd need to explain herself. Frick! She narrowed her eyes as she caught sight of something in the long grass of the ditch. It only revealed itself when the blade swayed sideways. She inched closer to the edge. There was something down there. Not that she could tell what from here. The ditch fell at a steep incline and was at least 5 feet deep. The moon ducked behind clouds, and she returned to the car and grabbed her phone. Thankfully, it had just enough juice to turn on the flashlight. She returned to where she'd been and shone the light into the gully. It was a suitcase, old, canvas, zipped up and bulging, probably full of garbage. She shook her head, disgusted at how some people discarded whatever they liked without any regard to the environment. Sweeping the beam, she saw that something was poking out from a corner of the suitcase. Madison edged closer still and lost her footing. She found herself in a run, easing into the momentum so as to not tumble flat on her face. Once her equilibrium balanced out, she was at the bottom of the ditch. Just as she reached the suitcase, a low battery warning flashed on the screen of her phone, and the flashlight cut out. Alone in the dark, in a ditch. A stream of expletives left her mouth. What was she supposed to do now? Stumble back to the car in the pitch black? But luck finally seemed to be on her side. The moon came out from behind the clouds, bathing the landscape in natural light. As her luck would have it, though, this suitcase wasn't full of garbage as she'd first thought. A slender finger with a long painted nail reached out into the night. Chapter 2. Madison had to wait 45 painful minutes for her phone to charge enough to make the call to dispatch. Now it was going on 4 a.m., and everyone was there except the medical examiner and roadside assistants. I'd ask what you were doing out here, at this time of night even, but I doubt you'd tell me, Terry said to her. Terry was her partner, but also the brother she never had. Thankfully, she had a change of clothes in her trunk, allowing her to exchange the tank shirt and her flimsy fabric shorts for something more appropriate. Otherwise, she could only imagine the Inquisition. Just accept that I was. Except you found a suitcase with a body inside. Kinda makes all this suspect. Yep, that's me. You've got me. I'm the killer. You could be. It wouldn't be the first time a killer staged the discovery of his own victim. Okay, enough. The nonsensical banter, an attempt to detract from the severity of the find, was falling short for her. How could she ever pry that memory from her mind? Let's focus on this poor woman. Who did this to her? She assumed the body in the suitcase was female based simply on the slender fingers and nail polish. Though anything was possible these days. That will be easier to answer once we know who she is. Thank you, Captain Obvious. But I was just putting it out there as rhetorical for now. I also doubt her ID will be in there with her. Call it a hunch. She turned and walked into the ditch. Careful of her footing, she navigated the descent in a steady, organized fashion, as opposed to flailing arms and a jackhammering heart like the first time. Though the battery-operated spot lamps drowning the area with light helped in the endeavor. Cynthia Baxter, head of the forensics lab and the lead criminal investigator, was standing next to the suitcase, awaiting Madison and Terry to join her. She was also Madison's best friend and currently 5 months pregnant, her December due date well anticipated. If not for Madison's miscarriage in March, they'd have had children close in age. Mark Andrews, who specialized in trace evidence, was also present. He was the only male in Cynthia's 4-member team, which included herself. I've taken pictures of the suitcase from various angles and the surrounding area, Cynthia began. Now we just wait for Richards to show up. Madison didn't want to wait a second longer for the medical examiner, but appreciated that procedure existed for a reason. Any word on when that might be? Nope, Cynthia said. It wasn't long, though, before the ME's vehicle was pulling to a stop on the shoulder. Cole Richards and his assistant, Milo Boswell, got out. Since he'd been with Richards for almost a year and a half, Madison decided to remember his last name. It was likely he was going to stick around. Richards and Milo navigated the ditch without upset, hauling a folded-up stretcher and a black bag. Brief greetings all around, and then Richards said, "Huh, what's that for?" Madison asked. "This isn't something you see every day." Good news there. Dumping a body in a ditch was nothing but a callous disregard for life. If she dwelled on the current circumstances too much, she'd sink into a tailspin about the state of the world. And there was no time for that. Richard set his bag down and snapped on a pair of gloves. "Am I good to proceed?" He directed the question to Cynthia. "You are." Richards hunched down next to the suitcase and worked the zipper, careful of not damaging the remains. The finger that poked out and whatever might be enclosed. "It's a tight pull." Madison could barely stand the delay. She didn't have patience at the best of times. Seconds felt like an hour. The top was flipped back, and they looked inside. "Oh my God!" Cynthia turned away and covered her mouth. Mark took the camera from Cynthia and took some photographs. A naked body, cut into pieces. Head, torso, arms, and legs, and arranged in the suitcase like Tetris blocks. The decapitated head was face up, long black hair blocking her features. Richards softly swept some to the side, revealing brown, unseeing marbles for eyes, high cheekbones, full lips, and a small nose. She looked so young. "I'd say she's all there, but—" Terry stopped talking, and no one else said a word. The scene was beyond words, but the fact it had Richard speechless was something. He was always so professional, an attribute Madison admired greatly about the man. Eventually, Richards cleared his throat and spoke. "Deceased is female, between 19 and 22. Can you tell time of death or the cause?" It was always best to focus on the work and squeeze out emotions before they capsized her common sense. "It's hard to say from initial assessment. The remains are in a suitcase, but it has been in the elements. For how long? That would just be guesswork at this point. I'll need to conduct some tests back at the morgue to come to the most accurate conclusion. Same for cause of death." Richards looked closer at the body. "Yet I am seeing what appears to be multiple lacerations, possibly stab wounds. It's quite probable one of these killed her. Again, I won't know until I get the body to the morgue." Multiple stab wounds. Konstantin Romanov. He had been the first Russian mafia hitman she'd sent to the grave, but he had loved using a blade. What they were looking at was certainly carnage worthy of the mob. But she talked herself back from that ledge. There was no point going there unless there was absolute reason. "Is there any ID with her?" "I'd prefer to leave her and the suitcase as much in situ as possible," Richard said. Mark held up a hand and shook his head. "I think I know who she is." "You think?" Madison bristled. "We should confirm if we can." "It's Tara Jackson." Mark squared his shoulders. "I know it's her." "And who is Tara Jackson?" Terry asked, beating Madison to the same question. The name meant nothing to her. "She's the daughter of Randolph Jackson." Mark looked at all of them, and Madison gestured for him to elaborate. "He's a renowned neurosurgeon at Peace Liberty Hospital. Lots of family money to boot. You must have seen his pictures on hospital billboards around the city." Peace Liberty was in Styles. Madison could remember a silver-haired fox depicted on the building, standing with his arms crossed and looking serious. She'd just figured he was a model brought in to promote the hospital. "And how do you know his daughter?" She was curious if the mystery of Mark's sexuality was finally going to be solved. No one was sure of his preferences, with his ponytail of long brown hair and slightly feminine mannerisms. No judgment either way, though. "Nothing, romantic or anything. Tara was in the news last week for donating money to the Children's Ward of Peace Liberty." "You mean Daddy's money?" Madison kicked back. "No," Mark said. "Tara's not what you'd expect, at least according to the article. She supports local causes financially and by volunteering. They could provide a valuable lead." "Which ones?" "It wasn't said, rather intuited. Something about her preferring to keep her philanthropic efforts private. It would seem Tara Jackson was more about the causes than the notoriety. Respectable, and even more so for a young woman. I know her father, Richard said. Though that might be stretching things. I met him at a medical conference years ago. But you don't know Tara? Madison asked. Richard shook his head. A mercy, as the sight before them was hard enough to process. To have personally known her would have made it 1,000 times worse. She seems young to have made such an impact, Terry said. What is she, 18, 19? 21, if I remember right, Mark corrected. Still, just a young adult with her whole life ahead of her. Cynthia laid a hand over her belly. While she'd always been empathetic, her pregnancy seemed to have intensified that characteristic. Madison was doing her best to catalog the personal aspects of Tara's life as simple facts, to diffuse any inclination toward letting her emotions blind her. Tara Jackson needed her objectivity, demanded it. And Madison would give her that and find her justice. To start, they needed to figure out how Jackson had gone from philanthropist to murder victim. Richards motioned for Milo to move into action, and he closed up the suitcase again and grabbed a black body bag. That's it? Madison would have expected something from the ME while he was here. That's it. We'll get her back to the morgue straight away and minimize the risk of contaminating the scene and the evidence any further. There was logic in that, but she would have appreciated some answers now. When will you be conducting the autopsy? I'd say within the next 2 hours. Okay, we'll notify next of kin and request they make a formal ID, Madison said, impressing upon Richards that the faster he could tend to Tara Jackson, the better. I'll make sure she's ready for them when they come, Richards said. When a body was dismembered, the ME would position the available remains beneath a sheet, with pillows if necessary, to give the impression of a complete and intact body. No one deserved to be scarred with the mental image of seeing their loved one in pieces. Mark held up a hand again. It's not school, Mark, Madison told him. Just talk. Tara's next of kin would just be her father. The article said her mother died 7 years ago. Good to know. And it was, but her heart felt for Randolph Jackson, who had lost his wife and now his daughter. Madison turned to Terry. Let's go talk to Mr. Jackson. We'll take the department car you arrived in. What's up with your Mazda, anyway? And you still haven't told me why you were out here. Terry raised his eyebrows. Must have been an oversight. She rolled her eyes. Let's go. She led the way up the road, and the amber strobing lights of a tow truck were coming toward her. Roadside assistance had finally decided to show up. The driver hopped out of the cab with a jerry can. You need gas, ma'am? Yeah, the Mazda. He dipped his head and went about filling the Mazda's tank. Terry started laughing, and she punched his shoulder. Hey! He pulled back and rubbed his arm, but his mouth was twitching like he still wanted to laugh. She held a finger in his face. Not another word. Chapter 3. Madison and Terry drove back to the station, him in the department car and her in her Mazda. While he pulled the background on Tara Jackson, she Googled Tara's name and found the article Mark had mentioned. It had been published last Tuesday. No amount was stated, just that it was sizable, and her donation got her a plaque on the wall alongside high-value contributors. As Mark had said, the other charities and foundations Tara Jackson had supported remained unnamed in the piece. The picture at the top of the article confirmed the identification for Madison. She saw the similarities to their dead woman. Though the photo showed her vibrant, her long black hair slicked straight and shiny, opposed to tangled and dull, and wearing lightly applied makeup, her lipstick shade a muted pink. I would say our Vic is Tara Jackson. Terry came around to her desk, a printed photo in hand. The watermark on the page was for the Department of Motor Vehicles. I agree. She gestured to her monitor and the image there. Time to serve notification, then. You have the info on Randolph Jackson? I do. He gave her the address and noted it was different than the one on file for Tara. I have her number, too. It's attached to a cell phone. I tried calling, and it rang straight to voicemail. Should we get a trace on it? She shook her head. Winston won't go for it until a formal ID has been taken care of. Speaking of Winston, does he even know we're working this case? She wasn't the best at communicating, but the sergeant didn't make it easy either. I'll tell him, just later. She got up and headed to the department parking lot, Terry trailing. Let's aim to do it before he flips on our heads. What are you worried about? It's mine he always goes for. But I've got big shoulders. Besides, I'm sure Winston's still in dreamland. She signed out a car and got behind the wheel. A much better driver than passenger, even if Terry might disagree. Her phone rang, and she fished it out of her pocket as she drove. Hands free, Terry groaned, but she ignored his request and answered. She glanced over at Terry in the passenger seat, who was shaking his head. He was a rule follower to the extreme. Sometimes it drove her crazy. She answered. Where are you? It's 5:30 in the morning. It was Troy, and his voice was groggy and laden with confusion. There's a case. Not a lie, but it skirted the full truth. Like how she came to be caught up in one. Early, isn't it? I never heard your phone ring. She stiffened. What's with the third degree? I told you, I'm on a case. Slivers of regret spiked through her at her harsh reaction to Troy's questioning. But she was feeling like the subject of an inquisition. She was also on edge, and not just because of the grisly roadside discovery. The cumulative lack of sleep, night after night after night, was taking its toll. I'm sorry. A painful silence followed that had her heart pounding. Then he said, It's not that I don't believe you, but are you okay? You didn't even leave a message for me. That is on me. I should have texted. Next time, please. And don't worry about waking me up. He yawned. Will you make our appointment tonight? She and Troy had been searching for a house they could call theirs since February, so the better part of 6 months. But their unpredictable work schedules, with her in major crimes and him often on call as leader of a SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics team, made it hard to line up times to view houses. And that was after waiting for any within their criteria to become available. The house they were seeing tonight ticked off the boxes, and they were to meet their real estate agent there at 4 o'clock. I'll do my best. Give me a call if it looks like you won't make it, okay? Preferably with some notice, so I can let Estelle know. Estelle Robbins was their agent. Will do. Stay safe. Love you. With that, he hung up before she had a chance to reply. Love you, she whispered to the empty line and stuffed her phone back into a pocket of her pants. Terry was staring at her. This time, she didn't think it was about her taking the call while driving. Rather, he was being nosy. I'm not telling you anything. Suit yourself, but you're different lately. Are you sure you're all right? She turned to him. I'm fine. Are you? Terry's mouth set in a firm line, and he looked away. She should have left things at fine. Now she'd inadvertently reminded him of April, when he had been threatened at knife point by a killer they'd cornered. It hadn't been certain he'd walk away. I shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean to bring it up, she said, backpedaling. Nope, but you did anyway. She parked in front of the skyscraper where Randolph lived in the penthouse. Her lawyer ex-boyfriend had one too, in a building just a block away. Those units catered to a type, people with money, who liked to flaunt the fact. The ostentatious show sickened Madison, but she'd always had a slight bias against the extremely wealthy. Her front-row example had been the former police chief. He had bucket loads of cash due to marrying rich, and was corrupt as the day was long. They got out, Terry not saying another word. She pinched her eyes shut for a few seconds. She'd done what she always did when her truth felt threatened. Deflect and shine light on the other person's problems. Terry deserved an outright apology. I'm sorry. Don't even. Terry held up his hand and walked ahead into the building. They announced themselves as the Styles PD to the concierge at the front desk and told them they were here to see Randolph Jackson. Police or not, I will need to call ahead. 1 moment, please. The man picked up the phone on the desk while Madison tapped her foot. She stopped when Terry looked over at her and shook his head. Usually she tapped when she was anxious or impatient, but she wasn't in any hurry to deliver the news to a father that his daughter had been murdered. In fact, notifying next of kin was a responsibility she and Terry traded off, the worst part of the job. It must have been residue from their interaction in the car, how her mouth got her into trouble more times than she could count, making her restless. She certainly had a knack for pushing away those she cared about. The concierge replaced the receiver in its cradle. "You can go up." "Thank you," Terry told him, and they walked over to the elevator bank. The doors opened on one, and an elevator operator greeted them. "The penthouse?" The front desk clerk must have informed him. "Yes, please," Terry said. A key was inserted into a spot on the panel and twisted. It would allow the elevator to continue to the penthouse floor. If Randolph's place was like her ex's, the doors would open right into the apartment. A few minutes later, it was confirmed that they did. They were faced with the silver-haired fox from the hospital billboards. Surprisingly, he looked just as dapper in person, and before 6 in the morning as he did in the ad. He must be one of those people. Like Terry with his perfect hair, not a strand ever out of place. Or the current police chief, Andrea Fletcher, also Troy's sister, who never looked haggard. Madison had short hair, perfect for rolling out of bed and running her fingers through. Even still, there were times she swore she looked like a cockatoo. She held up her badge. "Mr. Jackson?" Not that she really needed his verbal confirmation, but it never hurt. "Dr. Jackson. We're Detectives Knight and—" she gestured to Terry. "Grant. Do you have someplace where we could sit and talk?" "If we can make this quick, I'm expected at the hospital in 30 minutes. He gestured toward a grouping of chairs. The place was modern and minimalist. The palette was white and creams, with artwork on the walls providing pops of color. The most breathtaking piece was a painting of a woman. She was standing next to a lake or ocean, wearing a dress ruffled by a breeze, looking over her shoulder. There was something so soft, feminine, intimate, and even vulnerable about her. Madison took a seat in a stiff-looking white chair. Its arms were at her shoulder height and impractical for their intended use, unless she was wanting to resemble a bird flapping its wings. Otherwise, it was more comfortable than it looked. After Terry and Jackson were seated, Madison took a steadying breath, expertly burying her nerves and squashing down any empathy that rose within her, except to use it as fuel. She had to remain objective, keeping all possibilities in mind. That meant Randolph Jackson could just as much be his daughter's killer as anyone else. A young woman was found murdered this morning, just outside of Stiles. We believe it was your daughter, Tara. She'd forgo the gruesome details of the find. Skilled with a surgical blade or not, accustomed to cutting into brains and skulls aside, that was his daughter under discussion. Randolph licked his lips and angled his head. "What do you mean by, we believe?" Out of all she'd said, he'd stopped listening there. Her identification was not found, but one of the crime scene investigators recognized her as your daughter. "But you're not really sure?" "As per procedure in these cases, you will need to make a formal identification," she said. "Sure." She stiffened, ticked off beyond measure. He'd just heard his daughter was murdered, and there wasn't one sign of human emotion even at the prospect of it being true. "You don't seem too upset about Tara's murder." By pairing her name with murder one more time, it might make an actual impact. "Based on what you told me, it's only a possibility. I'm good at what I do because I keep a level, rational head under stress." "Wise," she said, even though that approach seemed out of her reach. "You do realize, though, if we weren't confident the woman was Tara, we wouldn't be here?" "Until I see her body, I'm not going to let myself spin out of control. When can I make the identification?" "I will put the medical examiner tasked with your daughter's case in contact with you." Jackson nodded and stood. "We're not finished yet," she said. "What else could there possibly be?" He lowered back into his chair. Madison glanced at Terry, who seemed to refuse to meet her eye. "We saw that your daughter doesn't live with you, but what can you tell us about her?" She shares an apartment with Christina Conrad. He prattled off her address, but they already had it on file. She hasn't lived there since she started university, then dropped out. Jackson's jaw tightened in obvious displeasure at Tara's decision. Why did she drop out? Terry asked. She said it wasn't taking her in the direction she wanted to go in life. What was she enrolled for? It might not be completely pertinent to the investigation, but the answer would provide a fuller picture of who Tara Jackson had been. She was studying to become a doctor. Then she switched her focus. She decided she'd become a nurse instead because she thought she'd get to help more people that way. Such rubbish. I told her to take some time and think it through. At least she was listening to that advice. Madison's earlobes burned with rage at Jackson's arrogant attitude. I would think it rather impossible for a hospital to run without nurses. Jackson's eyes narrowed at her, but she shrugged. It's the truth, she said, unapologetic. Did Tara have a boyfriend? Not that I know of. We have a cell phone for Tara. Was she on your plan? Terry looked up from his phone, taking a break from peeking into the notepad app. No, she's very independent. She cut herself off from my money when she turned 18. When I asked how she proposed to pay for schooling, she said she'd figure it out like everyone else. The image of a rich daddy's girl was shattered again. With each strike against it, Madison's respect grew for the girl. How did Tara make her money? She waitressed and worked a part-time job at the local library. Jackson massaged his brow as if it were painful to admit. Respectable jobs, Madison kicked back. Where did she waitress? Skyline Diner. I know the one, Madison said, cutting him off. It's come to our attention Tara was recently in the paper about a sizable donation to Peace Liberty Hospital. Where would she have gotten that kind of cash? Jackson's gaze flicked to the portrait of the woman on the beach. Her mother left money in a trust for her. Tara had access to the funds the day she turned 21. And when was that? Madison asked, as Terry had been the one to look at Tara's background. This past May. Same month as Madison's birthday. This year, it had marked her 37th. How much money are we talking about? Terry asked. Rather a private matter, don't you think? We can find out with or without your help. You might as well save us some time, Madison said firmly. $3.2 million. Madison's chest squeezed. No wonder Tara was willing to cut herself off from her father's money. She'd known she had enough of her own coming her way. But there was the term, follow the money, in relation to a murder investigation. It often held true that someone felt cheated or jealous. And Tara's wealth had been widely known, if not before, then after that article was published last week. Those types of stories didn't happen unless a lot of funds exchanged hands. Do you know how much she donated? Enough. But as for the exact figure, no. Even given my importance at the hospital, the board will not tell me. Now, if that is all... Jackson got to his feet. As I said, I do have a meeting to make. But have your ME call me, and I'll do what I must. Madison didn't move. When did you last see your daughter? Jackson sighed, agitated. Last Thursday. She'd called ahead earlier in the week to arrange it, and we met for a coffee. An appointment with your daughter? Madison couldn't imagine scheduling time with her own father, but had a feeling that had been standard for Tara. I'm a rather busy man, as you may know. Egotistical, I'm seeing. Was there a purpose to the meeting, or was it bonding time? She had a hunch every interaction Tara had with the man clung to some agenda. Busy man, after all. Tara was always pitching some cause. You sound like you're opposed to philanthropy, Madison said. Of course not, Jackson snapped. But Tara is young and easily parts with her money if there's a chance it will change the world. Madison's respect for her nudged up some more. And what was she pitching you last week? Never got to that. I was called away for an emergency surgery. And you haven't followed up since? Madison was skeptical and curious. Was Jackson truly the horrible and absent father he was coming across as? Or was he guarding his emotions? I'd intended to, but life's busy. Self-absorbed and absent father. What causes were most important to her? Terry asked. She's big into reducing poverty and bringing about equality. Sounds noble. Again, Madison was impressed with what they were hearing about Tara. She certainly wasn't the person she'd prejudged her to be. She has very high ambitions. Pie in the sky, you might say. Her plan to fight poverty was to improve literacy. She figures if people can read, they can hold jobs. Simple as that, but it takes far more. Tara certainly didn't shy away from a challenge. Why the children's ward and not some literacy foundation then? She strongly believed that children are our future. Jackson tossed this out as if it were a no-brainer. But I really must ask that you leave now. He pressed his lips and nudged his head in the direction of the door. Would you be able to give us the names of some charities she supported? With philanthropy having been such a huge part of Tara's life, that made the avenue a necessary one to explore. There are so many she's mentioned over the years, I wouldn't know where to start right now. If you'd please leave. Madison stood, but did so slowly. This had to be one of the strangest notifications she'd ever given. She was used to meeting with shock and denial, but most people showed more emotion than Randolph Jackson. What was it like to move through life like a robot, processing facts and not feelings? Being very much an emotional being, she couldn't imagine such an approach. She reacted first, then dialed things down if necessary. She and Terry left the penthouse and headed to the car. Next stop would be Tara's apartment, and ideally a chat with her roommate. But in order to search Tara's room, they'd need a warrant. Beyond that, they need the roommate's approval to search any of the common areas the two shared, and a second warrant to cover those spaces. It was time to call Sergeant Winston. Just as the thought hit, her phone rang. She took it from her pocket. Caller ID told her it was Winston. She snapped her mouth shut and glanced heavenward. Terry looked over at her. Why do I get the sense that crap's about to hit the fan? She sighed at the modified cliché. You must feel the darkness moving in. It is Winston. Very funny. You'd have nothing to worry about if you worked on your communication skills. Some could say my lack in that department makes me endearing. She winced as her phone kept ringing. Are you going to answer? Gah! She accepted the call. Sarge, I was just going to call you. She said this in her most cheery voice, which probably fell flat, as she was a horrible actor. Like hell. I'm only your Sergeant Knight. You report to me. But I did receive a call. The word going around the station is you're working some case. I say that's news to me. His whining was only a sampling of why she avoided the man. He was also old school and a male chauvinist, both qualities she would never respect. Wake up to the 21st century and acknowledge the advancements of women's rights already. Is Terry with you? Madison shot her gaze to her partner, and he was sitting there, jaw clenched, shaking his head. She'd guess he'd overheard everything, not that it would have been hard given the volume of Winston's barking. And while she seemed to thrive on confrontation, or at least easily attract it, her partner liked coasting through life making as few ripples as possible. Never mind that. Winston parroted. Never mind that. Sarge, the dead girl is the daughter of Randolph Jackson, renowned neurosurgeon at Peace Liberty. We need to get this case closed fast, so I moved on it. She presented it in his language, insinuating how good it would look for him and the department when the case was resolved quickly. Shallow excuse, Knight, but go on. The formal identification still needed to happen, but asking about Tara's phone might eliminate a future conversation with Winston. She told him they needed a warrant approved to ping Tara's phone and search warrants for the girl's apartment. Can you help us with that? So I'm your assistant now? Sarge, the daughter of... I know. Madison rolled her eyes, exasperated at how the world worked. Money and positions of power dictated far too much. Sadly, the sergeant was a lemming in this regard, following the influence of the masses. His need to people-please was at a level at which Madison would never be able to relate. "I'll get the necessary balls rolling," he said. "But while I'm doing that, what are you doing?" "We're headed over to Tara's apartment now. We're hoping to find her roommate at home and speak with her." "Okay, all good." He hung up without another word, and Madison was left holding her phone. Chapter 4. Madison knocked on the apartment door again, putting more force behind it this time. "I'm sure if anyone was home, they would have answered by now," Terry said. "Let's try later." He turned to leave as the door cracked open. A young woman peeked through the slit the security chain allowed. "Yeah?" Dazed, and if Madison were to guess, also hungover. "Christina Conrad?" Madison asked, holding up her badge. "That's me." She shut the door, slid the chain, and then opened the door wide. Filling the frame was a 20-something with straight blonde hair and blue eyes underscored by dark shadows. "What is it? What's wrong?" "It would be best if we could talk with you inside," Madison said. Christina moved back to let them enter. "If you have someplace we can sit, that might be best," Terry added. "Sure." Christina took them to a living room with 2 old, overstuffed couches. Madison suspected they were on a second or third life. She pushed that thought from her mind as she sat down. Tara was found murdered this morning. Madison put it out there matter of fact, the tried and tested method of notification delivery. But that didn't mean she felt nothing for the poor girl, because she certainly did. She just wasn't making the mistake she had with Randolph Jackson in adding the caveat, "we believe." She was... Christina lifted a hand to the scooped collar of her t-shirt and traced the hem. "This morning? I don't understand. When and where? I mean, it's only, 7 if?" "It's just after 6:30, Madison said. "Who found her? Where?" The girl's face was bunched up in confusion. "I found her." Madison's voice turned gravelly as the scene flooded back. Images of a young woman hacked into pieces. No one deserved what had happened to Tara. She'd avoid sharing where at all costs. There would be no delicate way of putting how she was discarded in a country ditch like trash. "Do you know who might have had reason to kill your friend?" She gasped. "Who killed her?" "Sorry to tell you this, but yes, she was murdered," Madison said. "Anyone who might have hated her come to mind?" Christina shook her head. "She had this warmth to her." Tears fell down her cheeks, which she swiped away with her palms. "I can't believe this is happening." "When did you last see Tara?" Terry asked, inserting himself into the conversation. "Friday afternoon, just in passing. I stopped in at Skyline Diner, where she works, and invited her to the club that night." "What time was this?" Having this answer could help them piece together more of Tara's final hours. "About 3? Yeah, 3. Madison found it hard to believe Tara's absence wouldn't have raised any flags. It was Monday now, 3 days later. "You haven't seen her since Friday afternoon, but you weren't worried about her?" "No," Christina sniffled. "Though apparently I should have been." The expression, "could be lying in a ditch somewhere," sadly hit a bullseye. "Did Tara make a habit of staying away from the apartment for a few days at a time?" "Not really." Madison's suspicions rose. "Then I'm not understanding why her not coming home wouldn't have alerted you that something might have happened to her." "She had a group of friends she hung out with separate from me. I just figured she was with them." "But she never told you not to expect her home?" Terry shot Madison a glance to tone down her attitude, but she didn't care if she was pushing this girl. Sure, she'd lost her friend, but Madison wasn't seeing a lot of grief. And the fact remained that Christina was a suspect until evidence surfaced that dismissed her. "It's not like she had to report in. I'm not her keeper. But I think she was seeing some guy recently. Not that I know for sure." Christina frowned. "Guess I could have been a better friend." Madison couldn't offer encouragement. Christina was acting more like a distant roommate than friend. Add to that, she didn't seem to know much about Tara's life. "How long have you and Tara known each other?" "Since high school." That response came as a surprise. What can you tell us about these other friends of hers? Not much, but I'm quite sure they were all about saving the environment or some hot cause of the moment. Her father mentioned she was concerned about poverty and increasing literacy, as well as equality, Terry pointed out. Yeah, that too. Did Tara mention her favorite foundations to you? Madison asked. Nope. I imagine Tara was on social media, though. She'd share pictures or tag them there, Terry said. Tara wasn't on social media. That one came as a shock. A 20-something who didn't live online. Even Madison had a profile on Facebook. Not that she used it much. She only logged on to check on what was happening in Chelsea's life, as well as her niece's. Her younger sister was happily married, setting the bar high for what their mother envisioned for Madison. She resisted the urge to look down at her gorgeous engagement ring. The husband would happen, soon. We found out she donated generously to the hospital, Terry began. Do you know how much she gave them? Heavens no! If I had asked her, she'd have told me it was personal and none of my business. Thinking it must have been a huge chunk to be put in the papers, though. A huge chunk of $3.2 million. Madison couldn't disclose Tara's trust fund or its value, but it seemed Christina at least suspected Tara had money at her disposal. Christina went on. Recently, she started watching her spending more. Bought groceries and ate here. She stopped going to the movies, saying we had lots we could stream from the services we were already paying for. You think she put herself in a tight spot financially with this donation? Madison asked. I doubt that, but Tara isn't like most people. She's not materialistic or obsessed with the almighty dollar. She's about people, helping society. Admirable, Terry said. Was that how Tara always was? Madison was curious if Tara had changed recently. As long as I've known her. Madison wanted to believe all the positive things they were hearing about Tara Jackson, but was finding it hard to swallow it all. No one was an angel. Where did she get all this money? She asked, fishing for what Christina might know. She came into a lot on her birthday a few months ago. A trust from her mother. But Tara always had access to money. Not that she ever rubbed that or her family's wealth in my face. Did you know she cut herself off from her father? Even before the trust came through. She wanted to earn her own way. I'm talking hard work. Like most Americans need to who don't have a rich dad or a trust fund. Like you? Madison followed a hunch. Like me. She'd said Tara never rubbed her wealth in, but it was possible the opposite was actually the truth. Could it be that Christina was jealous of all Tara had and bitter that she'd snubbed her nose at the opportunities handed her? Had that led to years of built-up animosity that resulted in Christina killing her friend? What were you doing this past weekend? They didn't have the time of death yet, but Christina had last seen her on Friday. If that was true, it meant Tara was killed in the last few days. Are you seriously looking for my alibi? Christina's voice was at a high octave. Sure, if that's what you want to call it. Madison wasn't going to hide behind diplomacy or sugarcoating. That wasn't in her nature. I was at Caesar's Friday night, Saturday and last night. The nightclub had come up in a previous investigation. You didn't have work any of those nights? She assumed Christina had a job. No. Can anyone verify you being at the club? Terry asked. About 300 people. Madison didn't care for the snippy attitude, and it wasn't working in the girl's favor. Any of those 300 actually pay you any attention? I was there with about 9 people. We'll need their names. Christina started rambling them all off, and Terry rushed to make note of them in his phone. Very well, Madison said. We might have more questions, but for now, we need to look in Tara's room. I'm not sure if I should allow that. Should you have a warrant? It will be here shortly. Madison met Christina's gaze, not backing down. Okay. Madison withheld that one would also be coming that allowed them to search the entire apartment. Just due diligence in case Christina had something to hide. She hadn't come here considering the girl a suspect, but it was curious how little Christina knew about her roommate. Especially factoring in their friendship dated back to high school. Had the girls had a recent falling out? Something large enough that resulted in Tara Jackson's murder? Chapter 5. Christina showed Madison and Terry to Tara's bedroom. "We'll want to speak with you again once we've finished in here," Madison told her. "I'll just be in the living room. Don't tell anyone about Tara yet." They had technically notified next of kin, but there was that pesky formal identification to cross off the list. "Okay." Christina left them. Madison's phone chimed with a message saying that Tara's cell phone was currently offline, and its last ping was in the vicinity of Skyline Diner on Friday at 4:11 p.m. Madison shared this update with Terry. "The diner's the next stop then," he said. "I'd say." Madison headed farther into the bedroom. It was sparsely decorated with a dresser, a study desk, a queen-size bed, one nightstand, and a closet with double bifold doors. Terry stepped up next to her. "You could have gone a little softer on Christina." "You really think I went hard on her? Asking for her whereabouts?" "It's a logical question. We are investigating the murder of her roommate." "Why should I be surprised you suspect her?" She turned from her partner to the study desk, gloved up, and opened the top drawer. "You suspect everyone," he mumbled under his breath. She faced him. "We've been through this a million times." He knew how she worked, her vision set to black and white, everyone's suspect until proven otherwise. "It's just with this case. The murder was so callous and brutal. You could say savage. You really think that girl did that to someone she's been friends with since high school? Things change." She heard Terry sigh, but her mind was on his word choice. Savage. The word did sum up the crime scene rather accurately. It was also how the Russian mob executed their murders. "Surprised you don't suspect her father. He's not ruled out either." Terry headed toward the closet, and she started looking through the drawer she had opened. It held stationery, a stress ball, and... She rooted around and found a checkbook. She flipped it open. None were missing. It reminded her they needed to request the girls' financials to see if there were any unusual spending patterns or behavior. If necessary, that might be their last resource for tracking down the foundations Tara had supported. In turn, it might lead to someone who had motive to kill her. Again, her mind circled back to follow the money. She set down the checkbook and opened the only other drawer. This one had brackets and hanging folders, but there weren't any manila ones inside. Strange. Her closet is rather empty, but what's here is organized. Terry stood back and gestured inside. Madison walked over for a closer look. Clothes that had been neatly pressed hung on hangers, sorted by color and organized by season. Beneath them was a shelving unit with cubbyholes for shoes, but many were empty. The pairs that were there were color and seasonally cataloged. Madison was doing good if she hung her coat in the front closet or put her shoes there. "Imagine if your desk was just a touch more organized like this." He smirked at her, and she grimaced. "Sorted by color and season?" "You know what I mean." Fine. She had stacks of paper on her desk, but she knew exactly what was where at any given time. The sergeant's desk was far worse. Never mind me, Winston could benefit. He's a different case altogether. I don't think anything on his desk ever leaves. It just moves from one side to the other. She laughed. "Pretty much. Okay, so I don't see a computer or tablet anywhere. Not on her desk, anyway." She'd been hoping that in the absence of a phone, there'd be an electronic device that might shed light on Tara's mysterious friends. Christina said Tara wasn't on social media, but she also didn't seem to know much about Tara. It was possible Tara had profiles she'd kept from Christina for whatever reason. But emails might help the case, and surely Tara would have used them. "Nothing under the bed either. I checked a moment ago." "What about in there?" She nudged her head toward the dresser. "I checked. There's not much in there." "And there?" This time she indicated 2 drawers in the closet organizer. Terry opened them, and both revealed a purse. He lifted one out. "Huh. What, jealous? Want one to go with your outfit?" "Hardy har. No. but these are designer purses, not cheap. Figured that when you said designer, but Tara was the daughter of a multimillionaire and one herself. Except she was cheap, according to Christina, and not materialistic. True. Then there's these. Terry dangled a pair of heels from their straps. You want a pair of those? She smiled. Don't do slingbacks, thanks. But Annabelle had wanted them. They're designer too and cost over $1,000. Annabelle was Terry's wife, and they had a daughter just over a year old, Danielle, a.k.a. Danny. So Tara likes some luxury items. I don't see what the big deal is. Honestly, Madison expected to see even more. The big deal? I'm not sure anyone knew the girl. The friend and roommate tells us Tara wasn't materialistic and believed in hard work. Her father painted a similar picture, that of a young woman who made sacrifices for others. I'm stuck on how that reconciles with all these designer items. She could have been frugal in most ways, a spender in others. Or someone bought her these nicer things, a wealthy boyfriend or lover. Or her father, Madison volleyed back. I was thinking more in line with possible suspects. I realize that. Tara could have gotten herself tangled up with some guy romantically who bought her nice things. How do we get from that to savage, as you so delicately put it? Don't have an answer. Not yet, anyway. The lack of answers was frustrating, but it was how every case started. Let's go talk with Christina again. She left the room. Christina was sitting on the couch in the living room, phone in hand, a steaming coffee cup on the table beside her. She shuffled her feet to the floor when they approached and dropped her phone onto the cushion beside her. Madison pointed to it. I thought I told you not to publicize Tara's death. Christina snapped her mouth shut, and her chin quivered. I just reached out to my boyfriend, Darren, and told him something horrible had happened to Tara. The girl's phone chimed, probably a response from Darren, if she was telling the truth. Mind if I take a look? Madison nudged her head toward the phone. Sure. Christina picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Madison. She read the incoming message, which was from a Darren Ford. It simply said, WTF, call me. Madison made sure Darren was the only one Christina had communicated with via text. Once satisfied that was the case, she gave the phone back to Christina. You didn't post anything on social media, right? No, I swear. Madison scanned the girl's face and didn't sense deception. Christina was meeting her gaze. Tara doesn't have much in her room. I told you, she's not materialistic. Except the clothes, purses, and shoes she does have are designer, Madison countered. Christina hitched her shoulders. She'd treat herself to nice things from time to time. So she bought those items then? Not her father or a boyfriend, that new one you mentioned? I don't even know she had one for sure. It was a hunch. But she never flaunted anything in my face. This was the second time Christina had made that claim. Madison bought it less with the repetition, though she wasn't sure what to make of it. Moving on to consider that Tara had started to watch her spending, it might explain why there was little in the bedroom. Honestly, it almost felt as if Tara didn't even live here. Not that she had any proof of that. So you never heard her mention a guy's name, even in passing? I think I remember the name Gabe. Do you know how we can reach him? Terry asked. Nah, sorry. Heck, I don't even know his last name. But you might see him in her contacts, on her phone. If we had that, we wouldn't need to ask you quite as many questions, Madison responded stiffly. Her phone notified her of a message, and a quick check confirmed they had their warrants. That's our authorization to search the entire apartment. I have nothing to hide. Terry got started. You didn't find her phone? Christina paled, picking up on what Madison had said before her text had interrupted. She kept it with her all the time, though she wasn't good about keeping the thing charged. It wasn't unusual for her to let the battery run dry. If that was why Tara's phone had gone offline on Friday, that meant they were back at ground zero, without a place to start. All the time. She missed out on a lot of great nights because I couldn't reach her. Not that she partied much anyway, as I told you. Did she have a laptop or tablet? Madison asked. A laptop. You didn't find it either? No, should we have? Madison volleyed back. She toted it around with her, too. She carry a purse or a Michael Kors tote. Terry stopped his rummaging. Did the name mean something to him? Her partner, the fashionista. What does it look like? Madison asked. Light pink canvas with the MK logo all over it. Nice initials. Christina sounded like she was reading off a marketing summation, though. Jealousy rearing its head? What did you think of Tara's nice things? Nothing. Christina scrunched up her lips and raised her brows. So you were never jealous of Tara's wealth? No, we were friends. Except you seem to know little about her. She's not materialistic, but she likes things. She has friends you don't know the names of. A boyfriend you think she was seeing, who you think is named Gabe. Madison angled her head. Maybe it's time for you to leave. That's not happening yet, Madison said firmly. Did you and Tara have an argument recently? No. Any falling out? Christina bit her bottom lip. We were growing apart. I don't know why. It could be Tara had more in common with her new friends than Christina, who liked to drink and party. People change and grow, but for someone left behind, it might be a different story. Were you hurt by this? Christina shrugged. It was what it was. Madison wasn't so sure it was as easy as all that, but she pulled out her business card and handed it to Christina. We'll leave once we finish looking around. If you think of something after we've left, call any time of day. Christina took the card. I will. Madison wasn't sure what to read from the girl, but it wasn't full cooperation. Something about her niggled. She had a feeling Christina Conrad was carrying a secret. Chapter 6. Madison and Terry left Christina Conrad about 9:30 and got on the road. She drove through the city streets, expertly weaving in and out of traffic. Stiles had a population of about 500,000, but at certain times of the day, it felt like a lot more. Before leaving Christina, she had shown Madison pictures to support her friendship with Tara, but they all dated back months ago. Christina's favorite showed the girls in cap and gown at their high school graduation. Madison turned to Terry. Something happened to their friendship, and I think it was more than them simply growing apart. Even if it was, it doesn't mean Christina killed Tara. And the search of the apartment didn't turn up anything to indicate she did. I realize that, Terry, but she wasn't exactly forthcoming on the change in their friendship. Just hid behind, grew apart. I think there's more there. Whether it means she killed Tara or was involved, I'm keeping an open mind. Are you? Not even responding to that insinuation. You just did. Terry smiled. Sometimes she wondered how they closed cases. Landing on the same page often took a tug of war. She turned into the parking lot for Skyline Diner and parked. You haven't heard anything from Richards, have you? No, ma'am. She glared at him and fired off a quick text to the medical examiner for a progress report. The choice for the next stop was between showing up at the morgue or hitting the diner. If there was even a remote possibility that Tara went missing from the former, they had to check it out first. A bell jangled when she opened the door and held it behind her for Terry. The place was hole-in-the-wall and retro. Booths of overstuffed vinyl were against the outside wall next to the windows, and chrome stools were lined up in front of the counter. They served their coffee in brown porcelain mugs and offered the best Western sandwich in 10 counties. Currently, they weren't doing much business. She headed to the counter with Terry and found a man who was testing the limits of his apron. He smelled like soap, but had a couple days' worth of stubble on his face. She held up her badge. Detective Knight, this is Detective Grant. And you are? Madison clipped her shield back onto the waist of her pants. Bernie Atchison, owner of this fine establishment. He flashed a grin as he put both hands on his hips. How can I help the Stiles PD? A straight shooter. She respected that. We're here about your employee, Tara Jackson. Why are you interested? That's our business, Madison said with a slight smile. Open investigation. But when did you last see her? Atchison made a sucking noise with his mouth, as if deciding whether to cooperate. This past Friday, she was working the 7 to 4 shift. Her phone had gone offline at 11 minutes after. What time did she leave? Probably about 4:15. She'd need to tally her till. Give or take a few minutes. That likely meant the phone had died of a dead battery, though there was the slim possibility the killer had silenced it not long after she walked out the door. Did you see her meet up with anyone at the end of her shift? Can't say I did. Atchison performed a delicate dance with a passing waitress in the confines of the counter and the back wall. She filled a couple of cups with coffee and left, taking them to the customers who had ordered them. He narrowed his eyes at Madison. Say, did something happen to her? Madison squared her shoulders. Open investigation, as I told you. In that case, maybe I'm not comfortable saying any more. We'd tell you more if we could, Terry inserted. Our hands are tied. Or lips sealed, Atchison countered with a smile, but it faded fast. So either something's happened to her, or she's of interest to the police. Why don't we say both? Terry tacked on a smile. All right, what do you need to know? Terry had good cop down pat, though she supposed it was beneficial if one of them could pull it off. Did she ever have friends show up? She asked. Some blonde girl, about her age. Think Tara said she was her roommate. Madison noted the description Tara had assigned Christina, a demotion from friend. When did you last see her roommate? Terry asked. Nah, sorry, can't remember. Christina had told them she dropped in at the diner to speak with Tara on Friday. Either she'd lied about that or Atchison hadn't seen her, which was also possible. Anyone else come to see Tara here? A boyfriend, maybe? Saw her with a guy once or twice. When did you last see him? Terry said. Can't say exactly. Sorry about that. My memory's a rust bucket from years of drinking. But I'm sober now, going on 15 years. I think he was around sometime this past week, though. Just can't say what day. Do you know his name? She asked, not holding her breath. If she said, I don't remember now. But there was another friend. Heidi, I think it was. That's great, Terry said, with more enthusiasm than Madison could muster. A first name wasn't exactly going to lead them right to Heidi's doorstep. If there's anything else that might be helpful, Madison said. The staff here each get a locker, but since I'm the owner, I retain the right to go into any of them at any time. You want to take a look in Tara's? Atchison jacked a thumb over his shoulder, indicating the back of the restaurant. Hope sparked with that news. Yes, I do. Come this way. He waved for them to follow and pivoted on his heels. He stopped in front of a locker cabinet with 6 compartments and pointed out one with Tara's name written in black marker on masking tape. There was a combination lock securing it shut. Just give me 1 sec. Atchison went through a nearby doorway and reemerged a few seconds later with a torn piece of paper in his hand. It's the combo. Have them all, but ain't no way in hell I'd remember any off the top of the noggin. He cupped the lock and did the turns. Right, left, right, tug, then click. If Madison was superstitious and crossing fingers and toes made an ounce of difference, she would be. Regardless, her efforts would have been wasted. The locker was empty. She pursed her lips and shook her head. The investigation was young, but was it too much to wish for one solid lead? Okay, well, thanks for letting us see. Not much help, really. Nope. If he expected her to counter with some statement that would rose-color the situation, he'd be waiting forever. Then again, had she honestly expected that Tara's phone and possessions would be sitting right there? Nothing but wishful thinking, to be sure. Taking Christina at her word, Tara had her phone and laptop with her all the time. It was likely that wherever the phone was, the laptop and designer tote bag were with it. And only God and the killer knew where they were. Modern technology could help with something else, though. Does the diner have surveillance video? Out front and back. And which door would Tara use? She asked, though she had her suspicion which one. The back. And her instinct had been correct. We'll need to see the footage from both cameras for this past Friday from 4 until 4:30 p.m. You got it. Atchison waved for them to follow again, and Madison raised her brows at Terry. She had been prepared for him to request a warrant, which would have left her trying to appeal to Atchison's humanity. He returned to that doorway from a bit ago and welcomed them inside. It was a compact, tidy office with a desk and a computer. Atchison sat down and moved the mouse around. "If you guys just want to scooch back here." Terry moved first, and Madison followed. Atchison brought up a video and pointed out the timestamp in the bottom, confirming it was 4 p.m. that past Friday. "We good?" "Yep," she said. Atchison hit play, and at 10 after, Tara stepped into view. She was holding a light pink tote, presumably the one Christina had told them about. Tara's phone and laptop were likely inside, among other things. She was walking with purpose and bustled off-screen just as the time hit 4:11 p.m. Not only was she alone, but it seemed obvious the battery in her phone had run dry on its own. The killer hadn't turned it off. "What about the camera from the front?" Madison asked. She was thinking it might show Tara meeting up with someone, killer or not. That may give them a lead. "Let me bring it up." "All right, here we are." Atchison started the video that covered the front of the diner and the sidewalk. Its range reached the end of the building and across one of the 4 lanes of the street. Tara came into view, and again she was moving with purpose. She also remained alone as long as she was in the camera's frame. Madison walked out from around the desk and gave Atchison her business card. "If Tara's friends or her boyfriend come here, hold them up somehow and call me right away." "How am I supposed to hold them up?" She considered for a second. "Pie. Everyone loves pie. Give them a slice on the house." "Or," Atchison smiled, "just bill me. The cost of some pie would be nothing if it advanced the case." Chapter 7. Madison let herself be talked into a breakfast special by Terry, though it hadn't been hard to twist her arm. Now, if she had a Hershey's bar on hand, he would have had a tougher battle. Instead, she faced the heavy caloric intake of an egg over easy, 2 slices of rye, one to dip into the yolk and the other spread with strawberry jam, and 3 strips of bacon. That was a lot of food, considering she rarely stopped long enough to consume an actual meal. And while she continued putting forkfuls into her mouth, she guilt-tripped herself for not moving on the investigation. But if she didn't feed Terry, he'd revolt. At least they were able to speak to the 2 waitresses who were working. Not that either of them was privy to Tara's personal life. In fact, both commented she was rather protective of it. Neither had seen a boyfriend or friends. They also said Tara only worked part-time. "If it wasn't for the food, the trip would have been a waste of time." Terry patted his flat stomach with dramatic flair, as if it were a beach ball. "Sure, it's so easy for guys." Not that she was overweight. She had lost those last 10 pounds months ago and kept them off. But her plan was walking Hershey more and cutting down on the chocolate bar intake. I don't think it was a complete loss. She set down her fork, tried to take a deep breath. She'd need to relinquish that last strip of bacon. "We found out about Heidi. You seem quite ecstatic about that." "That might be exaggerating things." She teetered her hand. "Just a bit, maybe. But I don't think we're at a loss here. Atchison mentioned a boyfriend, too. Her phone, it would seem, died of natural causes." "Good one." "Thanks. And while the killer might not have turned off her phone, the diner may be the last place Tara Jackson was seen alive." "That could change. She was obviously headed somewhere with intention, possibly meeting up with someone." "Agreed. We should get our hands on the CCTV footage from the intersection. We might be able to see what direction she headed and if she met up with anyone." She slapped $30 on the table to cover their check and walked to the department car. She got behind the wheel and Terry loaded into the front passenger seat. "I don't know if we have enough to get that warrant," he said. "You're kidding, right? We're talking about a murder victim's last moves. Shouldn't be a problem at all. You just leave getting the approval to me." "Why is it whenever you say that, I wonder who you're going to piss off next?" She had her phone to an ear. Her call was answered on the second ring. "Sin, I need you to do something." Madison requested that she get her hands on the CCTV footage, providing her the information on the intersection and their interest in tracking Tara Jackson's moves. "I'm on it," Cynthia said. "Not like I haven't tuned into that channel before." Her smile traveled the line. "You have." Madison flashed back to when it was used to prove her brother-in-law's innocence in a pedestrian hit with his car. "I'm assuming you finished up at the scene?" "You'd be right." "Anything you want to share?" This was a game they played on most investigations, though it wasn't a fun one. Madison would push for quick results, and Cynthia would initially buck, reminding Madison that her case wasn't the only one that needed attention. "Just ask, ask, ask." Again, a smile softened Cynthia's voice. Since she found out she was pregnant, Madison had yet to see her friend in a bad mood. And they also knew how to take each other. From Cynthia's sarcasm, Madison could tell she had something. "Putting you on speaker. Terry's here." They parroted, "Hey," to each other, then Cynthia said, "But yes, I have something. A possible something anyway." There were tire marks on the shoulder. Not from my Mazda? She remembered how her tires had kicked up dust. The shoulder had been dry dirt and gravel. "There are marks from where you pulled over, yes, but no discernible tire treads. And I'm quite sure I don't have to worry about your vehicle's tires, since you had nothing to do with that poor girl winding up the way she did. I'm talking about tire tread impressions." Always the smartass. "I'm not sure how that is possible. The shoulder was dry." "Well, these treads were caked in mud." Madison thought back over the weather of the last few days. It rained heavily on Saturday night. When she woke up in the wee hours of Sunday morning and went for her drive, it had stopped and the pavement was dry. That had been 3 a.m. Yes, from about 6 o'clock until midnight. If these tire treads belonged to the killer's vehicle, that would mean he or she was there after midnight. Otherwise, the rain would have washed them away. And it was probably no later than 2 Sunday morning. The ground would have still needed to be wet to hold the markings. She hadn't taken that road on Sunday, but what if she had, and just an hour earlier? "As you said, Cynthia, if those tires belong to the killer's vehicle," Terry pushed out. "We're just making an assumption they do. That area doesn't see a lot of traffic, especially in the middle of the night. That makes it more likely these treads mean something to the case." She instantly regretted the defense. Both Cynthia and Terry fell silent. Thankfully, neither of them dared to ask why she was out there yet again. "I can't imagine it would be rush hour." She cleared her throat. "Can you tell what type of vehicle they might belong to?" Deflection to the rescue again. "Not a miracle worker." "Come on, of course you are." She'd spread flattery with a spatula if it made a difference. "I know what you're doing, but thanks," Cynthia chuckled. "Tell us more about the tires," Madison prompted. There was a sigh from Cynthia's end of the line. "When you're ready to tell me." Madison revamped her approach, but the delay in a straightforward answer was killing her. After all, Cynthia had databases she could consult. Cynthia took a few extra seconds before responding, possibly just to bug Madison. "We cast prints of the tread and made our measurements. It's a wide wheel, likely belonging to a large vehicle such as a pickup truck or SUV. Though it's possible they were caused by a car with upgraded wide-rim tires." Not exactly narrowed down. She'd been hoping for more. "Not yet, but cut me some slack. It's early yet." "I realize that. Just looking for answers." She was thankful Cynthia was a friend and understood her manic need to keep things moving forward. "As always, and I provide them as soon as I have them." "I know. So the minute you've had a look at the CCTV footage, you'll call too?" "Meh, I'll see how I feel." Madison laughed. "Thanks." "Uh-huh. Now if that's all, I have work to do." "That's it, and thanks again." "Yep." Cynthia ended the call. Madison continued to hold on to her phone. Tara Jackson was discarded Sunday after midnight. Just having the word discarded hit her ears made her nauseous. So callous, so savage, as Terry had pointed out before. "Presumably." She stiffened. Did they need to argue every point? I think it's a good place to start. It's really the only place at this point. Let's agree to disagree. I don't have the energy to fight right now. And she really didn't. Her early morning drive and the subsequent events were catching up with her, as was her full stomach. She could really use a shot of espresso, or two, housed in a venti caramel cappuccino. Her phone chimed, and it was a response from Richards. She read it to Terry. Have some findings. Want to call, come to the morgue, get an email? Advise. She preferred to attend the autopsies, but that didn't always work out. Today, leads in the case had taken her attention. What do you think we should do? Terry asked. I'm frustrated by our lack of progress. We've hardly gotten anywhere. We need to look into everyone in Tara's life. Track down this boyfriend and that Heidi girl, and try to build a timeline of Tara's final movements. And the next actionable step would be visiting the library where she worked. Endeavor to find out more about Tara and her mystery friends. Sounds good to me. I'll text Richards to send the highlights via email. She fired off the response and headed to the library. Hopefully, someone there could tell them more about the boyfriend and the girl named Heidi. Chapter 8. Madison had just parked in the library lot, and she and Terry were headed inside when the ME's text came in. Sure, will shortly. She understood Richard's surprise at her request to have the highlights of the autopsy emailed. But she'd made the right decision for this case. She looked over at Terry, her mind immediately switching over to something else. We need access to Tara's phone history. Yesterday. It might lead us to the boyfriend and this Heidi person. Also, anyone else we might need to know about. He stopped walking just outside the library's main doors. Is that your way of asking me to follow up with the Sarge? You want me to see if he dropped the ball after getting the tracking information? Never said I needed you to do that, but it's so great of you to offer. She smiled and clamped a hand on his shoulder. Only because it's you. He narrowed his eyes, but took out his phone and made the call. Based on what Madison overheard, it wasn't going so well. I understand, Sarge. Just thought I'd check in. Thanks. Bye. Terry pocketed his phone. Never doing your dirty work again. My dirty work? I thought you signed up for the job just like me. We're partners working the same case. Shared and equal responsibility. Shared? Really? He laughed. I'll be sure to remember this when it comes time for paperwork. While you're taking care of that, you can be sure I'll be doing something else to support the partnership. Uh-huh. So, what did Winston say? I'm guessing he didn't bother seeing it through. You'd be right. He assumed we'd pick things up after it was tracked. Leaving us to contact a judge for a warrant, etc. What a piece of shit. Is that language necessary? He had an aversion to every swear word out there, no matter how mild. How he'd made it through the ranks to detective without tisking every other minute was a miracle. When it comes to Winston, yes, and he couldn't even be bothered to give us so much as a heads up. There was a growing list of reasons Madison had little to no respect for their sergeant, and his repeatedly dropping the ball was one of them. How he'd even made it to a management position without showing initiative was beyond her. But as she'd heard before, shit floats. It had been in reference to the types that advance rank, and sadly, for those who graced the upper echelons at Styles PD, the phrasing held true. The exception being Police Chief Andrea Fletcher. I'll call and request a warrant as soon as we leave here. Terry headed into the library, holding the door for her to follow. He reached the checkout counter first and flashed his badge to the woman there. It was done so quickly, Madison wasn't sure she could have seen it. Detectives with the Styles PD. We'd like to speak to a manager or senior staff member about Tara Jackson, Terry said. I'm the head librarian. And your name? Madison asked. Susan Wright. The woman was in her late 50s, with short gray hair and lively blue eyes. What's this about Tara? We have some questions about her, Terry said vaguely, and it had the librarian's eyes narrowing slightly. Why are the police interested in her? She doesn't seem the type to do something illegal. She's not in trouble, Madison assured her. All I can say is Tara is of interest to our investigation. Okay. Quaky, unsure. We understand that she worked here, Terry said. For how long? She started this past May. And how did she strike you? Was she happy or restless? Possibly nervous? Madison prattled off a few things to bury her real interest, which was whether Tara had given any indication she was living in fear. The killer might have been someone Tara had known, but it could also be a person on the outside of her life. A stalker, even. You said did. Wright swallowed roughly and audibly. Something happened to her. Madison nodded, though with some reluctance. Technically, next of kin had been notified, and the media would catch word of the murder soon, if they hadn't already. My goodness! Wright held a wobbly hand over her mouth and then lowered it. What happened? We can't disclose much, but we are interested in finding out more about Tara's personal and work lives. Madison couldn't put it more delicately than that. She was a lively girl, and her enthusiasm for life was contagious. She certainly lifted my spirits even on a bad day. What would her coworkers say about her? Terry asked. I'd suspect the same. She seemed to get along with everyone. I never received any complaints about her. An elderly woman, using a walker, came up to the counter with a few paperbacks tucked under an arm. I will need to... Wright nudged her head toward the woman and smiled at her. Dina, how are you today? Oh, peachy, dear. The older woman released her walker and set the novels down on the counter. Wright keyed the books into her system and stamped the lending cards inside the covers, then wished Dina a good day. Once she'd cleared earshot, Madison picked up the questioning again. When did you last see Tara? She worked Saturday morning. This past one? Just 2 days ago? That's right. From 8 in the morning until close at 1 in the afternoon. It's limited hours on Saturday. Madison looked at Terry, who met her gaze. Tara must have been killed sometime between 1 Saturday afternoon and midnight Sunday. A wide window, though the killer would have needed time to do what they had done to her body. Madison squeezed out the imagery that threatened to move in. Did anyone meet her here at the end of the day? Not that I saw, and before you ask, it was just me with her. Did she ever have friends or a boyfriend stop by for her? Terry asked. Don't remember any guys, Wright began. But she had a blonde friend. No, wait a minute. That was her roommate. Teeny, I think. Christina? Madison guessed that Teeny was a nickname. That's right, but she goes by Teeny. What about someone named Heidi? Madison asked. Heidi Gray? Could be. We don't know Heidi's last name, just that she was a friend of Tara's, Madison said. Heidi works here, and I have seen her and Tara talking before. Think they ate lunch together sometimes. Could we talk with Heidi? Is she in? Terry asked. No, sorry, she's not working today. Could you give us her address? Terry asked this with kindness and diplomacy. Madison would have been more rash, seeing the scenario as black and white. After all, they needed Heidi's information for their next step. Any delays in getting the information postponed justice for Tara. I probably shouldn't, but if it helps... Wright winced and looked at them. It would help, Madison said with conviction. Okay. Wright shuffled along the counter to the keyboard and clicked away. Shortly after, she told Madison and Terry where they could find Heidi. While you're in the system, could you confirm what address you show for Tara? She had a niggling feeling from the moment she'd observed the lack of possessions in Tara's room at the apartment with Christina. Sure, Wright drew out. Clacking keys, then she gave them an address. It wasn't where Tara had lived with Christina. Thank you. Madison gave the woman her card and ran through the usual spiel. She led the way out, turning over a shoulder to speak to Terry. Tara Jackson kept another apartment. She was living a double life. Question is, which one got her killed? Chapter 9. As he walked through the streets, He watched people of all shapes, sizes, backgrounds, and nationalities. Colors popped. His vision and mind were crisp. It really had been far too long since his last kill. But when he'd met Tara, his impulses took over. How grateful he was that he'd surrendered. Now he was free, more than ever before. Killing truly was a release for his fantasies, the perfect outlet. And he had gotten away with it so far. Why not again and again? Why did he even bother trying to control himself? A voice in his head cautioned him that if he didn't show some restraint, the law could take his fun away. But that would be a tragedy. So many men and women called out, beckoning for him to cut into their flesh, dissect them like the frogs back in science class. There was only one way to quiet the urge. He promised himself he'd kill again, and soon. Women did make for the best victims, though he hadn't killed a man, yet. But the fairer sex was far more gullible, and he could bring them in close without them even suspecting they were stuck to the web of a meat-eating spider. He'd been blessed with good looks and charm, a smile that made his quarry blush and open their legs. When that failed, he slipped some ketamine into a drink. But he found killing more sexually gratifying than actual sex. He relished the control and the power that came with it. That was what he wanted to feel again. Just the thought had an erection growing, and he stopped walking. People rushed past him, most not looking at him. Until her. He'd seen her before, but would she remember him? Did it even matter? Long black hair, high cheekbones, milky flesh. She glanced over a shoulder and smiled at him. He trembled with waves of nostalgia. The overwhelming sensation to kill becoming too much to resist. Why should he deprive himself of such joy? If he just let himself indulge once more, then the desire might be sated for a while. Or was he fooling himself? Like a drug addict who constantly increased their dosage as they chased an elusive high. "Hey, excuse me." He rushed to catch up with her. She kept bustling along. He put a hand on her shoulder. She stopped walking and faced him. "Hey," she purred. "I think you might have dropped this." He held up his own phone. "Let me see." She touched his hand and cradled it in hers as she did a closer inspection. "Nope, not mine." "Oh, well, I won't bother you anymore. Hopefully I can find the owner." "Good luck. I'm sure whoever it is will eventually miss it." "You're probably right. Good day." He made like he was going to leave, but she reached out for his arm. "Say, I don't know you, do I? You look familiar." He was temporarily at a loss for what to say. While she smirked and batted her lashes, he sank into the fantasies. The steel blade dipping repeatedly into her flesh, meeting with the resistance of bone. Chapter 10. Before leaving the library's parking lot, Madison checked her email while Terry called about a warrant for Tara Jackson's phone records. She had the department car running and the air conditioning on high to provide some relief from the hot day. "The judge is moving ahead on a verbal. I should have the paperwork soon," he said as he put his phone in his pocket. "Great. One step closer to getting more of a glimpse into this girl's life." I received an email from Richards. He's pegged time of death as Saturday evening, somewhere between 6 and 10 p.m. We know she was working at the library until 1 that afternoon. That leaves us to fill in the rest of her day from that point. Yes, and the tire treads were likely left on the shoulder after midnight, but before 2 a.m. on Sunday. At the high end of the TOD window and midnight, that's 2 hours. Longer than that if she was dumped closer to 2 o'clock. Is the killer from out of town? Did they delay driving out there? She didn't want to consider how long it took to sever the body. We still don't know those treads tie back to the killer. Do you have to fight me every inch of the way? I'm just trying to keep objective. There could be another explanation, but I'll play along. Does Richard say whether the mutilation came after death, or was the cause of? She scanned the message. He says there was no soft tissue hemorrhaging, which indicates postmortem. COD was the result of multiple stab wounds, but Richards specifically mentioned one that pierced the femoral artery in her left leg. The weapon is likely a sharp, non-serrated steel blade of 4 inches in length. Anything about the type of tool used to mutilate the body? Let's see. She consulted the email. Nothing here. It was strange for Richards to miss noting information, even undetermined, as he was normally meticulously organized, detailed, and thorough. She skimmed down the email further, looking for more notes on the injuries. Marks from the hilt were present at most of the stab sites, telling us the killer stabbed with all of his or her might. It also suggests there was a lot of anger and emotion behind it. Anger and hatred are married closely to love. Agreed. We could also be looking for someone hungry for blood. There's a thought I wish you never put in my head. Blood in all physical or conjurable forms, sight, smell, taste, made her nauseous. We need to get this monster off the street yesterday. A statement of the obvious, but a rallying cry. She couldn't stand the idea of this killer roaming free, stalking a new victim. Richards did note no hesitation marks on the stab wounds. The more I hear, the less I like the sound of it. How many stab wounds? 21. Huh. Care to share? It might not mean anything, but Tara was 21. Are the number of stab wounds at all related to her age? Not sure about that. Maybe a stretch. But it's not a stretch to believe the tire treads were from the killer's vehicle? She narrowed her eyes at him. Okay, so what if the number of injuries were to match her age? Why? What message is there in that? Don't know yet, and there might not be any. And moving on, Richards has passed along the suitcase to the lab. He said he scraped her nails for epithelium and found none. He also examined her under special lighting, and there were no fingerprints on her body. Whoever did this wasn't just savage. They were organized and calm enough to leave no trace, no hesitation marks. We're dealing with a real killing machine here. Any other time, she'd pick at his wording, but the implication was scary as hell. What about sexual assault? Madison shook her head. She'd read Richard's conclusion on the topic, just hadn't gotten as far as sharing it with Terry yet. She wasn't. He doesn't get his jollies from sex, then. That she couldn't let slide. Jollies? He shrugged. And if he's not killing for sexual gratification, he may be getting off on the act itself. My earlier speculation about being hungry for blood may very well be true. Someone who loves to kill, she said, essentially parroting her partner's summation. Her stomach tightened, recalling again the Russian mafia hitman who preferred a blade. The memory of his work lived on after him. No, we can't leap there, not yet. We're already there. Just look what was done to this poor girl. She was severed, placed in a suitcase, disposed of in a ditch like garbage. It doesn't get any more brutal, and I don't think the killer is finished. I just can't go there, Terry. We haven't really started digging into the people in Tara's life. We certainly can't rule them out yet. The method and means of disposal may be nothing more than someone wanting to avoid capture. Even as she spoke the words, she wasn't so sure how much she believed them. What sort of person killed in such a savage manner? Was hate or love, on their own or paired, powerful enough to manifest in such a vicious act? Don't get me wrong, I plan to follow the evidence where it takes me, he said. I just have a bad feeling. Let's hope that feeling is wrong. Richard say anything else? He nudged his head toward her phone. Not really. She pulled up Richards from her contacts and called him on speaker. Cole Richards here. It's Madison. Terry's with me. I sent over my findings. Did you get my email? I got it. All right then. What can I help you with? The Vic's father is coming in within the hour to make a formal ID. That's good. We just have a few questions, though. She'd learned over the years of working with Richards to temper her words. He was a better friend than enemy. The latter viewpoint was aided by the fact she held the man in high regard. What kind of tool was used to sever the body? That I'm not entirely sure of. Hence, I didn't include it in my summation. I'd surmise a sharp, likely non-serrated blade. There were also no hesitation marks on the bones or tissue. Stab wounds were one thing, but being able to calmly cut a human body apart could indicate experience, leading them to someone who had killed before. There was another possibility. Do you think the killer we're after may have a medical background? I'm not sure I'd go that far, but they likely possessed more than a basic knowledge of human anatomy. Great. Someone who likes to kill and studies up. By extension, that would suggest planning and forethought. Had they intended to take Tara's life for a long time? Did this level of thought indicate the killer was an active threat? And how did their composure reconcile with deep stab wounds, something that suggested a rash act? Then again, the killer could have taken their time stabbing Tara. She could have been incapacitated during the process by some means. Anything else? Richards asked. Did you send samples out for a talk screen? Absolutely. I'll let you know when I get the results. Days, if they were lucky, likely a week or longer. But they could tell them if Tara Jackson had been drugged. All right, I think that's it. She looked at Terry, who shook his head. Yep, that's all. And thank you. She ended the call and put her back against the door to face Terry. He wasn't looking at her. His eyes were glazed over, and his gaze was out the windshield. We need to build that timeline of her last movements, he said. Saturday from 1 until 6 p.m. I get it. So where was she and with whom? A crystal ball and the ability to read it might come in handy. Or solid detective work, she countered. Sure, or that. What are we looking at? He said. I'd be happy with finding out who. If it was the last thing she did, she'd track that person down. Tara Jackson deserved as much. Chapter 11. Madison considered their next step, visit Heidi or look in Tara Jackson's second apartment. She opted for the latter. The Sunrise was a rather posh building. No doorman, but from the street they entered an anteroom shut off from the lobby by glass walls. Through them she could see the area was regal, with plush carpet and minimalistic furniture, black leather and chrome. Abstract statues stood in the corners. If someone held a gun to her head, she couldn't tell them what they were meant to represent. An elevator bank was also within sight. She looked at the intercom buttons in front of her, and none had names posted with them or indicated which belonged to the building manager. This isn't doing us much good. Terry flailed a hand toward the rows of buttons. Leave it to me. She pulled out her phone, searched the building on the internet app, and found the name of the superintendent. Silas Faulkner, and his phone number was there. She called it, and he answered on the second ring. Mr. Faulkner, this is Detective Knight with the Stiles PD. I need to speak with you regarding one of your tenants in the Sunrise building. Name? Tara Jackson. How do I know you're actually police? Faulkner sounded like a cultured aristocrat and indifferent over the phone. Come down to the front doors, and I'll show you my badge. My partner and I are here right now. There was a slight stretch of silence. Then, I'll be down shortly. True to his word, a few minutes later, the elevator doors opened. A trim man, who made Madison think of a groomed poodle, came toward them. A slight waddle to his steps, shoulders pinched together, head held high, nose up in the air. He opened the door to the lobby, bringing a wave of heady cologne with him. Detective Knight, and... He drew his gaze from her to Terry. Partner? How can I help? He pressed his hands together, and Madison wondered if he were going to take a bow. Madison said, As I mentioned, we're here about a tenant in the building. Tara... He held up a palm. I'll stop you this time with a correction. There are no tenants in this building. No apartments. The Sunrise is a collection of condos, which are purchased by those dwelling in them. This man could take his hoity-toity attitude and stick it where the sun didn't shine. We believe Miss Jackson has a condo here. Is that right? Her jaw was so tight, she could barely hiss out a word, let alone string together an entire question. That is correct. We'll need to look inside her place. She had the urge to call it an apartment just for the reaction and was proud of her restraint. Warrant? Tara Jackson is no longer with us, Mr. Faulkner, Terry said, pulling it off far more diplomatically than Madison could have. A look in her condo could help us with our investigation. She's... oh my, dead? He pinched together the collar of his shirt. Murdered, more accurately. Blunt, perhaps, but it made an impact. Faulkner's eyes widened. Do you know who did it? We don't, and that's one reason we'd like to see inside her condo, Madison said firmly. As my partner just said, it might give us the lead we need to find Miss Jackson justice. Well then, he pressed his lips together. Can you get a warrant? I mean, if it's not too much trouble. Madison gestured for Terry to call the judge. He stepped aside to do that. She asked the manager, when was the last time you saw her? I don't see her often, honestly. I have my condo on the 3rd floor, and she's on the 18th. Oh, she had a nice place then. The higher the floor, the higher the rent, or mortgage in this case. It is sufficient. 3 bedrooms. 3? Does she live alone? I believe so. Though I'm not a busybody in other people's affairs. But I never got the impression she was sharing her condo with anyone. I can consult the records to know for sure. Residents in the building are asked to notify building management, that's me, of all occupants. Even though they own the condos? Just for emergency purposes, I assure you. Come on, Terry, wrap it up. She was ready to get into Tara's condo and look around. When did she buy in? She bought her unit at the start of the summer. All right, Mr. Faulkner, Terry began while pocketing his phone. I'll have that warrant you asked for within a few minutes. You might as well take us up to her condo, Madison said. Faulkner clucked his tongue. Very well, but I'll want to see that warrant before I let you in. On we go. He was rather chipper for someone who had just been told a young woman had been murdered. Someone he had known, no less. Though Faulkner gave the impression not much would jolt an excited reaction from him. Maybe if she had called the condo's apartments. They took the elevator, stopping on the 3rd floor so Faulkner could get his copy of the key, then continued to the 18th. Strange he had a key, considering the building units were owned and not rented. But it might be another peculiar policy of the Sunrise. She and Terry had also called into police dispatch and arranged for a uniformed officer to accompany them upstairs. He'd stand at the door while she and Terry looked around inside. By the time they reached Tara's condo, Terry had the warrant up on his phone and showed it to Faulkner. Satisfied, the building manager unlocked the door and stepped back. I'll stay out here, he said. Madison simply dipped her head. If he hadn't said that, she'd have requested as much. She took a tentative inhale and was rewarded with the faint smell of cleaners. At least no hint of blood. The light switch is inside the door, on the left, Faulkner told her. Thanks. She flipped it on, not that the extra light was needed. Natural light flooded the space. There was also a closet to the left of the door. A kitchen was just beyond that, a sitting area straight ahead, and a dining area to the right. It resembled the layout of Madison's old apartment, except the floor plan here was much larger. Faulkner said this place has 3 bedrooms. Why would a single young woman require so much space? She said, looking at Terry. Beats me. At her age, I was good with a square box. But she would have grown up in a huge home. She could have gotten used to that. Sure, but she didn't seem content with one place either. Likely due to that double life we mentioned. I just can't wrap my brain around why. Whoa, are you admitting defeat? I wouldn't go that far. It's early yet. Though she did feel beaten down. She refused to acknowledge that to herself, let alone to Terry. She'd done well in her career, brought closure to a lot of families, justice to innumerable victims. But it was the deaths she hadn't been able to prevent that were eating her from the inside. It might be time to bring up what happened in April with her therapist. Well, people lead double lives for any number of reasons. To cover illegal activities, for one. Tara's reason could have been simple, though. She didn't want to be seen as the daughter of a wealthy surgeon, but rather be accepted on her own merits. Quite a fancy place to play struggling young adult. It doesn't have to be about money. Terry smiled. You think I raised some good points? He put a finger in her face, and she grabbed it and twisted, just a bit. She did show some restraint. Maybe. Guess that's the best I'm going to get. She turned down the hallway before he could see her smile. He stayed in the living area while she entered the first room she came across. It was furnished as an office, with a filing cabinet and a desk. A quick search didn't give up a laptop, computer, or tablet. In one drawer, she found 2 files with printed labels, utilities and property. The first contained nothing earth-shattering. The second showed Tara had purchased this condo outright for just over $1 million and took possession July 1st. Why invest so much in a property she didn't even need? She shared an apartment with Christina. If she planned to leave, why not do that back in July? Had she been keeping up a ruse of friend and roommate? That would take a lot of effort. For what purpose? Inside the desk drawer, Madison pulled out a small wooden chest. Its top was intricately scrolled with a design, and she opened it. Old photographs, some Polaroids, were stacked inside. At least 20 pictures. Each one included a beautiful woman with long black hair and delicate facial features. She resembled Tara and the woman in the portrait from Randolph Jackson's penthouse. Tara's mother? Madison returned the photos to the chest and put it back into the drawer, feeling like she'd invaded the girl's privacy. But seeing these had shined a light on Tara Jackson, bringing her to life again. For the next while, she searched all the rooms. As it turned out, there were far more possessions here than in the apartment she shared with Christina. The main bedroom's closet and dresser were full of clothes. Her phone alerted her to a message from Richards. ID confirmed by Randolph Jackson. Vic is Tara Jackson. Madison continued to stare at the screen, the realness of all this sinking in. Tara's end had been so terribly sad and tragic. The only mercy was she hadn't been aware when she'd been hacked into pieces. But the monster responsible must not have a moral compass. Was it even reasonable to think Tara was this killer's first victim? She joined Terry, who was still working his way around the living areas. Nada, he said at the sight of her. I'm quite sure she lived here. She told him about all the clothes. And I found a couple of files in a home office. She bought this place outright for just over $1 million. He shook his head. Can you even imagine? Having the money to spend on a place. Oh, she checked the time on her phone. It was 3:20. Shit. Terry scowled. Really? Sorry, but I have to go. Right now? Yep, I promised Troy I'd make the appointment with our real estate agent. I'll be back as soon as I can. Her intention was to return, but her body betrayed her. Her shoulders sagged with exhaustion, and holding herself up felt like work. The wee hour outings were wreaking havoc on her. She'd finally grab that venti caramel cappuccino, though, and count on it to make magic. While I'm gone, please talk to Faulkner. Ask him if he has any idea why Tara bought this place. You know what he's going to tell me. If I did, why would I have you ask? She didn't have time for Terry to question her motives. The house was at least a half-hour drive with traffic at this point in the day. Even that cappuccino would need to wait until later. Terry held up his hands. I'll ask. She moved toward the door for the condo. Oh, she spun back around. I almost forgot to tell you this, but Richard said that Jackson confirmed the victim's identity as his daughter. At least that's out of the way. We'll need to talk to him again. Agreed, and a lot has happened since early this morning. She was building a bullet point list in her head, starting with this condo and whether he had known about its existence. Also, what he might have to say about Heidi Gray and his daughter's relationship with Christina. They had already asked Randolph about boyfriends, and he hadn't known about any, so there would be no point in bringing up Gabe. I think Tara was planning to leave the apartment she had with Christina. We need to revisit her too and push her on the matter. She claims they're friends, but sure doesn't know much about what was going on in Tara's life. Terry nodded. I'll concede to that, for now. Not exactly a warm and fuzzy relationship between the two. She smirked at his wording. Yeah. Another text popped in. and a quick look confirmed it was Troy telling her he'd see her soon. Gotta go. Assuming that was Troy? Bye, Terry. When is the wedding, by the way? You set a date yet? Bye, Terry, she repeated, turning her back on him, thankful he wouldn't be able to read the panic on her face. It wasn't because she didn't love Troy, but the actual exchanging of vows was a huge step. She was still adjusting to being engaged. Chapter 12. Madison took a cab, and when it pulled up in front of the house, she found Troy waiting in the driveway with Estelle Robbins. They were having a conversation, but stopped and faced her as she approached. Good day, Madison. Estelle was in her 40s, with wavy brown hair that fell to her shoulders. She was always put together well, and today she wore a cream suit and gold hoop earrings. She was a great person, but an incredible real estate agent. Hello. Madison pressed on a smile for her and let it travel to Troy, who was grinning too, an expression he didn't show often enough. He must have been pleasantly surprised she'd followed through and shown up. She gave him a quick kiss. Sorry I'm late. She could have gone with a slew of excuses. Traffic, working a case, lost track of time, but why bother? She was here now. All good. What do you think from the outside? Curb appeal? Estelle asked, and Troy took Madison's hand, squeezed slightly. Apparently, he's impressed. She, not so much. The house didn't look that different from the craftsman bungalow they were living in, the one he'd bought 7 years ago. They both had a similar front entry with a porch overhang. The one they were in was olive beige, and this one was a shade of blue associated with coastal Maine. And unlike their current home, this one had large front windows. A tasteful brick path led to the front door, unlike the cold-looking poured concrete that took them to theirs. So? Troy looked over at her. It's nice. But she wanted to compliment the place because it was obvious that he loved what he was seeing. For her, she wasn't quite there yet. In fact, now that she was there in person, she was a long way off. When she'd suggested they buy a house, she hadn't thought of a lateral move into something so similar to what they had. Just that. It's nice. I do like the blue. Do you want to look inside? You know I do. Troy was too good at reading her to not realize she wasn't sold. Obviously, he was choosing to ignore that point. Estelle smiled at him, but made quick and fleeting eye contact with Madison. Her less than enthusiastic response wasn't missed by the agent. This way. It took about 30 minutes to make their way around the 3-bedroom house. Troy peppered Estelle with questions about the history of the home, the reason the people were selling, yearly property taxes, and more. And when he wasn't inundating the agent, he was placing their furniture. He even picked out a spot for the Christmas tree, and they were lucky if they got one up. And when it wasn't Troy speaking, Estelle was asking probing questions to feel out what worked about the house for them and what didn't. They thanked Estelle for her time and patience, and when she left, Troy turned to Madison. You don't like it. Usually, she spoke her mind without a filter, but with Troy, sometimes it was different. She wanted to spare his feelings because she hated being the source of any hurt or disappointment. I think that, well, it is a lot like what we have now, just bigger. A few beats, then. You want something completely different? I don't know if it needs to be completely different. She'd sugarcoated it. Life was short, and she wasn't sure the craftsman style was her favorite architectural design. She believed when she saw their house, she'd just know. All right, well, it has 3 bedrooms as we wanted, 2 bathrooms, a big yard. It's even fenced for Hershey. Oh, and the 2-car garage. There will be no waking up early in the winter to clean off snow before work. He was pitching the highlights, but they didn't feel like enough. I'll keep it in mind, but I want to keep looking. There, she'd spoken her full truth. Sure, we can do that. His shoulders slumped slightly, disappointed. Thank you. She wrapped her arms around him and laid her head against his chest, feeling small next to his 6'3" frame. She was only 5'5". Don't mention it. We should make a more specific list, though, so we don't waste our time or Estelle's." She drew back, for some reason hearing an accusation in his words. "I like the photos online, or I wouldn't have agreed to see the place." "Is that why?" He scanned her eyes. "Or is it because you knew I loved the place at first sight?" She opened her mouth, snapped it shut. Troy wasn't the type of person to fall hard and fast. She didn't even think he believed in love at first sight, whether referring to a relationship or an object. "Maddie," he prompted, but his firm tone was offset by him delicately tracing a fingertip along her cheek to her ear. "Yes, I could tell you liked the place. That's why I wanted to give it an honest try." "Well, I appreciate it, but you can always be honest with me about how you feel. You do know that, right?" One of the reasons she loved Troy so much was because he understood her better than she did herself. And it was somewhat ironic she felt the need to protect him when he could bench press her weight and not break a sweat. "Come on, what are you looking for in a home? Do you like newer, older? I'm guessing you want to get away from the craftsman style?" "That obvious, eh?" She winced. "You're pretty easy to read." So she'd been told many times. Her feelings were on display, good or bad, intended or not. She gave his question some thought. "I guess I'd say something with character. Not that the craftsman style doesn't have that," she added quickly. "Character, though, so you'd likely prefer something older?" "I think so," she smiled, lighter at the admission. "But not a fixer-upper." "We agree on that. Rest of what we talked about before size-wise still suit you?" 3 bedrooms, minimum 2 bath. "It does." "Consider it done. It should be easy enough for Estelle to find us something. I'll let her know." "Thanks. I love you." "Maddie, you are the love of my life." He put a hand around the back of her head and lowered to kiss her. It was deep and sensual, and she was wishing they were home rather than in someone's driveway. But she let the kiss run its course until he pulled back. "I suppose I should let you get back to work." Hope lit in his piercing green eyes that she'd pick up with the investigation tomorrow, but she couldn't do that. "Unfortunately, not surprised. I know you live for your job." "I live for you." The words spilled out, and she was overcome with hypocrisy. It wasn't a lie, but not the full truth either. Without the badge, she'd be lost. "Go find the bad guy. Don't worry about me and Hershey. We'll be batching it tonight." She nodded and smiled, though it was a bittersweet expression. Their work schedules were so often in conflict, with Troy on call and her involved in murder investigations that took her into overtime. Just like now when he had the day off and she'd be working until who knows when. She yawned. "Someone's eating her face. Tastes like chicken?" Troy laughed, but the sound was hollow. Their eyes met, and somewhere in that connection, she had a feeling he knew about her morning drives. "You're getting to be as strange as Terry. And speaking of, I better get back to him. Don't suppose you could drop me off where I need to go?" Deflection really was a great friend. "I absolutely can." They loaded into his Ford Expedition, and she gave him the address and directions to the Sunrise Building. "Actually, one stop on the way, please," she said. "Starbucks?" He looked over at her from the driver's seat. "You do know me well. I know you're tired all the time lately. Well, whenever I see you, you are." A strange, tangible silence fell over the vehicle. He pulled into the drive-thru of the closest Starbucks, placed an order for her, and spoke to Madison again after handing over her cappuccino. "Are you doing all right?" She stiffened, took a draw on her drink, and looked out the passenger window. "Come on, talk. Are you having a hard time sleeping?" "A bit." She'd admit that much. "Does it have anything to do with that girl and all those people who died in that warehouse?" For as much as she didn't want to think about them, she did a lot. Their deaths haunted her dreams, along with the Russian mafia. All because of one case that had tipped upside down. It was the universe reminding her she was never in control, even if she managed to deceive herself otherwise. "I can tell by your silence it does." "Of course it does," she said. All those people died because of me, because I failed to do my job. Her chest heaved as she tried to draw in a full breath. Shit, not a panic attack. She coaxed herself into thinking calm thoughts, whatever the hell they were supposed to look like right now. An attempt to wrangle just one was squeezed out by a flashback of the aftermath. All those lives lost. It's not your job to protect people. It's right in the oath, Troy. Serve and protect. He pulled over and parked. He shimmied his body to face her more, though it was a tight maneuver given his size and that of the driver's cockpit. Sure, it says that. It does. But you're not a superhero. You're flesh and blood. You always do the best you can. You give everything to the job. More than I'd like sometimes. He attempted a smile, but it was just a twitch of his lips. What happened that day isn't on you. If you would have just followed damn protocol for a change, this is on you, all of it. Sergeant Winston had told her that with no uncertainty. Tears burned her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Then one did. She swiped it away quickly. I need to get back to Terry. Troy sighed and straightened in his seat again. Said nothing. Didn't move. Did you hear me? She asked. He looked over at her, his brow furrowed, pain etched in his eyes. Will you ever let me in all the way? What do you mean? I have. I do. There are times I feel it, but then there are times like now. He stopped there. Like now what? Something's going on with you. If you're not going to talk to me about it, go see Dr. Connor, please. He didn't say the words, but she sensed he was thinking, before it destroys us. She'd been up on this ledge before, the one where she feared she'd lose him. She'd decided in the past that wasn't an option, certainly not one she ever wanted to experience. I'll make an appointment. Thanks. She nodded and was left to look at his profile as he put the vehicle in gear and merged back into traffic. She worked on her cappuccino. They were almost to the Sunrise building when she broke the silence. I've been having nightmares. She'd leave it there. If she told him she thought someone was following her, he might have her committed, or worse, become protective of her. I know. That was all he said. Likely a lure to get her to fill the ensuing silence again, but she refused to nibble. He also hadn't asked her about being gone in the wee hours, so why would she bring it up? He pulled into the lot for the condo building, and they kissed before she got out. I love you, she said to him before shutting the passenger door behind herself. I know you do. But he didn't look at her or offer the sentiment back. The absence of both burned a hole in her heart. But she took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. He didn't need to say the words for her to know how he felt, but they would have been nice to hear. She entered the building and was buzzed up to Tara Jackson's condo, having confirmed which button to push before leaving. Madison turned to see Troy pull out of the lot, a touch heavy-footed as the Ford's engine rumbled. She pinched her eyes shut. Here she was again. She had to get herself together or risk losing the man she loved. Chapter 13. Madison finished her cappuccino in the lobby and tossed the cup in a garbage can before taking an elevator to the 18th floor. On the way, she called Tabitha Connor's office. It was after hours, so she had to leave a message. At least by doing so, there would be some accountability to see the therapy session through. They would return her call tomorrow. Faulkner was in the hallway with an officer. He left them standing there alone when he saw Madison. Are you going to be finished soon? I expect so. She moved past him into the condo and found Terry in the main bedroom. Doubling up on the work? I looked in all the rooms. I know you did, but you were off and I was here. I thought I'd make use of that time to take another peekaboo. She wasn't even touching peekaboo. Her interaction with Troy had left her a bit drained, like he dragged all her dark feelings into the light. And she had barely touched on them. No wonder she detested talking with a therapist. She was quite sure verbalizing feelings only amplified them. Any results of your efforts? Nope, and I don't think this place can tell us any more. She nodded. Did you ask Faulkner why Tara bought the condo? His gaze shifted. You didn't, she concluded. He's going to have some smart comeback, and if not, he'll probably just say he has no idea. Rage was churning in her chest and traveling to her earlobes, heating them. I asked that you do one thing. She headed back to the hallway and heard Terry following. Mr. Faulkner, she said, drawing his attention. You told us that Tara bought at the start of the summer. That's right. What does that matter? He angled his head, narrowed his eyes, marks of curiosity. Do you know why she bought a unit here? She refused to say condo, simply because it would make Faulkner happy. It's an incredible place to live. The building offers numerous amenities. A gym, a spa, banquet rooms, childcare services. Though she had no need for that. While that may all be true, we're trying to figure out why she bought here when she was already sharing an apartment with a friend, she said. That makes no sense. What we thought. We were hoping you might be able to offer some insight. He shook his head. I didn't even know she had another place. It had been worth a shot. It just hadn't paid off. All right, well, we're leaving now, but we need to ask that you don't allow anyone else into her residence unless you've cleared it with me. She handed him her business card. I can't exactly sit on it 24 hours a day. Just keep an eye on it when you can. Madison wasn't going to request an officer remain posted there because she figured it would be wasted breath. Sure. Thanks, she said dryly, and she and Terry loaded onto the elevator with the uniformed officer. Did you get anything potentially useful out of him? She asked the officer. Nah, he just whined endlessly about this being an inconvenience. Madison would never understand some people. Shortly after, the elevator reached the lobby. Outside the building, the officer walked off while Madison and Terry stayed put. Asking didn't really get us far, did it? Terry said. She looked over at him, but he wasn't turning to her. She spoke to his profile. When I ask you to do something, I have my reasons. In this case, I didn't see it. Now we know the extent of Tara's secret lives. No one from Sunrise knew about Christina, and she didn't know about here. Hence, secret lives. And that tells you what, in terms of advancing the case? There may be high stakes involved that could destroy both worlds if either got out. A few seconds of quiet, then Terry said, Not that we have a clue what those high stakes might be. Not yet, but we had to ask Faulkner. An unconscious jab at him for not doing as she'd asked. What's really bothering you? It can't just be the Faulkner thing. She considered how to answer, where to start. Decided on deflection. If just once you did as I asked without questioning me at every turn, he threw his hands up in the air. You're just going to keep harping on that. I don't even think it's really what's bothering you. It is, Terry. Among other things. I promise, then. I'll just go along with whatever you say as a mindless minion. That's not what I'm asking you to do. It really is, though, isn't it? I mean, I'm apparently not allowed to have any independent thought. Just agree with Knight's opinions, follow her orders, or risk being beheaded. He paled. Poor choice of words, he amended. Got that right. Listen, let's just set aside this conversation. We need to work together to get justice for Tara Jackson. She deserves that much. She does. We'll go have a talk with Randolph. I'm curious what more he might say now that he knows his daughter is dead. I understand why we need to revisit him. It's just not going to be any fun. If you're looking for fun with this job, you're in the wrong profession. Sadly, her words had merit, but as dark and ugly as this job could be, she still couldn't imagine doing anything else with her life. Chapter 14. Randolph Jackson was a man stricken by grief and barely hanging on to his sanity. The renowned surgeon was now a mere mortal, a broken man. He was sitting on a chair when the elevator doors opened to his penthouse. Sit wherever. He gestured, rocks glass in hand, the amber liquid inside coming close to sloshing over the lip as he did so. He should probably have had someone there with him, but he was alone in the spacious penthouse with his stuff and his sorrow. Madison and Terry joined him and sat down. "We're very sorry for your loss," Terry told him, beating Madison to offering the same sentiment. She felt for the man, but was curious how much further along the investigation might be if he hadn't been stubborn in accepting the news that morning. But she also understood that people handled the loss of a loved one differently. Shock and denial scored top of the list for the initial reaction, which Jackson had mastered. He could just be predisposed to gathering facts before responding emotionally, as he'd claimed before. "What am I going to do?" He took a swig of his drink. "If her mother was still alive, this would have killed her." Jackson passed a glance to that gorgeous painting of the woman on the shoreline. "That's your wife?" She noted the subtleties before, the intimacy, the softness, that made it through the artist's brush. Then she'd suspected her identity after seeing those photographs at Tara's condo. "Yes, and now I've lost both my girls." His voice was gravelly, and he eyed the liquid in his glass. He made a move to get up, but his legs folded beneath him, and he crumpled back onto the chair. "Want me to get you a coffee?" Terry asked. Jackson waved a hand. "I'm fine." Madison would strongly disagree, especially with the sobering conversation they had ahead. "I can't imagine how you would be fine," she countered, and his eyes snapped to hers. "You just identified your daughter at the morgue." "People die. Fact of life." "Yes, but Tara was murdered," she said. "It may take a while for that to sink in, Mr. Jackson. But Detective Grant and I need to ask you questions. Your answers might help us figure out who did this to her. For this conversation, we need your full attention and a clear mind." "It's not going to get any clearer no matter what I pour down my throat. All I can keep thinking is she was stolen from me." He made a fist and pounded it against his chest. "Okay," she held up a hand. "If you think you're fine, let's proceed. We spoke with Christina Conrad." Madison thought she'd start there before leaping right to the condo. "Tara's roommate. What about her?" "We understand they'd been friends since high school," Madison said. "Uh-huh. I know the girl well, and her family." Madison couldn't imagine the surgeon socializing with Christina's family, given the economic differences between them. But she might have been rushing to judge his character based on first impressions. "Do you know why Tara and Christina had grown apart? Did they have a fight or a falling out?" "Tara never mentioned anything." Jackson shifted back farther in his chair, setting his elbows on its high arms, his height making it appear comfortable. Then it hit Madison from their initial visit. It didn't seem father and daughter had spent a lot of time together. He might not have a lot of insight to offer the investigation. "This brings us to another question, Mr. Jackson," Terry said, inserting himself into the conversation. "Did you know that Tara had bought a condo downtown?" "That's ludicrous. Why would she? She lived with Christina." "We were hoping you could tell us." Madison scanned his face, took in his body language, but they were both saying the same thing. Tara owning a condo was news to him. "Yeah, well, I can't." "All right." Madison had no choice but to leave that line of inquiry there, a dead end. Hopefully, they discover the answer sooner rather than later, because she had a hunch it may somehow link to what got her killed. But they weren't without other avenues to explore. Christina told us that Tara had a group of friends she didn't know. "We've heard mention of a girl named Heidi Gray. Does that name sound familiar to you?" He shook his head. "Might have been more an acquaintance." "Could have been," Terry agreed. "Are there any other friends you knew of besides Christina Conrad?" Jackson clamped his mouth shut, his chin quivered, and he held up a hand as if staving off a batch of tears. I was always so busy with my work. I tried to do my best after Ivy died, but my career had already taken off. The hours at the hospital were long and brutal." "You weren't that close with Tara," Madison said. "Unfortunately, not really." "But you did know that she felt strongly about ending poverty and increasing literacy." She tossed him a bone in his favor. a soft spot moving in for the man, though she wasn't entirely sure why. I did. She also donated to the hospital's children's ward, she began. I told you I don't know the amount, and they won't tell me. Not where I'm going with this, Mr. Jackson. What I'd like to know is if you've thought of any specific foundations she supported since we were here earlier. He could give them the answer a lot faster than them jumping through the hoops for Tara's financials. These mystery friends you mentioned. What about them? She said. Tara did volunteer for programs the local library offered to support literacy. She could have met them through those events. The one where she worked? Madison asked. Yeah. Not that I know why she took jobs when she had all that money. All she had to do was advance her education, then get a real job that made a difference. Madison bristled. Who was he to say waitressing or checking books out for people didn't make a difference? Both jobs are respectable. She recalled saying something similar on their first visit here. Any other charities or programs you're aware of? They could be a cause she pitched to you. His eyes lit. Dimes for dinner. And what do they do? Madison asked, though she could guess it had to do with feeding the hungry, likely poverty-stricken. They do fancy galas with a cost per plate. They claim to send all proceeds to the needy in the community. You don't approve? Call it a hunch. He'd rattled off what they did, contempt in his voice. I know it's common for organizations to hold soirees, as it draws donations. People like to see something immediate for their money. Wouldn't it be better for charities to hold events with little to no expenses? That way, more would actually make it to the people they claim to help. Why a big, pompous show? Madison appreciated this side of the surgeon, as it showed his humanity. It was a sad fact that many so-called generous people required tangible compensation to hand over their money. I'm sure this Dimes for Dinner had other means of collecting donations, Terry said. Sure, through their website, through pledges, and people can write a check and drop it off or mail it to their office. They even host food drives during the year. Where is the office? Madison asked. Jackson gave them the name of the street it was on. I'm sure you can find whatever else you need online. Terry was tapping on his phone. We can. Any other charities your daughter pitched to you? She asked. Really, there were so many. It's hard to keep track. And my mind... Not so clear after all. Did you donate to any of them? Yeah, a few over the years. Can you look in your records and tell us what they were? She couldn't see a motive for him to hold back intentionally. It was more likely he honestly couldn't remember at this moment. But given his glassy eyes and unsteady posture, he had hit the amber booze hard. I'd have to reach out to my accountant. Do that and let us know. Madison stood, handing Jackson another card, not certain he'd held on to the first one she'd given him. Jackson nodded. Might not be until tomorrow. She nodded, not expecting it any sooner, as it was already after 6 o'clock in the evening. They left the apartment armed with one lead, Dimes for Dinner. They still didn't know why Tara bought the condo or if she and Christina Conrad had a disagreement. In fact, it didn't seem like Randolph Jackson had known much about his daughter at all. Chapter 15. On the way to see Heidi Gray, Madison and Terry made a detour to speak with Christina. She swore she had no idea about Tara's condo at the Sunrise Building or why Tara would want to move out. Madison wasn't quite sure she bought her performance. They'd asked Christina about Heidi Gray, too, but she said she'd never heard of her. I still say Christina Conrad is hiding something. Unless it's Tara Jackson's murder, maybe we move on. She looked over at Terry as she parked in the lot for Heidi Gray's apartment complex. The thing is, we don't know if it is or not. Uh-huh. You still have Conrad on your suspect list. You're damn right I do. All the evidence isn't in. And you know how I work, Terry. It shouldn't come as a surprise. Right. Everyone is a suspect until they're ruled out. Forget innocent until proven guilty. In the law of Maddie, it's guilty until proven innocent. Less chance of missing the bad guys that way. She shut off the car and got out. She wasn't going to apologize for the way she was wired. Besides, she'd put a lot of killers away in her time as a detective because she followed her God-given instincts. The building wasn't secured, so they walked right up to the second floor. The librarian had told them Heidi Gray's apartment was 202. Madison knocked, and shortly after, she heard the small metal cover on the peephole slide open. She held up her badge in front of it. The chain was undone, then the deadbolt, and finally the door swung open. "Hello?" A redhead, early 20s, freckles across the bridge of her nose. "We're detectives with the Stiles PD," Madison said. "Are you Heidi Gray?" "I am." She gripped the edge of the door, and Madison sensed nerves as the cause. "We'd like to come in and talk with you about your friend Tara Jackson." Madison intentionally said friend as opposed to coworker or colleague to read the girl's reaction. Received none. "Friends, then. Check." "Yeah, sure." Heidi backed up to let them inside. The space was compact, likely a one-bedroom, more on scale for a single young woman. But to each their own. The three of them settled in the living room. Madison shared the couch with Heidi, each of them taking an end, and Terry sat in a chair. "Is Tara okay?" Heidi's voice was small, hesitant. It was understandable that Heidi would have leaped there. The tip-off was the two detectives at her door. Unfortunately, Tara Jackson was found murdered this morning. Heidi's mouth gaped open, but she didn't say anything. Madison continued. "We found out you worked with Tara at the library and are also friends?" The last part was a hook to get verbal confirmation about their relationship. Sniffles, followed by a bob of her head. "Yeah, we hit it off right away. Interested in the same things." "How long have you known each other?" "Maybe 6 months, give or take." "What interests bonded you?" Every tidbit they could discover about Tara's life would help the case. "To start with, we both loved reading." "Did you meet at the library?" Madison asked. Heidi shook her head. "We met while volunteering at a soup kitchen downtown." A tear squeezed from her eyes, and she let it fall, unashamed. "She was such a giving person. The world has lost an angel. Who would have done this to her?" "We plan to find out." She noted how the 20-something spoke like an old soul, and she'd circle back to that soup kitchen. "Do you know of anyone who had something against her?" "Enough to kill her? Not a clue." "What about Christina Conrad?" Madison thought she'd toss out her name to gauge Heidi's response. "Who?" Heidi scrunched up her face. Not exactly denial, and the authenticity of her facial response was questionable. "Christina Conrad. She was Tara's roommate." "Tara lived alone. She had a condo at Sunrise." Madison passed a quick glance at Terry. She'd come back to Christina. "Sunrise isn't a cheap place to live. Did you ever wonder how Tara afforded a condo there?" She wanted to find out if Tara had taken Heidi into her confidence about her trust. The young woman licked her lips and turned away. "I wouldn't know." "Heidi," Madison prompted. "She told me her mother died and left her a bunch of money. But I don't like telling people this. It's not my story to tell." Double life or not, Tara had revealed some of her truth to Heidi. Madison was curious what other things Tara had confided in her. "Did she ever tell you why she bought a condo at Sunrise?" Heidi's posture stiffened, her chin lifted, her shoulders pulled back and squared off. "The building offers a lot of amenities to its residents, one of which is a grand ballroom that could be booked for next to nothing. She bought in so she could host charity events there." "To cut the overhead costs," Terry said. "Exactly." "Had she held an event yet?" Madison asked. Heidi shook her head. "It was in the planning stages for December. Tara was even going to cover a portion of the catering and decorating expenses. That way, not as much would be drained from the donations." By absorbing them herself. Again, Tara was endeared to Madison. She had money, but she'd used it for others. And it would seem she'd taken her father's words to heart and found one way of having more proceeds go to supporting the actual cause. And the charity for this event? Dimes for Dinner. Tara's father had mentioned them as an organization she supported and how they'd hold events to raise funds. Was that foundation one of her favorite charities? You could say so. We understand she had a generous heart, Terry said. Any other charities she helped out? Heidi told them about Peace Liberty Hospital and the library events supporting literacy. She also added that the library hadn't had any programs in a while. A moment ago, you never actually denied knowing Christina Conrad, Madison said, and Heidi looked away, just confirming Madison's suspicion. The reason for buying the condo wasn't simply for its facilities. Heidi, do you know Christina? I've never met her, but Tara did tell me about her. She paused, and Madison and Terry remained quiet. Heidi continued. Tara said they were fighting a lot, and they were very different people. Christina, I guess, always wanted to drink and party. Tara was more serious, with a desire to make an actual difference in the world. That's why Tara bought the condo? She was planning to leave Christina? Madison asked. She was already living at the condo. She still had things at the apartment, but Christina changed the locks. Things went from bad to worse. Christina just couldn't accept their friendship was over. That's what Tara told me. It was starting to make sense why Christina was so shifty. She was withholding. Was it because she had violently killed her friend, or was it because of the lies she told to cover herself? She had to know the truth wouldn't look good for her. Do you think she could have killed Tara? She's nuts, but not a complete psycho. At least Tara never mentioned being afraid of her. When did Tara move into the condo? Madison asked. The day the sale was finalized. Think that was back around the end of June. July 1st, but close enough. Okay, thank you, Heidi. You've been a huge help, Madison said. Earlier, you mentioned meeting Tara at a soup kitchen when you were volunteering. Was she still volunteering there up until... Yeah. Heidi chewed her bottom lip, and a few tears fell down her cheeks. She wiped them away with her fingertips. She has the biggest heart of anyone I know. And what soup kitchen was this? Madison rushed ahead, eager for a solid lead. Warm Hearts. They're downtown. She told them in more detail where it was located, but it wasn't necessary. Madison was familiar with the soup kitchen from a past case, and it was indelibly marked on her memory because one of the homeless people had attacked her and claimed psychic powers. The woman insisted she'd had a vision that would help an open investigation. How often did she volunteer there? Terry asked. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evening. Tara had been killed Saturday, but Friday night still would be considered Tara's recent movements. Including this past Friday? That's right. Tara could have been off to there from the diner. Do you still volunteer there? Just on Fridays. Did you leave from there together last Friday? Madison was trying to fill in Tara's last 24 hours. I had a date, and she had plans with someone too. She could take two approaches to that statement, one at a time. What time was this? 9 by the time everything was cleaned up. Madison nodded. Do you know who Tara had plans with? She was seeing some guy. Nothing serious, I don't think. Do you know his name? Madison perched on the edge of the couch cushion. To her, the crime favored a man for the killer, even if the evidence itself didn't make that distinction. The lack of a sexual component might suggest a female, but could apply to a castrated male or one with a type of erectile dysfunction. The other possibility was the killer simply took pleasure in the act of murder. Madison pushed that one from her mind. Gabe? Heidi squinted and angled her head. I never met him. Tara just mentioned his name once or twice. She never kissed and told. And there's that name again. How long had she been seeing him? Just a few weeks. Do you know where they met? Madison asked. Heidi shook her head. Nah, as I said, Tara could be private about her affairs, and I respected that. You said she met up with him Friday. Did she have any weekend plans with him? Maybe Saturday after her shift at the library? Terry asked. She did, I think. You seem quite interested in Gabe. You don't think that he... Heidi snapped her mouth shut as fear bathed her features and paled her complexion. Madison wasn't sure what she thought just yet, but her hackles were raised. Gabe could have been the last person to see her alive. But she looked at Heidi and managed a calm reply. It's far too soon to say. We haven't even met Gabe. You wouldn't know how we could reach him? Nah, sorry, I don't. Did Tara ever mention anyone harassing her, stalking her? Terry looked up from his phone, where he'd been pecking in notes from this interview. Not to me. What about other friends of Tara's? You two hang out with a group? Someone else might have noticed a person lurking in the shadows. One of them could be that person. Yep, there's 6 of us who are close. Speaking of... Heidi's eyes glazed over. Everyone's going to be wrecked when I tell them what happened to her. Let us tell them. Madison wasn't interested in repeatedly serving notice, but meeting them in person could be beneficial. We'll need their names and phone numbers or addresses. Heidi provided the 4 names with phone numbers, and Terry recorded them in his phone. She snapped her mouth shut. The skin tightened on the back of Madison's neck. What is it? Just don't go mentioning her dad. No one else knows. She confided in me about that because I recognized her. She certainly wouldn't want to be remembered as some spoiled white girl who had money and a rich dad. The news story about Tara's sizable donation had her picture front and center. She wasn't exactly low profile. Just last week she was in the paper with her picture. Heidi chewed on a fingernail. She looked different when she hung out with us. Different how? Terry asked. She wore a blonde wig. They hadn't found one in either of Tara's places, so had she been wearing it when her killer took her? If so, that might indicate Tara had encountered her killer when she was trying to hide her true identity as a wealthy neurosurgeon's daughter. We'll treat her wishes with respect, Madison assured her, feeling every ounce of it toward the dead young woman already. She challenged the stereotype of how Madison viewed wealthy people. You never said how Tara died. Can you tell me? Heidi looked expectantly at Madison. She considered how to respond. It was obvious that the 2 young women had been close. She was stabbed. She left out numerous times. Heidi gasped and covered her mouth as she hiccuped a sob. The genuine grief struck Madison's heart. We're very sorry for your loss. Heidi continued crying, and Madison waited a few seconds before standing and handing Heidi her card. If you think of something that might help us find your friend's killer, call me. Heidi nodded, and Madison and Terry left. Madison walked toward the department car in a quick stride. She got behind the wheel, snapped on her seatbelt, and turned to Terry in the passenger seat. We need to find this Gabe. In the least, he saw her the day of her murder. At worst, he's the one who killed her. Not arguing with that. If I wasn't sitting down, she smirked. We also just got some other potentially incredible leads. The 4 friends, the Warm Heart Soup Kitchen, and the wig. Which we haven't come across. She nodded. You're thinking the same as me then. Tara was wearing the wig when her killer took her. Yes, but I'm surprised you just took Heidi's words at face value and didn't demand picture proof. Now you say it, we might be able to get one from the 4 friends Heidi told us about. She was only half joking. They are probably our strongest next step regardless. They might know more about Gabe or have something else to offer. Terry's eyes jabbed to the dash. She followed where he was looking. It was the clock. 7:28 p.m. Are you wanting to cut out for the night? Call it a hunch. We're just at the start of this investigation. I know, Madison. Ooh, full first name. What's going on? Nothing. I'm just hungry. He added as if it were an afterthought. He was moodier than he had been before. The before being prior to having a knife held to his throat. Nope, not that, she said. Maybe not an impulse to get home either. Just take us wherever you're going to take us. Just talk to me. Tell me what's wrong. Terry looked over at her. Because you're so good at bearing your soul? Her breath caught. Did he know about the dark secrets she was holding? About her fears and her drives during the wee hours of the morning? Tara's secrets may have gotten her killed, and there was a risk to holding things back. But it didn't motivate her enough to open up. Heck, She hadn't been fully straightforward with Troy about the nightmares, that they came every night, or that her coping method was going for a drive in the wee hours. And didn't her fiancé deserve to know before Terry? Have it your way. I mean, if you're ready to tell all, I will. She peered into her partner's eyes. They were riddled with conflict and pain. Not a new look on him, but not one she'd seen in years. The last time was when his wife wanted to start a family, and he was reluctant due to the dangers of the job. She'd wager what happened back in April was playing on his mind. April. He hadn't been there when a bomb vest blew up the warehouse, taking out 30-plus people and nearly killing her and Troy in the process. But he had his own trauma to deal with. She'd wager when he closed his eyes at night, he was taken back to being held at knife point. Nothing to say? Just as I thought, Terry eventually said. Let's knock off this group of friends. Then we call it a night? She thought it best not to point out she couldn't entirely agree to that. If one of these friends gave them a solid lead that needed moving on, they wouldn't be waiting until tomorrow to follow it. Sure. Too much to ask that we hit a drive-thru first? You got it. A burger or Greek food? A greasy burger sounds like heaven to me. You got it. She got them moving, but her mind wasn't on the road or the Jackson case. Her thoughts were mirrored in the past. With them came lurking shapes in the shadows and the feeling of being watched. It might not be the mafia stalking her, but the souls of those who perished in the warehouse explosion. That's if she believed in such a thing. But she was the reason those people were dead, regardless of what Troy had tried to tell her. Chapter 16. Last night, when Madison's head hit the pillow, it felt like it weighed 100 pounds. The good news was she'd slept right through until her alarm sounded at 7 a.m. By the time she and Terry finished with the 4 friends, it had been 11 o'clock. None had a last name for Gabe or any idea where Tara had met him. But all of them only had good things to say in memory of their friend. The consensus was Tara had been generous and selfless and would be greatly missed. None of them volunteered at the soup kitchen or Dimes for dinner, but she and Terry had walked away with a photograph of a blonde-haired Tara Jackson. In place of her long mane, the wig was a shoulder-length bob. The friends asked to be informed of when Tara's funeral service would be held. Madison directed them to Heidi Gray. After all, Madison had promised her that she wouldn't mention Tara's father. Madison slipped behind her desk at the station at 8:28 a.m., 2 minutes before the start of her shift. It was a miracle she wasn't late. She wasn't going to come in without stopping for a venti caramel cappuccino, and Starbucks had been lined up to the door. Despite some solid sleep last night, she still felt like the walking dead. She sucked back on her drink, wishing for the caffeine to work its magic. Morning. Terry came up behind her, rounded her desk on the way to his, which was butted against hers. He was holding a mug, likely with a brew from the bullpen. The stuff was disgusting and strong enough to dissolve a spoon. You get anything from the cell phone provider? She asked him, though experience told her the likelihood of having the records already was slim. Terry responded in a mocking voice with, "Good morning, Terry. How are you?" He took a big, noisy, slurpy sip of his coffee. She cringed. Not a morning person at the best of times, let alone when she was coming off months of sleep deprivation. One night's rest certainly wasn't enough to reset the damage. Could you possibly swallow quietly? Terry held his mug poised halfway between his desk and his mouth. Then he took another slurp. Gah! He smiled. I told you, I drink it black. No milk or cream to cool it down. It's hot. Then blow on it like a normal person. Take a tentative, quiet sip. I'll remember that the next time you're mowing down a Hershey's bar and talking with a mouthful of chocolate. Real attractive, by the way. She narrowed her eyes. And as for the phone records, nothing came in that I saw. I can check again. Do that, and if it's not there, let's follow up. There was nothing wrong with pushing. You really mean me? For me to follow up? She hitched her shoulders. If you're offering, that's great. And while I'm doing that, I'll figure it out. It shouldn't take you long anyhow. I'd like to get moving as soon as we can. I say we pop by the Charities, Dimes for Dinner, and Warm Heart Soup Kitchen. Terry met her gaze and took a loud, drawn-out slurp. She rolled her eyes, and he laughed as he flicked his monitor on and started clicking on his keyboard. Her mind turned to the case. A look at Tara's financial records could also come in handy. They would reveal her spending habits and memberships. Speaking of, possibly one at a fitness center. Tara had been in good shape, but that was also being 21. If they could figure out her haunts, they might be able to pinpoint where Tara and her killer had intercepted. The friends they'd spoken to last night had given them the name of several bars and restaurants the group liked to frequent. If all other leads evaporated, they might be worth looking into. She picked up her phone and pecked out a message to Cynthia. Any update on the tire treads? Know which vehicle? She hit send and waited to see if 3 little dots danced to show that Cynthia was composing a response. Madison stopped staring just as her phone bleeped. Good morning. We'll let you know when I do. Madison smiled. Her friend was always reminding her to take time for greetings. It was proper etiquette. Cynthia would probably be pointing this out forever. Madison texted back. What about the suitcase? What about it? Madison sighed and set down her phone. Cynthia was in brat mode, and the chances of getting anywhere with her in this mood were slim. She'd know exactly what Madison was after. Just some lead. Another text from Cynthia. Only forensic trace belongs to Tara. That meant no DNA, prints, hairs, or fibers to tie back to the killer. Another message. Older, well used. The killer must have made great efforts to ensure that it was clean. Its age was a simple observation Madison had made for herself. With it being pointed out, though, more clicked into place. Now they knew that Tara had volunteered at a soup kitchen. It would be frequented by the less advantaged. Some were down on their luck, homelessness a short stop, but others made the streets their permanent home. She responded to Cynthia. Like a poorer person would have? Madison was building a scenario in her mind. Could it be that one of the people Tara helped in her humanitarian efforts had targeted her? Or was it someone from her world as the daughter of a wealthy surgeon, trying to draw attention to Tara's secret life? Though the motive there was hard to pinpoint. Could it be that one of Tara's friends discovered her real identity and felt slighted for some reason? Maybe they'd asked her for financial help and she'd refused. Then they decided to steer the direction to the impoverished. Sure. Possibly bought from a vintage store? There weren't enough hours in the day to check with all of them in the area, and it seemed like a wasted endeavor when the killer could have just as easily had the suitcase for a while. She thanked Cynthia. Yep, and BTW, I have the CCTV footage you asked about yesterday. Still need to watch it before you ask. Madison keyed a quick thanks and pushed her phone into her pocket. Terry was still clicking away on his keyboard. How long was this email? Was he typing with one finger, one key at a time? Knight! It was Sergeant Winston's unmistakable bellow, and he was approaching quickly, the slapping of his soles against the tile floor getting increasingly louder. When he came at her like a raging bull, he usually planned to set into her about something. She swiveled in her chair. What's up? Nonchalant, and it would piss the sergeant off to no end. I could ask you the same thing. What's this I heard about CCTV footage? You had the lab request it. Why? To further the investigation. She couldn't understand his issue. I'll need you to lay that out for me, if that's not asking too much. He put his hands on his hips. She told him about Tara working at the diner on Friday and reminded him her phone went offline there, even if that bit seemed moot at this point. Okay, he dragged out. But I'm not sure what you expect to find. We know from the autopsy report the victim didn't die Friday night. Having the investigators look at the footage for that time is a waste of resources. She wasn't sure what she cringed at more. His disrespect and disregard for what she deemed important, the label assigned Tara Jackson, as if that helped put what had happened to her more at a distance. Or his micromanagement. It was also apparent that Richards had forwarded along a copy of the autopsy findings to the sergeant because Madison hadn't. "Are you keeping tabs on everything I do?" "You don't leave me a lot of choice. It's not like you brief me." Did he just sit by his phone, sulking when it didn't ring? "When there's something you need to know, I tell you. Otherwise, I'd rather be doing something in advancement of the investigation." She didn't know why she insisted on provoking him, or why the urge was strongest when he was already pissed off. He sighed heavily, his chest heaving and his ever-expanding paunch inflating with air. "What exactly do you think this video will reveal?" "I don't know. That's why we need to look at it." He flailed his arms in the air. "Work with me, just this once." "We need to figure out Jackson's last movements, and she left the Skyline Diner within 24 hours of her death. I wanted to see if we can fill in some blanks." "There, was that so hard? But I'm sure there are other avenues that would advance the case faster." He was fishing, but to run through everything from yesterday, she and Terry would never get out of there. She also bristled at his implication. "You don't think I'm exploring these avenues? I've got the best close record of all the detectives in major crimes." "And there's the ego." Winston shook his head and looked at Terry. "Your partner just threw you under the bus, Grant." "When I say I've got the best record, that includes Terry," she said stiffly. "We're a team and—" "A team, eh?" Winston looked past her, and Madison pivoted to realize that his and Terry's gazes were locked. Something cold tore through her. It was sparked by a glint in Terry's eyes that she didn't care for. He was harboring a secret, one the sergeant seemed privy to. Winston snapped his fingers. "Tell me about these avenues you're exploring next, Knight." She told him about their plan to visit the 2 charities where Tara had volunteered. "And now that you brought up CCTV, we should get the footage from the intersections closest to the library, too. From everyone we've spoken with so far, it was the last place Tara was seen alive." Winston grimaced and walked off. Madison shot laser beams into the back of his big, fat head until he was out of sight. He'd talk every second of a case to death if he had his way. She favored action to chit-chat. "We really should bring him up to speed more often," Terry said. She shook her head, exasperated. Whenever she shared her observations with Winston and they later proved wrong, he never let her forget it. So why bother opening her mouth until a case was pretty much wrapped up? A lot less grief that way. "You get the message sent?" "Yup." He didn't say any more as he flicked his monitor off and stood. She was watching him closely. Something was different about him. She couldn't forget how the sergeant had looked at him a moment ago and how he'd called into question whether Madison and Terry were a team. And then Terry had taken Winston's side? "We really should bring him up to speed more often." She swallowed roughly and got to her feet. "We should get moving." She led the way through the halls toward the department parking lot, her steps heavy. It might be best to confront what had just happened head on, but she was terrified to find out what Winston knew that she didn't. Chapter 17. Madison drove them to Warm Heart's Soup Kitchen, though they'd likely be serving breakfast. It was going on 9 when she and Terry entered the place. The past washed over Madison with the jangle of the bells on the door. Namely Claus, that crazy woman with the long fingernails who had attacked her. The same person who claimed the gift of sight. No sign of her today, but Madison would keep her distance from everyone here. An easy task at the moment, since there were only about 20 people in the place. They were also spread out between the tables and the counter. She headed there, leaving a few feet between herself and a woman waiting to be served. Madison held up her badge to the man dumping a heaping spoonful of scrambled eggs onto the woman's plate. "Detective Knight," Madison said. "I'm looking to speak with Valerie Armstrong." She ran with the name of the manager from her last visit. "She's not here anymore. I'm in charge now. What is it I can help you with?" He squinted. Madison tucked her badge away. "Could we talk in the back office?" That was where she and Terry had spoken with Armstrong during a past investigation. He waved for them to follow and took them through a small maze of hallways to the office. When Armstrong had worked here, a table served as a desk and was littered with paperwork and stationery. Now there were 2 simple desks and chairs with each. 4 horizontal filing cabinets remained from Armstrong's time. "Sit at the desks if you want," he offered. "No need. What's your name?" Madison asked. "Manuel Pierce." He was somewhere in his late 40s to mid-50s, but there was a framed wedding photo on one of the desks. It showed Pierce, not looking much younger than now. "What's this about?" Pierce asked. "Tara Jackson was found murdered yesterday morning," Madison began. "She was—" Pierce sought out one of the desk chairs and dropped down into it. His shock seemed genuine, but Madison wasn't going to get pulled into his emotional vortex. "We understand that she volunteered here," Madison said matter-of-factly. Pierce nodded. "I was wondering where she was last night. Guess it makes sense why she never showed up. What happened to her, exactly?" "It's an open investigation, and I'm not at liberty to disclose much," Madison said. "But we're here hoping to find out a bit more about Miss Jackson." "Yeah, sure. Whatever I can tell you, I will." "Let's start with when you last saw her," Madison said. Pierce rubbed his chin. "She was here Friday night. This is... Wow, I can't believe this is happening." "It happened, but if you can stick to answering our questions, it would help a lot." That might have sounded insensitive, but she had a violent killer to catch. "Yes, I know. Sorry, it is such a shock." "Why is that?" Terry asked. Pierce shifted his gaze to Terry. "You mean beyond knowing someone who was murdered? Let's see. Tara was a gentle spirit, and everyone loved her." His words sprang another possible motive to mind. What if someone loved her, but their feelings weren't reciprocated, and that rejection led to Tara's murder? "Do you know if Tara had a boyfriend?" "No, I don't." "What about any admirers who Tara might have turned away?" Madison asked. "Don't think so." "So no one who might have shown an unhealthy interest in her?" This from Terry. Pierce pursed his lips and shook his head. "Not that I can recall. You think some rando killed her?" "Very possible, but she said." "The investigation is still young, Mr. Pierce." "What about a man named Gabe? Do you know of him?" "Can't say I do." "How well did you really know her?" Madison needed to establish the confines of their relationship and whether Tara had taken Pierce into her confidence. "Only what I saw here. Well, obviously." He gestured toward the wedding photo. "I'm a happily married man, 6 months." He held up his left hand to show off his band. "Congratulations," Terry said, even making it sound sincere. Madison's focus was fixed on the investigation without any desire to get sucked into an unnecessary detour. How long had Tara volunteered here? Madison took the conversation back to Tara, the real purpose of their visit. 5 years, I believe. "She started when she was still in high school then?" Terry asked. "Yep. She'd come on weekends and serve lunch on Saturdays and Sundays. Don't know where her parents thought she was, but I got the feeling she didn't tell them she was coming here." Madison could think of one reason Tara might withhold this from her father. He spoke like waitressing and working at the library were beneath his daughter. She could only imagine what he'd think about Tara getting her hands dirty serving the poor. His solution to any problem was probably to write a check. But given Pierce's statement about parents, plural, he didn't know about the death of Tara's mother. By extension, that likely meant he wasn't privy to much about her personal life either. Probably not even that she was the daughter of Randolph Jackson. She noted a possible discrepancy in what Pierce had said, too. It was just last year that Valerie Armstrong had been the manager here. "You were here when Tara started?" "Oh, that's right. I just became the manager 8 months ago." She nodded. "We might be back if we have more questions. In the meantime," she handed him her card. "Please call if you think of something after we've left." "Will do." Madison and Terry saw themselves out. On the sidewalk, she turned to him. "What the hell are we missing?" Terry cringed beside her, but she'd already suppressed the word she really wanted to use. "Tara gave so much for others. Madison continued. And no enemies we've found yet, but she winds up the way she did? Doesn't make sense. It might make more sense if we open our minds to the possibility her killer might have come from outside her world. A random killing? Yeah, just like Pierce suggested. Sure. I have a hard time accepting the thought of someone so evil that they just woke up one day and decided to kill in such a vicious manner. He looked over at her. Sadly, they're out there. Out there, not in her city. Your bet is on a serial killer? She regretted her word choice immediately. His eyes lit, triggered. Our regular 20? There's something so wrong about us making bets on our cases. Yep, but we do it anyway. Not that she had any idea why. Though the cash made victory sweeter than simply saying, I told you so. Sure. Shake on it. Make it official. Oh, Lord, Terry. She grabbed his extended hand and shook with vigor. With our dirty business behind us, let's head over to Dimes for dinner. Her phone rang. Dr. Connor's office. Her impulse was to send the call to voicemail, but she thought of Troy and her promise to him that she'd see Connor. Just a sec, she said to Terry, stepped away and answered. Madison, there was a cancellation, and we can fit you in later today. Sabrina, Connor's assistant, said. Why couldn't it be tomorrow or next week? The longer she could push off talking about her feelings, the better. It also allowed time to come up with an excuse to cancel. Loud clanging and squeaking wheels had Madison turning. A man in his early to mid-60s was pushing around all his earthly possessions in a shopping cart and coming toward them. Sabrina continued. Can you make it in at 4 this afternoon? The vagrant with the cart walked past. There was a rolled-up sleeping bag, bottles, newspapers, and a light pink tote with the initials MK emblazoned all over it. No freaking way. I've got to go, Madison said into the phone. Then we'll see you at... Madison ended the call. Excuse me, sir. She rushed to catch up with the man. He turned around just as her cell phone rang. A quick check, and it was Connor's office again. She sent Sabrina to voicemail and put her phone away. Then she rounded the man's cart and reached inside. Hey, hold up there! The man swatted at Madison's arm. She held up a hand, stepped back, and pointed at the tote. Where did you get that? He scowled, bunching up his face in an angry mask. What's it to you? I believe that tote belonged to a woman who was murdered. She assessed him. Could he be the rando who killed Tara Jackson? If he had, why push her purse around for the world to see? And if he truly was what he appeared, a vagrant, he'd have no transportation to cart Tara out to the countryside. But she'd also learned a long time ago not to believe appearances. Oh, no, you don't. Go, get. He made a sweeping motion with his hands. I can't do that. She held up her badge. Detective Knight, you're going to need to come with us. I didn't kill anyone. He scratched at his jaw, now acting timid and calm. Let us determine that. Where did you get that tote? Madison pulled out her cuffs and made a move toward him. He shuffled back. I swear, you have the wrong person here. Not going to ask about the purse again, though she would repeatedly at the station until she received a satisfying answer. The man pointed down the street. What about it? You're going to need to use your words, she told him. He remained silent and motionless. Tell you what, Terry began. You show us exactly where, and there's $10 in it for you. He waggled the bill in the air, and it had Madison recoiling. The man could be a killer, and her partner was going to give him money. Unbelievable. The man reached for the money, but Terry pulled it out of reach. After you take us to where you found the tote, he said. The man started pushing his cart. Madison and Terry followed. Presumably, he was leading them. She leaned into Terry as they headed down an alleyway. I don't agree with this. He's not going anywhere, and we want to know where he got the tote. So we don't have much choice but to play along. He could point us anywhere to make a few bucks. She'd never believed in exchanging money for information, despite it being a common practice among law enforcement in cases such as this. Trust people, just a little. Terry pinched his fingers close to touching. The man stopped at the end of an alley in front of a dumpster. In there. He jabbed a finger toward the bin. You got it from inside there? You crawled around in there? Pardon her for not believing this man. Yes. Terry nudged her gently in the back, and she stiffened. When was this? She'd play along, even if she didn't much feel like it. Sunday morning. Time? She volleyed back. Early. The sun was just coming up. She'd prefer the actual time, but the man didn't exactly have a watch on his wrist. Based on sunrise at this time of year, it was probably around 6 a.m., hours after the killer had disposed of Tara in the ditch. Did that mean the killer lived in the area, or were they trying to muddy the investigation? She looked around, but doubted any CCTV cameras covered this area. Did you see anyone else around then? Just the same regulars dumpster diving for scraps like me. Any names? She asked. Billy and Tom, but they ain't killed no one either. Considering a person or society at large landed him homeless, it was noble that he still placed faith in people. And you know this how? They're good guys. The man held out a hand to Terry. I showed you. That you did. Here you go. Terry pressed the bill into the man's palm. We're still going to need you to come with us, Madison told him. Detective Knight, can we talk a second? Terry pointed to an area a few feet away. She appeased him. What is it, Terry? Where do you think he mutilated Tara's body? On the street in front of everyone? Terry was flailing his arms, gesturing wildly up and down in all directions, though she kept her eye on the man. He's homeless. Whoever we're looking for would need to have one. Oh, and he'd need a truck or SUV. Now you're giving the tire treads credit, when it's convenient for you, and you should know things are not always as they appear. He may look and smell like a vagrant, but that doesn't mean he is. He could be living it up in the North End. Uh-huh, and then he just ambles down the sidewalk, pushing a cart past cops, no less, with the tote that quite likely belonged to a murdered victim. Right there, clear to see. Tara Jackson, she seethed. Out of all I said, that's what you latch on to? Whatever, Madison. This guy isn't who we're after. She didn't want to admit as much, hungering for instant justice. But she did want it to stick. Maybe you're right. No maybe, but thanks for the vote of confidence. At his words, a wave of anger rushed through her, and it brought back the sergeant's words, or at least their implication that Terry wasn't part of her team. She battled to trust people, and Terry was one of the few she did. Had that been a mistake? But now wasn't the time or place for that internal debate. She returned to the man. We're going to need your name and to take your prints. They'd run him through the system and see if he had any priors. Who I am ain't none of your business. We've been through this. Tote, murdered woman, detective. She tapped the gold shield clipped to her waistband. Pfft. Name's James Lewis. Served my time and was awarded this. He slipped a hand into a pocket. Stop right there. Madison had her hand poised over her service weapon. Terry put a light touch to her forearm, encouraging her to relax. Lewis withdrew a box and cracked its lid open. Inside was a Purple Heart. Obviously, when he'd said he'd served his time, he didn't mean jail, rather military service. I got it for this. He pulled up his right pant leg, and he'd been fitted with a prosthetic from the knee down. Afghanistan, 1981. Madison could feel Terry staring a hole through the side of her head. He was probably thinking, I told you so, on repeat. Thank you for your service, Mr. Lewis. He dipped his head and tucked the box with his medal back into his pocket. A war veteran as Tara's killer? Possible, but the likelihood was slim to none. And there were the other factors to consider. No house, no vehicle. Madison brought up a photograph of Tara on her phone, one of her with the blonde bob. She held her screen facing Lewis. Do you know her? He leaned in and nodded almost immediately. Tara, she's a sweetheart. Does a lot of good. We're hearing that a lot, but the fact remains someone didn't like her. She was murdered. She laid it out coolly, objectively. In this moment, more to keep the grisly images at bay. This is about her? Oh my! Lewis's chin quivered and his eyes glazed over. That poor girl. She lowered her phone but didn't put it away. She'd been quick to judge the man, and his injury and medal seemed convincing enough. But that didn't mean he also wasn't showing her and Terry what he wanted them to see. And it was no secret that war messed with a man's head. Give us a minute again, please. She stepped back to where she'd been with Terry and used her phone to log onto a police database. You're checking his story? You saw his medal and his leg. For what it's worth, I don't think he did this. It's just called due diligence. It didn't take long to find James Lewis in the system. No criminal record, and unknown was listed as his current residence, and he didn't have any vehicles registered to him. And, Terry prompted, he's clean. She returned to Lewis. We are going to need to take that tote and whatever is inside with us. Lewis seemed saddened by the request, his lips turning downward, but the expression was fleeting. He lifted the tote and handed it to Madison, who gloved up before taking possession. If it helps your investigation, take it. Tara didn't deserve to be murdered. Thank you. Madison dipped a hand into her pocket and came out with $30. For you. Ma'am, I can't take something for nothing. Consider it a gift. That's the very definition. Lewis folded the bills into his palm and held his hand against his chest. Thank you. And thank you for your service, soldier, Terry added. Hooah! Madison was happy they were finally getting somewhere with this case. Just when she thought being in the area may be a dead end, they got one of their best leads yet, Tara's tote. It was zipped up, but she could tell from its heft items were inside. She used her gloved hands to undo the zipper. A peek inside wouldn't hurt. She wasn't going to rifle through it. She'd leave that for Cynthia and her team at the lab. That way, there was less chance of losing possible trace evidence, such as fingerprints and DNA. She spread the bag open. Think we found the wig, among other things. She let Terry see inside. A cell phone and a tablet sat on a nest of blonde hair. There may be more I can't see, since there are pockets. Do us a favor and zip the thing up. Let the lab take it from here. That was the plan. She zipped the tote. If Lady Luck was smiling on them at all, the devices would be Tara Jackson's and give them a direct link to her killer. Chapter 18. Madison watched James Lewis walk away as she took out her phone to make some calls. Well, he was really a scary man. Terry shook his hands as if in fear. Hey, he was a killer, just for the government. Specifically, an army man. If Lewis had told them which military branch he'd been with, she didn't remember. And you know that how? Hua is the Army, Ura Marine Corps, and Huya the Navy. And if he took lives, it would have been in defense of our country, and that's something I can excuse. She pressed the contact for Officer Higgins. He had been her training officer back in the day. He'd chosen not to advance in rank, content with making a difference as a beat officer until his retirement. He answered on the second ring. Higgins here. Madison held up a finger to Terry. Hey, Chief, she said into her phone. Chief was her nickname for the man she admired, and he could have held the post years ago if it had been his ambition. It's Madison. Terry and I need uniforms to watch over an area while I call in the crime lab. And you cleared this through Sergeant Winston, I assume? Let's say I did. He'd be one of her next calls, but she wanted to get the ball rolling. All right, where do you need me? She told him that and why. Then she added, it probably wouldn't hurt to speak with all the vagrants in the area. One of them might give us a valuable lead. By that, she meant having seen someone or something suspicious. People who lived on the streets stuck together, and a stranger would stick out. I'll head over. Just make that call to Winston. I'll be calling in my position, and you know how fast talk spreads around the station. That I know. Her mentor didn't need to remind her just how powerful and active the rumor mill was at the Styles PD. She had been a hot topic ever since she brought in internal affairs to investigate some corrupt cops that she'd ferreted out a few months back. And there were more to find, but sadly, flushing them out, her personal mission, moved down on her priority list when there were active murder cases. "I'll call him," she assured Higgins, and ended the call. "You didn't say you were getting uniforms out," Terry said. "Next logical step. Someone could have witnessed something. It would just be nice if you ran some aspects of the investigation past me before you acted solo." Her back stiffened, her mind right back to the unspoken conversation between Terry and Winston. "I didn't think I had to lay everything out for you, Terry." She didn't come out and say it, but she was the senior detective between them. "Whatever, but it could be a waste of manpower." "Huh, now who do you sound like?" She tapped her chin, making a show of her implication, one Terry wouldn't miss. Winston was always about the budget and overtime allocation, manpower, even when it wasn't his department. Tara's tote was in that dumpster. She was still standing beside it and pointed at it. The killer may or may not live in the area, but he could have been spotted tossing her bag. Could be a stretch. Why leave it here, though? I mean, of all the places in the world. "I honestly suspect the killer lives around here, the dumpster conveniently located for them." "Or it was to look that way," he suggested. "Could be. Honestly, it makes more sense the killer was familiar with Tara, her regular haunts, her volunteering efforts. The soup kitchen is just down the street." "All right, I can understand having officers canvass the more immediate area, but surrounding city blocks? That feels like a witch hunt." "What is with you?" With every passing minute, he was sounding more like Winston. He held up his hand. "But you're right, of course. You're always right. Who am I to question you?" "Why are you being like this?" "Don't worry about it." "I am." "I'm telling you not to," Terry kicked back firmly. "I'm going to the car to get a large evidence bag for that." He flicked a finger toward the tote and set off. She watched his retreating form. Whatever he was keeping from her, it was making him more combative than normal. After all, she was used to him bickering with her and resisting her opinions, but this was next level. It was like he was purposely antagonizing her. But why was he wanting to push her away? As she stood there holding her phone in one hand, the tote in the other, her entire body was vibrating from that interaction with Terry. He'd have to tell her whatever was going on with him soon, or his attitude could jeopardize the investigation. The way he was acting was occupying too many of her thoughts. She prepared herself to make her next call, but paused at noticing the icons at the top of the screen. A new email, a missed call, and a voicemail, the latter two from Connor's office. She should return their call, take that appointment, talk out her feelings, and get it over with. But she found herself relating to Terry. She wasn't any more ready to spill than he was. She left the message without listening to it and opened her email. There was one from Randolph Jackson's accountant. She expected an attachment listing several charities, but he just noted them in the body of the message. They included local branches for cancer, Alzheimer's, war veterans, and the animal shelter. Specifically named were Dimes for Dinner and Warm Hearts Soup Kitchen. Nothing much new there. She backed out of her email and selected Cynthia from her contacts. "I'm working on it," her friend said. "Interesting way of answering the phone." "I saw it was you, so I figured you were following up on something." "I'm working on it covers all of it." Cynthia laughed. "Huh, this time you're wrong." Madison shared their recent discovery and added, "It stands to reason that there might be something else in the area or the dumpster itself belonging to Tara Jackson and or her killer. Mark and I will be over shortly. And you said you have what you believe is Jackson's tote?" "That's right. There's a phone and tablet in there." "You opened it?" "I peeked inside. There's a difference. And I never touched anything. Then I zipped it back up." "Good call. Okay, ciao." Cynthia was gone before Madison had a chance to say goodbye. She was about to make her next call when her phone rang. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the efficiency of the Styles PD rumor mill. Sarge, I was just going to call you. Your defense on repeat, Sergeant Winston pushed out. And what's this about officers canvassing the downtown area? She ran through the entire thing with him, the soup kitchen, James Lewis, and Tara's tote being found in a dumpster. Several beats of silence. Are you still there? She asked. I'm here. Just for once, would it hurt for you to call me first? This wasn't about her tramping on his feelings. Winston was more concerned about asserting his position of authority. And if anyone else had been her sergeant, she was certain she'd be inclined to be more communicative. Next time, Sarge. He hung up on her. Okay. As she waited for Terry to return, she looked around. Her presence was starting to attract a crowd among the homeless in the area. Some stood alone, while others huddled in pairs or groups of 3 or 4, muttering among themselves. Gossip was alive and well everywhere. She watched how they interacted. They were like a family of sorts, coming together from various backgrounds. Their current life status would provide a strong basis for bonding. They probably also respected each other's privacy and didn't poke and prod into the past. But communication wasn't all that bad. She played the voicemail from Connor's office and called them back. The cancellation appointment had been filled, but she booked for tomorrow afternoon at 2. She was just pocketing her phone when Terry came toward her, Higgins not far behind him. Here you go. Terry had a huge plastic evidence bag, which he opened for her to slip the tote inside. Thanks. She resisted the urge to ask if he'd traveled to China for it. He'd taken so long. Yup. Madison took the bag from Terry and handed it to Higgins. What am I supposed to do with this? Hand it over to Cynthia when she gets here. And where are you going? Just need to follow some other leads. She waved for Terry to follow her. You mind telling me what these leads are? And crime scene is on their way? Terry moved up in step with her. To process the area, and they'll get the tote at the same time. He grumbled something incoherent. And what is this next lead? Dimes for dinner. You're clinging to the fact that someone in Tara's personal life did this to her? She stopped walking, faced Terry. I'm trying to keep an open mind, Terry. But as an investigator, I'm also tugging on every thread. I'm not leaping to some random person until I've ruled out those who were part of Tara's life. Though it is possible a stranger latched onto Tara at this other charity. By the way, I also heard from Randolph Jackson's accountant. She added that the list didn't come with any solid leads. Now we know. Terry resumed walking, the two of them heading toward the department car. As they were passing Warm Heart's soup kitchen, a woman was outside with a loaded-up cart next to her. Huh, Madison said, as an epiphany hit. He looked around and raised his eyebrows. What am I missing? I'm going to say something that might sound a little out there. She moved down the sidewalk to distance herself from the woman. Terry joined Madison. Most things you say do. She nudged him in the shoulder with her fist. Hey, not in public. Please keep the abuse private. He grinned. She laughed. He protested and teased, just like a brother would. It could be the closeness of their relationship that amplified the silence between them, causing it to hurt so damn much. All right, so Lewis found the tote in the dumpster. With you so far. That's good, considering I haven't gone far. Now, the suitcase Tara was disposed of in was old, well-worn. It could have been picked up from a vintage store or... She waved her hand in a circular motion, trying to encourage him to catch up with her thinking. Or, I don't know. She dropped her arms at her side. He or she could have gotten their hands on the suitcase from a homeless person. They could have taken it from them or bartered for it. If so, we could end up with a description of this person. There's a vagrant encampment in Bradshaw Park, near the old railroad bridge in the river. Yep, and that's only 2 blocks from here. Want to go? Or is that another witch hunt? The question slipped out, having been teed up and hit with no forethought or intent. She wasn't entirely apologetic it had, though. No, it's okay. I probably shouldn't have said your other idea was that. Probably. She held the silence for a few seconds. deciding whether she should do her usual poking and prodding or not. She was about to give in to her curiosity when he started walking in the direction of the park. "You don't want to drive? We're almost to the car." He waved an arm over his head. "It's a nice day for a walk." Is it? Better than running, she supposed. Though out of the shade of the buildings, the sun was hot, moving fast or crawling along. She trailed after Terry and made a quick call to Cynthia. "I'm almost there," Cynthia told her. "Not following up on that." "Oh?" Genuine surprise, bordering on shock. "Actually, I wasn't sure if you'd have left yet. I was hoping that you could pop me over a picture of the suitcase Jackson was placed in. I'll call Sam to take care of it for you." Samantha Reed worked under Cynthia and specialized in firearms and ballistics. Since the team at the lab was small, every member was required to step up, specialty called for or not. "Thanks." "Don't mention it." Madison ended the call, squashing her urge to pressure her friend into getting the picture over ASAP. More flies with honey, as she was often reminded, though she rarely applied the adage. Terry slowed his stride. "Since sending the picture of the suitcase over? She's making it happen. Even if we don't get it in the next minute, you and I could describe it enough for someone here to recognize it." Next minute, smartass. No doubt a jab at her impatience. "Here we go." Terry gestured toward a makeshift tent made of a tarp secured to the branches of a fallen tree. This home was only one of several that dotted this section of the park. Politicians talked about pushing out the homeless, but so far they hadn't acted on their threats. Madison hoped they'd continue to leave these people alone. They'd lost so much already. She started toward the tent, but her steps slowed at the sight of a 50-gallon drum. Instantly, she was transported to the past. Troy and I enter the dark warehouse. The only illumination is from our flashlights and fires burning in metal drums. All around are sleeping bags, shopping carts, cardboard boxes, and crates. People are gathered in small cliques throughout the space. None of them are paying us any attention. I lean against Troy and say, "I'm getting a bad feeling." My heart is beating rapidly, but I can already feel the familiar warmth of adrenaline moving in. Then the girl steps into view, wearing a bomb vest. "Madison?" Terry prompted, and she felt him touch her arm. She drew back and fought to catch a solid breath. "Whoa, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." But she wasn't. She blinked, trying to dislodge the flashback. It was like her nightmares, only in them the people watched and judged. And just when she believed the haunting might have passed, it was back to assault her during the day. She'd already battled with post-traumatic stress disorder, diagnosed as a result of almost dying at the hands of the Russian mafia hitman Konstantin Romanov. She sure as hell hoped this explosion at the docks wasn't triggering it again. Terry touched her forearm and lowered his face to look into her eyes. "You're sure you're fine?" She nodded, taking every bit of her willpower to put on the bravado. Her heart was still thumping wildly, and she was sweating profusely. "All right." Terry headed to the tent he'd pointed out. He described the suitcase to a woman there, but she didn't know anything about it. They made the rounds. The photograph from Sam came over once they were about halfway through speaking with everyone. Most were surprisingly talkative and friendly, though some were numbed by drugs or alcohol. They all said essentially the same thing. They didn't recognize the suitcase. Just when Madison figured they'd spoken to everyone, she spotted one more. She nudged her head toward a woman wearing knitted gloves and a pile of blankets over her shoulders, seated on another fallen tree next to the riverbank. She must have been melting. Though Madison had known a woman who had an extreme sensitivity to cold. She'd layer up in the dead of summer, too. As they approached this woman, the reek of underarm odor and urine overpowered the smell of fish from the river, even from several feet away. "Excuse me," Madison said, trying not to gag. The woman looked up and smiled. It would have been a lovely expression, the way it was sincere and touched her eyes, but her teeth were stained black. "Yes?" Madison held up her badge. "We're looking for a suitcase. Maybe you could help us?" No, no, no. She wriggled a finger and shook her head. Clean out. Madison paused at that, glanced at Terry, back at the woman. So you had one? Yes, ma'am, and a beauty, too. But now I get to eat like a queen. She dipped a hand beneath her blankets, and Madison noticed Terry watching her to make sure she didn't overreact and reach for her weapon again. She nodded at her partner, not sensing this woman was a threat. The woman pulled out a paper bag. Got all the good ones, too. Cream-filled, chocolate-covered. Ooh, and sprinkles. I'd share, but... Madison was touched that, for a woman who had so little, the thought of giving some away even occurred to her. What did your suitcase look like? It must have been fancy to get you enough money for donuts. Said to make her feel better. Let's see. It was yellow. A bit ratty, but I've had it for a dog's age. Madison wasn't as concerned with the suitcase's origin as it pertained to how this woman acquired it. She was more interested in who she'd passed it along to. She showed the woman the picture. Was this it? Yepper. Tingles ran through Madison. Can you tell us when you sold it? Saturday morning. Why do you have a picture of the suitcase? The killer obtained the suitcase the day of Tara's murder. He had planned to put her body inside. I can't say, ma'am. What did this person look like? Madison was careful not to pigeonhole her question with gender. He was good-looking and had real nice teeth. Nothing like mine. She pressed her lips in a straight line, as if suddenly self-conscious of hers. Anything else? Age? Was he tall, short? Any tattoos, birthmarks? What was he wearing? Madison asked. The woman straightened at the barrage of questions. Why so nosy? Madison refused to burden this woman with how the suitcase had been used. Just consider me, us, she gestured toward Terry. Curious beings. Uh-huh. Laced with skepticism. Madison felt she was losing the woman. There's no detail too small that you could share about him. I wouldn't mind something to, wash them donuts down with. She jabbed her gaze back and forth between Madison and Terry. Madison looked at Terry. She'd given all the cash she'd had on her to the veteran. Terry handed the woman a $10 bill. Why, thank you. My memory is coming back now. I'm sure it is. The man was taller than you, she pointed to Terry. Say by 2 inches. So about 6'2" then? Terry asked. I'd say so, yes. What color hair? Any accent? Madison was back to tossing out hooks, hoping one would catch a nibble. Sandy blonde, darker than yours. She again referenced to Terry. And he smelled incredible. Like cologne or aftershave? Madison asked. Both? He was clean and well-shaven. Approximate age? Terry asked. Mid-20s, though that might be pushing it. Close to Tara's age, if not about 4 years older. Okay, if you see him around again, go to the police station and ask for Detective Madison Knight. Knight. The woman said her name as if chewing it. Wait a minute, I know that name. You were in the paper. She shrugged the blankets off, a fresh tsunami of BO rolling out. She pulled out a fold of newsprint she had tucked under her shirt. Madison caught the title. Catastrophe down at the docks. Over 30 dead in explosion. That article had named her as the lead on the investigation. As if I needed more fingers pointing at me. Yes, I'm that Knight. The woman nodded, put the paper back where she'd plucked it from. Sure thing. If I see him again, I'll go to the police station and ask for you. Madison let out the breath she'd been holding. Thank you. Detective Knight, you again? Madison cringed at the voice. Claws. She turned to see the gifted woman behind her. What are you doing, bugging poor Eunice? Go, be gone. No worries there, we're gone. Madison put her back to the woman, rolling her eyes. Terry was chuckling beside her, but doing so at a low volume. Don't try to contain yourself, she said, and he burst out laughing. She let him continue for a few seconds. All right, cut it out. It's not that funny." "No, it really is," he carried on, amused in his own little world. While he enjoyed his little trip, she was tingling with the fact that they had just got another lead, even if relatively vague. Mid-20s, male, sandy blonde hair, 6'2", clean-shaven. And he smells good. Yes, and that. She looked over at him, happy to see that he'd finally gotten himself together. But her happiness was short-lived, as goosebumps rose on her arms. She'd swear someone out there was watching her. Chapter 19. These two cops were too smart for their own good. He stood at a distance as the urge to kill flowed through him. But he had no choice but to slow down, get himself together. Something his father liked to say. "Get your act together or it will be military school." This was accompanied by a wagging finger and a puffed-out chest. "Get it together or so help me." Clenched jaw and a raised fist. "If you only got it together." After this, his father had struck him, as if laying the blame and justification for abuse on his son's shoulders. Was it any wonder he hated his father? Naval officer regardless. He was a shit and not worthy of breathing. There had been many times he wished he'd had the courage to act on his impulses sooner. He had recognized he was different from the time he was 6 years old, when he had pulled that girl's hair in the schoolyard. Christy had screamed out, and it only made him want to tug harder and harder until he ripped all of it from her scalp. He'd gotten a taste of inflicting pain, and he liked it. Sadly, that day a teacher intervened and tore him away. But his reward would come. No one and nothing could dampen his spirit. He might not feel pain, but he could experience pleasure, something he hadn't known until that day either. It was the first time he remembered ever smiling and being happy. And with all of today's propaganda about pursuing happiness and doing what makes a person happy, he was just taking that advice. Go with the flow was what New Age spirituality, awakening, encouraged. So, how could he be faulted for having his eyes opened? Killing worked for him, and he'd grown bolder as the years passed. He loved the sight, smell, feel, and taste of blood. And he'd satisfied his hunger on the vulnerable, starting with rabbits and stray cats and dogs in his neighborhood. Even his own family's beloved pet, Wally, had fallen victim to his experiments all those years ago. The mutt hadn't survived. And when his mother told him Wally had been sent to the farm, he'd even conjured crocodile tears. But he regretted nothing. Life was about stepping stones. And now, even as he stood there by himself, he was never truly alone. He had his memories to keep him company. The way their eyes widened near the end, their screams frozen in their throats. Betrayal would always sweep across their expressions, too. After all, they were going to die at the hands of someone they had trusted. Foolish, foolish people. He smiled again at that thought. Children are taught not to talk to strangers, while most adults are accepting and trusting. Good for him, though. It allowed him his pick of anyone that caught his eye. It was too bad he had to take a pause. Worse, that it wasn't his choice. After all, if he didn't pace himself, he'd mess up, and the law would catch up with him. Then all his fun would be over. He preferred a nice, long life ahead, full of murdering people. But he'd also found a new desire rising within him. It started when he'd first heard the news that Tara had been found. The murder was described as heinous and savage, though the details were withheld. When he looked it up online, there were whispers of what he'd done being demonic. He hadn't experienced any recognition for his work with his first victim. He found it actually extended the elation that came with taking life, cutting through flesh and bone. Getting caught would make him infamous, not the worst thing to happen. He'd be able to step up and receive the glory. No doubt authors would come forward, clamoring to write his story. He'd have his pick. And how could he possibly turn his back on killing now? Especially when his next victim was within his sights. Chapter 20. Madison and Terry stopped for food on the way to Dimes for dinner. The foundation was on the 5th floor of a high-rise in the downtown core, several blocks away from the soup kitchen. Just like at Warm Hearts, we'll see what people can tell us about Tara, she said. Aye, aye, he responded and turned his attention to his phone. She wasn't sure if he was being funny or sarcastic. With his mood swings lately, it was getting hard to keep up. Just checking my email, he said. We have Tara's phone records. That was fast. When she'd asked him to apply pressure, she never expected it would work. It usually took days or a week for them to come in. But her philosophy was, you don't get what you don't ask for. I suppose because Tara Jackson is the daughter of a rich and powerful man in Styles. Unfortunately, that's probably why. Let's just hope it helps us. We'll look at them once we finished up here. She couldn't blindly put faith in the records providing a lead that would break the case wide open, even if that's what she wished for. They had to take the necessary investigative steps one at a time. Dimes for Dinner presented as a corporate office with nice furniture and plush carpeting. Unlike the soup kitchen, those who benefited from this charity probably didn't even grace this office. It was more geared to impressing those with money to open their checkbooks. Hello, can I help you? A woman in her late 20s spoke to them from the front desk, a pleasant smile resting on her lips. Madison flashed her badge. We'd like to speak with the manager. Henry? Sure, why not? Madison assumed Henry must be the manager. She and Terry hadn't looked the place up online before heading over. 1 minute. She picked up the phone and informed Henry 2 police officers were there to speak with him. She cupped the mouthpiece and said to Madison, What's this about? One of the foundation's supporters. She was being vague intentionally, preferring to leave out Tara's name for now. The woman repeated this into the phone and then hung up. Henry will be out in a jiff. Thanks. For the formal environment, the receptionist had a casual, laid-back quality to her. Terry and the woman looked at Madison's hand, and she realized she was tapping her fingers on the counter. She drew her arm back, but she couldn't stand still. She paced, anxious energy thrumming through her. They were getting closer to the killer, even if it was inch by painful inch. They had 3 geographical markers: Bradshaw Park, the alley near the soup kitchen, and the disposal site. The first 2 placed him in the area Tara would have frequented. This could suggest that he had a reason to be there too, whether he lived or worked there or both. Was he involved with the charities that Tara supported? Neither of these thoughts were new, but they were back to harass her nonetheless. A broad-chested man stepped in front of Terry and clasped his hands. You wanted to speak with me? I'm Detective Grant, and this is Detective Knight, Terry gestured to her. You're Henry, the manager here, I'm supposing? Correct, Henry Travers. He held out a hand to Terry. Madison moved over, but declined a proffered handshake. Do you have somewhere private we could talk? Right this way. Travers took them down a hallway and gestured for them to enter the 3rd door on the right. Like the reception area, the furniture was tasteful and rather new. Please, sit. He indicated 2 chairs opposite his desk while he sat down behind it. Madison and Terry each took a seat. You have questions about one of our supporters? Travers said, all business. Tara Jackson, Madison replied. What about her? If he was curious why 2 detectives were asking about Tara, he gave no visual tell. Let's start with all the ways she supports Dimes for Dinner. She'd stick with present tense for now. Once death, specifically murder, was mentioned, it had a way of clamming people up. It might be easier to cover what she doesn't do. And she doesn't just donate to our cause. She's a part-time employee here. Not that she takes a paycheck. Madison was impressed by Tara's philanthropic contributions to society. The world had lost an excellent example of selflessness. You don't pay her? Again, careful to keep reference to Tara in the present tense. Travers shook his head. She demands that any monies we give her for a wage be filtered right back to the foundation. She's an incredible young woman, but it also isn't like she needs the money. Madison sat straighter. Then you know who her father is? Travers licked his lips. I do, but it's not general knowledge around here. That's the way she prefers it, and I respect her wish. Now that I've probably said too much about Tara, why are you interested in her? When did you see her last? Madison detoured from Travers' question with one of her own. Wednesday last week. And she wasn't scheduled to work between then and now? Madison asked. Her work hours are rather flexible, but she's expected in tomorrow. Travers spoke slowly, tentatively. That would explain why he wasn't alarmed by two detectives being interested in Tara. He never had reason to suspect anything was wrong. Unfortunately, we have bad news about Miss Jackson. This from Terry, relieving her of the obligation of informing Travers. Oh? She was found murdered yesterday morning, Terry added. Travers didn't say a word and leaned back in his chair. His hands gripped the arms tightly, his knuckles going white. Mr. Travers? She prompted. You heard what my partner told you? Yes, His eyes misted with tears, and his body language sagged, unlike moments prior when he was square-shouldered and full of energy. It was obvious the news had landed as a shock. He raised his gaze from the top of the desk to meet Madison's eyes. What happened to her? Who did this? It's an open investigation, Madison said. We're here hoping to find answers to those questions. Is there anyone you can think of who may have had motive to want her dead? Travers winced at dead. None. As far as I know, everyone loved her. It must have been denial that made many people counter with such a thing in response to murder. Obviously, the victim had at least one person who didn't love her. Terry asked, Did she tell you why she wanted her real background hidden? No, and I didn't push the matter. I'd suspect she just didn't want people treating her differently. Do you think that others might have known anyhow? As Madison had thought before, someone taken by surprise at Tara's real identity could have motive. No one that I know of. Not even the person in charge of payroll? Surely they would have seen Tara taking up an office and questioned her presence and why she wasn't getting paid. Not even Shirley, no. As far as she or anyone else was concerned, Tara was simply a volunteer. Madison read his face to see if she felt he was telling the truth. He made natural eye contact, and his jaw and cheeks were soft. How much did you know about Tara's personal life? Not a lot. Do you know if she had a boyfriend? Madison asked. That I do know. I'm quite sure, anyhow, that she was seeing some guy from the mail department. Think his name's Gabe, though I could be wrong. When you say mail department, are you referring to the one that serves the building? Tingles were performing a ballet down her arms. That's right. Do you know his last name? She was feeling cocky. Proctor, I believe. We need to speak with him immediately, she said. Would he be working now? Let's go find out. The three of them took the elevator to the basement, where Travers led them to a large mailroom. Inside, 5 employees were taking envelopes from a wheeled trolley and sorting them into bins on a long table. They all paused from their work and looked up. We're looking for Gabe Proctor, Travers told the woman nearest him. She pointed to a man at the far end with sandy blonde hair. Madison started toward him. He was staring at her, the look of a jackrabbit in his eyes. It was a look she'd seen many times before. Please don't run. He tossed the envelopes in his hand and was on the move. Son of a bitch! Terry immediately pursued. Stop! Styles PD! She was tempted to leave the matter to Terry. After all, he loved running. Even did it as his exercise of choice every morning before shift. Something mentally wrong with him there. The others in the room looked from Terry back to her. She started to jog, reluctantly. Gabe tore out an exit at the other end of the room. He'd swung the door so hard that it bounced back and shut in Terry's face. He opened it and resumed running. In this time, Madison had caught up. She passed through the door and saw that it entered a stairwell. She heard footsteps pounding above her. Terry sounded close to Gabe's heels. Then one set of footsteps fell silent. She ducked her head over the railing and looked up. Gabe had stopped on a landing, disclosed by a shadow on the stairwell wall. Terry was mere steps behind him. There was a beep, the noise of a card reader lock registering a key card, and the opening and slamming shut of a door. She hurried up the stairs. Terry tugged on the door handle, then banged on it. Locked. Shit! She spun, going down a flight of stairs to street level. As she hustled, she called for backup. When dispatch answered, she said, "Get a unit on the front and back." Madison provided the address. After all, Proctor had to come out of the building at some point. Suspect is on the move. A Gabe Proctor, about 6'2" with sandy blonde hair. Consider dangerous. Unsure if armed. They assured her units were already in the area and would respond immediately. She put her phone away. The exit door to the street was unlocked from the inside, and she'd expected it would be for fire safety reasons. She emerged onto the sidewalk and looked left and right again. No sign of Gabe. But she'd wait him out for as long as it took. The innocent didn't run from the police. "He went up, not out," Terry said. "He can't stay inside forever." Sirens cut through the air, and when they let out a dead-end whoop, she followed the noise. Rounding the building, she hustled down the side street and found that Officer Tendum had Gabe Proctor cornered. Thank God. Tendum wasn't a favorite of hers, but there'd be no more running. She hustled over, Terry at her side. He hadn't even broken a sweat. Meanwhile, the back of her neck was damp and she was lightly panting. Her bit of extra weight might be gone, but she could work on her cardio endurance. Tomorrow. As she got within a few feet, she said, "Gabe Proctor, I'm Detective Knight." She nudged her head toward Tendum, silently communicating he could step back. He got the message and moved toward his car. "I didn't do anything," Proctor said. "The first defense of the guilty." "Not too sure about that. Your girlfriend was murdered, and you're suspect number 1. "What? No, I didn't." Proctor was shaking his head wildly, his eyes bulging. "Officer Tendum, please load him up and take him downtown," she said calmly. "You got it." Tendum cuffed Gabe and loaded him into the back of the cruiser. She turned to Terry. "Why do they always run?" "You should be happy about that. It's the only exercise you get." Her mouth fell open as she looked at him. He was laughing with his hands up. "Just kidding." "You better be." She'd punch his arm, but the activity had attracted quite the crowd. And there was Terry's earlier request to keep the abuse private to consider. Chapter 21. Madison bit off a chunk of a Hershey's bar and closed her eyes, savoring the soft, velvety milk chocolate. She was at her desk, Terry at his, while Gabe Proctor kept himself company in an interrogation room. Letting a suspect sweat it out was effective, but it was killing her to wait. "You're going to be interested in this guy's background," Terry started, getting up from his chair and snatching a piece of paper off the printer near their desks. "All ears," she said, speaking around a mouthful of chocolate. "Again, how many times must I ask? Do you really need to talk with food in your mouth?" She covered her mouth, chewed quickly, and swallowed. "You give up slurping your coffee and we'll talk." "Hardy har." "All right, his background?" He narrowed his eyes, at being rushed, no doubt. "Proctor has a criminal record. He's currently 21. Little young for a record. What is it?" "He was charged with animal abuse when he was 18 and spent 8 months in jail for the crime." Whatever it was he did to that animal, he deserved more than that. Poor defenseless little creature. People hurting animals was one thing that could ratchet her temper in a hot second. No, stop right there. Don't tell me the details. She didn't have the fortitude to hear them. Let's just suffice it to say he has a history of violence. We can say that. And you know that it's also said that many violent offenders and killers start by torturing and killing animals. I do know that. She suspected Terry's mind was on serial killers more specifically. Still refusing to go there. Proctor could have done this. I honestly hadn't expected that the Gabe we were after would work or volunteer at any of the charities Tara had. Technically, he doesn't though, right? He's an employee of the building's management. I guess you're right, but I think Heidi and others in their group may have popped in to see Tara. They could have had opportunity to meet Proctor. Gabe and Tara could have been good about keeping things between them discreet. I'm not buying that, for the simple fact that Henry Travers knew. He's also the manager of the charity, and there every day. Suppose so. Whatever the case, it's time to question Proctor. He's stewed long enough. And so have I. She got up and took a huge stride toward the interrogation room. Sergeant Winston blocked her path. You brought someone in. He didn't frame his words as a question, so she wasn't quite sure what he was after. Uh-huh, Gabe Proctor, and we're about to question him right now. So if... She tried to sidestep him, but he moved with her. Not until you bring me up to speed. He crossed his arms as if to punctuate that his request wasn't up for debate. She stopped moving. Why don't you come observe the interrogation? The interview, you mean? Sure. Only people suspected of a crime landed in an interview room. Hardly innocents. First, my office. 5 minutes. She seethed. That was more time that Gabe Proctor didn't deserve as a free man. Let's make it quick. The three of them entered Winston's office, where he bellied up behind his desk. She remained standing, and Terry followed her lead. Start from the beginning. He relaxed into his chair, a reptilian smile spreading across his lips. It was obvious he was taking pleasure in delaying her, knowing how much it would tick her off. Apparently, it was a little game they both played. She knocked off the sequence of events from arriving at Dimes for dinner until this point as quickly as possible. And Proctor is a suspect because he was dating the victim? She drew a deep breath. Tara Jackson and Proctor were dating, from what we understand. We have yet to confirm this directly with Proctor, so if we could just... She jacked a thumb over her shoulder, inferring that she wanted to get started with questioning Proctor. Hold up. Winston appeared to get more comfortable, shifting in his chair and clasping his hands over his ever-expanding gut. She'd guessed that stress had him eating more, and it had also deepened the lines around his eyes and the grooves in his forehead. The ongoing investigation from Internal Affairs probably wasn't helping. Their focus wasn't on major crimes, but he might fear that would change. And if that was the case, what had him afraid? The situation downtown with crime scene and uniforms canvassing. What's going on there? She dropped heavily into one of the chairs facing Winston's desk. She told him about Eunice and the suitcase, and her reference to the man fitting Proctor's description. Winston grinned. There it is. Now is that so hard? She got up, turning her back on him before rolling her eyes and clenching her hands into fists. Her earlobes could fry eggs. They were so hot from anger. Took about 15 minutes she'd never get back. In the hall, she said to Terry, he could kill a person by talking them to death. He's just doing his job. Terry's rebuttal stopped her short. She slowed her steps, some. Her priority was still getting to Proctor and nailing him for what he'd done to Tara Jackson. But she couldn't just ignore that Terry rose to Winston's defense yet again. Doing his job? Her voice was elevated, not quite at high frequency, but getting close. He's responsible for the actions of his detectives, and if the chief ever wants updates, he needs to have them at the ready. She had the sense not to point out the police chief was practically her family. Since when do you defend him so much? Terry clamped his mouth shut, as if resisting the urge to say more. She was curious why, but the answer to that would need to wait. She entered the interrogation room, folder in hand. Proctor lifted his head. You said my girlfriend was murdered? Guess that removed any question of whether he was the Gabe that Tara had been seeing. Madison pulled out a chair across from him and sat down. Terry stood behind Proctor, leaned against the wall, his hands in his pockets. Soon he'd start jingling coins there to distract Proctor. The technique was Terry's alone, and hers was often attacking suspects outright. But she was going to play it a little differently with Proctor. Madison withdrew a photograph of Tara Jackson from the folder. It was the one that Tara was in with Christina Conrad. In it, Tara's hair was long and black. She wanted to witness his reaction to this version of Tara. She pointed her out. Do you know her? Terry jingled his change. Proctor glanced over his shoulder, then back to Madison. It's Tara. No hesitation, but his voice wavered, and it was apparent he was scared. And he should be if he was Tara's killer. Madison wasn't in the mood for mercy. Rarely was. How well did you know Tara? She asked him. Proctor met her gaze. Quite well. She told me who her father was. Not that she goes around advertising it. She wants to make it on her own merit and be seen for her contribution to society. Or wanted to. His voice fractured on his correction. You were never envious of her wealth or angered by the contrast. Her fat bank account while acting as if she were equal to the rest of you. Madison was intentionally poking at Proctor's pride. There was no acting on her part. She treated everyone kindly. Please, tell me what happened to her. Tara Jackson was stabbed 21 times. Proctor groaned. Madison continued, laying out the facts coolly. Stabbed. The same number of years she was alive. Her body was then mutilated, severed into 6 pieces, and stuffed into a suitcase. Arms, legs, torso, head. Proctor slapped a hand over his mouth. His cheeks puffed out, and he swallowed roughly. His eyes bulged and watered. She pulled 2 photos from her collection. She slapped them down one at a time. The first was the suitcase with Tara's finger sticking out. The second, a shot of her face from a gurney in the morgue. Proctor pulled back and turned away. What the? Why are you showing me this? Mr. Proctor, you were the last person to see Tara Jackson alive. That was a slight stretch of the truth, but fact based on what they'd gathered thus far. I didn't... He snapped his mouth shut and flipped the pictures over. Terry kept jingling his change. Madison righted the photographs again. Proctor turned away. Look at her! Madison jabbed a fingertip to one and then the other. Why did you kill her? Do this to her? Tears fell down his face. I didn't! We have a witness who says you bought that suitcase from them. Madison pressed a pointed finger to the photograph. Well, she's mistaken. Madison moved in for the kill. Who said the witness was a woman? I just misspoke. I don't know anything about her murder, I swear. So, if we showed the witness a picture of you, she'll never have seen you before? Madison leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms. I don't know who it is. From our experience, the guilty don't run from the police, Mr. Proctor. She withdrew a copy of his criminal record and let her gaze trace down as if reading it again. You have a history of violence. He reached out across the table, and Madison drew back. Terry stepped up next to Proctor. The animal abuse? That wasn't me either. I didn't do anything to that poor dog. She internally winced, set up a guard around her heart. You spent time in jail for the crime. I was innocent then. I am now. Why run then? Put out there nonchalant, indifferent. He opened his arms, hands palm up, indicating the printout she had. That right there. That doesn't make sense to me. You didn't know why we wanted to speak with you when you started to run. Why did you run? Proctor's shoulders slumped. Terry stopped jingling change. Mr. Proctor, you best start talking. Otherwise, I'm going to think your shock at hearing about Tara's murder was all an act. She applied more pressure. It's not, I swear. I did see you both go into Tara's condo building on Monday. Tara's condo building? A lot of people live in there. You couldn't have known we were there about her. He belched and covered his mouth for a few seconds. "Mr. Proctor," she pushed. "I tried a number of times to reach her on Sunday, but her phone just kept ringing." Madison pressed her brow, confused. The number they had for Tara showed offline as of Friday night. It wouldn't be able to ring repeatedly. No voicemail? "She doesn't have it." "What number do you have for her?" He rattled it off, and she wrote it down. "That's the only number you have for her?" "Yeah." She compared the number he'd just given her to the one they had on file. It was different. That might explain why she wasn't concerned when her phone ran out of battery. She had a backup. Of additional note, Tara's time of death was pegged as Saturday night. If Proctor was the killer, he'd know he wouldn't have been able to reach her the next day. He could be telling them this to look innocent, but it was easy enough to verify by looking at his call history. "Where did you get that number?" "Tara gave it to me." "We have a different one." "What do you want from me? That's the one she gave me when we first met." "Before you knew she was Tara Jackson, daughter of a wealthy neurosurgeon?" "Yes." "Where did you meet?" "At work, when I dropped off mail for Dimes for dinner the one day she was at the front desk." He'd held his ground and had fast answers. Madison believed he was telling the truth about their relationship. "Why were you at her condo on Monday afternoon?" "I wanted to check in on her, see if she was okay." "Monday afternoon? Shouldn't you have been at work?" It would be easy enough to verify this aspect of Proctor's story, too. "I have Mondays off." "We'll confirm that's the case." Madison scribbled a note on the corner of a piece of paper. "Do it. You'll find out I'm innocent. I'd never have hurt Tara." His eyes filled with tears, as if on cue. Madison wasn't sure she was falling for his act as a grieving boyfriend. "Where were you Saturday night between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m.? Terry started jingling his change again. "I was home by then," Proctor said. "Can anyone substantiate that claim?" "It's not a claim, it's the truth." "Same applies. Can anyone No." "Then you have no alibi for when Tara Jackson was killed," she pushed out. "What can I do to prove that I didn't kill her?" Proctor eventually said, desperation coating his tone. "Tara was killed Saturday night somewhere between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Then you stuck her body into a suitcase and tossed it into a ditch out in the countryside after midnight." No. Proctor shook his head. "And the countryside?" His voice caught. "How? I don't have a car. There's your proof. I couldn't have taken her out there." "It's easy enough to get a hold of a vehicle." Cool and calm. Proctor slumped back in his chair. "Maybe it's time I request a lawyer." "I mean, it's up to you," she said in a casual manner. "Lawyers help the guilty go free every day." Proctor grimaced. "I'm not guilty. Why aren't you listening to me?" "Oh, I hear you just fine. It's what the evidence is saying that I'm believing." She paused a few beats before continuing. "You saw Tara Saturday night." A lure to see how he'd respond. "I didn't! I swear! I was at home!" "You didn't see her at all on Saturday?" Yeah, Saturday afternoon, about 1:30, until we parted ways around 4. "Why's that? She have somewhere to be?" "I have no idea where she was headed." Doesn't sound like you two communicated very well." "No, don't do that," he hissed. "Did you have plans?" "I had practice with my bandmates from 4:30 until about 6. We play clubs sometimes." "I'll need their names." "Fine, but I'll need my phone back to get you everyone's number. I can't remember them all." It had been confiscated when they brought him in. "Just give me the passcode or pattern to unlock your phone." She'd check his call history at the same time. He told her that and provided his friends' names. "And I'll take that lawyer now." "By all means." Madison stood tall, confident they had Tara's killer. Chapter 22. "This guy is going down." Madison was hauling it down the hall toward her desk. She turned to look for Terry when she didn't see him next to her. "What's going on?" He was a few steps back. I'm not so sure he's our guy. He doesn't have an alibi for the time of death window. He was the last, admittedly, to see Tara alive. No vehicle. Claims he was home. What's his motive? We're just getting started with him, Terry. We'll get to that. That's if he's guilty. He says he's in a band and was practicing with them until 6. I want to know what he was up to from then until 10 p.m. That's 4 hours he needs to account for. We start by verifying practice with his friends. We can talk to neighbors in his building. One of them might have seen him go in. Or he's on a security camera in the lobby. He also told us he tried calling Tara numerous times. We can look at his call history when we unlock his phone to get the numbers for his friends. It's called building a case. She narrowed her eyes. Otherwise, the job. But you'll see, Proctor's in this up to his neck. Guess we'll find out. Now, he also gave us a number for Tara we don't have. A burner phone? A means of keeping up a secret life 101, Terry said. Madison was already calling the number. Waited for a ring. Nothing. The phone's dead now, just as Proctor made it sound. Trace won't help us find it. Now, there was a phone in the tote. Just one, though? It might belong to the number we already knew about. One that I saw. Remember, the tote had pockets inside. A second phone could have been tucked in one. Or hiding under the wig. We'll need to follow up with Cynthia. Also, we need to show that woman in the park Proctor's picture and confirm he's who bought the suitcase from her. We have his friends to reach out to, the people in his building, possibly the cameras. Can anyone put him there Saturday night? As I had said. But speaking of Proctor's home, we should probably think about moving on a warrant to search his apartment. We also still need to fill in Tara's last movements from the time she supposedly left Gabe at 4 until 10 o'clock. We could just request CCTV for the entire city during that time to help us. The latter part she'd meant as a joke, but when she looked over at Terry, he was somber. I was joking about the video, but we should see if there are cameras in the lobby in Tara's condo building. If so, we could watch Saturday afternoon and evening. She could have gone back there. Heck, she could have had a visitor Saturday night. Someone else, or Gabe could be lying. And if she did go to the condo, we might be able to see if she left again. Pick up from there and piece her last steps together. Terry's eyes were glazed over by the time they reached their desks. Did you hear anything I said? Every single word. Does your mind ever slow down? He seemed distracted, irritated. You should know that answer by now. And I'm glad I don't need to repeat everything. There's no time. Say that again, he smirked. She was uncertain how to react, given his fluctuating mood swings these days. Just as he'd start to brood, he'd flip and deflect with sarcastic humor. She should recognize her own trait. You okay? Me? Nope, not at all. He dropped into his chair, and she lowered slowly into hers. Were they finally going to have that overdue conversation that would shed light on the sergeant's implication that Terry wasn't on her team? She waited it out, letting the silence build for several seconds, resisting the urge to fill it. We just came from talking to a man whose girlfriend was brutally murdered, Terry said. Not just shot or stabbed once, but 21 times. He emphasized his point by pounding a fist into the palm of his other hand several times. Then he took her dead corpse, hacked it into 6 pieces. And if that wasn't enough, he put those pieces into a suitcase and tossed it into a ditch. So, in answer to your question, as I said, I'm not okay. Not at all. His chest was heaving from his speech, from the imagery behind his words. There was no encouragement she could offer. To say that most people were decent and good felt like it would fall short. The fact was, they were inundated by the sinister side of humanity every single day. At times, it seemed there was far more darkness than light. It's just that Terry said on a sigh and stopped short. She sensed he had been about to say something else quite significant. What is it, Terry? It's this job. Give it enough time and it will destroy you. She chilled at these words, and a flush ran through her. She'd never heard him talk this way before and figured it had its roots in his close call in April. Not everyone could do it, but you and we have what it takes, Terry. We're tough. We are? Sometimes I don't feel that way. Maybe you need to take some time off. Get away with Annabelle and Danny. No, I've decided to... Knight, Grant. Sergeant Winston was huffing toward them. What now? Talk about bad timing. There's another body, a young female, approximately early 20s. Madison shot to her feet. Where? Bradshaw Park, baseball diamond. She was found in the sand storage box behind home plate, in a sports bag. Son of... She rushed down the hall toward the department lot. But what was the hurry? After all, she was already too late to save another one. Chapter 23. Madison and Terry arrived at the park to a crowd of uniformed baseball players and gawkers. Cynthia and Mark were at work behind the backstop. Police officers formed a barricade around the baseball diamond, but it wasn't large enough. Madison beelined for the nearest officer, who happened to be Tendom. Twice in one day. Lucky me. Get these looky-loos out of here and establish a perimeter outside the park. But don't let anyone go home until we've got their info. Understood? Tendom hesitated, as if he were debating whether to follow her directions. Move, she prompted. Yes, ma'am. She cringed at the address. Tendom joined other officers, and shortly after, the crowd was corralled to the far end of the park. You might have overstepped, Terry said. He should have been doing his job. What's to say he wasn't? And the uniformed sergeant would have handled it. Terry saluted said sergeant, who was standing across the lawn. He didn't return the greeting. See, you're making friends for us everywhere. Stop being so dramatic. She started toward the area behind the backstop, where Cynthia was busy photographing and Mark was setting down evidence markers. Sand was piled up beside the box that was meant to house it. Madison's steps slowed. Flashback images came of Tara's body in that suitcase. She had no doubt more were about to be added to the nightmare album. She rounded the bin and peered inside. A large duffel bag, close to the length of the box, was in there. The zipper was undone, and the flaps sat about an inch apart. Madison saw glimpses of flesh, but refused to turn away. Was it found open like that? No, the man who found her unzipped it, Cynthia said. A wave of anger ran through her. He'd contaminated evidence. Which man? Cynthia indicated a man standing with Officer Higgins. Madison and Terry would talk with him later. He's a groundskeeper and was here to get the diamond ready for today's game, Cynthia said. Mark, with gloved hands, carefully spread the opening so they could see inside. Madison recoiled, but thankfully her feet remained planted to the ground. In fact, she wasn't sure she could move them if she wanted to. The decapitated head of a young woman was staring up with unseeing eyes. Her mouth was open, as if she were screaming from beyond the grave for help. What the hell was happening to her city? Styles wasn't huge like New York or LA, where the odds for violent murders were high. This was her city, Terry's city. And now they'd face 2 macabre homicides within its boundaries in the span of days. Son of a bitch, she muttered under her breath. Terry walked a few steps away, putting his back to the storage box and the rest of them. Cynthia's eyes darted to Terry, back to Madison, and she mouthed, "Is he okay?" Madison shook her head. He wasn't, and he'd admitted as much back at the station. Now he faced a crime scene reminiscent of the one from yesterday. And it was like déjà vu in several ways. The bag, the mutilated body, but there was something else. Is it just me, or does she look similar to Tara Jackson? The long black hair, high cheekbones? Cynthia didn't angle for a better look, but Mark did. She does, Mark agreed. Just great. Our killer has a type. We've got to figure out what's going on here, quick. Tell me you're getting prints, trace, something to tie to the killer. Mark shook his head. Nothing definitive yet. I dusted the lid of the bin for prints, but we'll need to go through the process of eliminating everyone who's ever touched it. And even then, his gaze sought out Cynthia to pick up from there. Even then, Cynthia said, the storage box is in a public park. Anyone could have touched it. Madison stiffened. She wasn't going to let this killer beat her. No way in hell. Right, but they're normally locked. This one? There wasn't a lock sitting on the ground, but Cynthia or Mark could have already put it in an evidence bag. It had been, but it was cut open, Cynthia said. We've collected it already. As for prints, though, it's pretty much the same as the bin itself. Anyone could have touched it, Madison added. Yep, and the killer could have worn gloves. Or might not be in the system to track, Cynthia said. Frustrated didn't begin to touch how she felt. Just great. It's like we're after a ghost. Not going to let that stop me. Terry turned back around and joined them. We might even already have him. A pair of Ghostbusters, Mark said. I like it. His injection of levity fell short. Cynthia's gaze snapped to Madison. You have someone in custody? Madison nodded. He's looking good for it, too. Terry said. We still have some loose ends to firm up, though. We will, Madison said, finding herself the positive one in reaction to her partner's feelings of defeat. She'd stuffed down her own insecurities if it helped him. You'll make sure to print the zipper, her body, everything? It will all get done, Cynthia said, and she and Mark returned to snapping photographs of the crime scene and areas around the bag. Madison imagined once Richards and Milo arrived, they'd cart the body off in the bag as they had with the suitcase and take it to the morgue, where they'd process the remains. They'd be waiting on time of death, and possibly even longer for her identity. They'd gotten lucky with a quick identification for Tara Jackson. Officer Higgins waved her and Terry over. The man who had found the body was still at his side. She and Terry walked over to them. This is Mateo Perez, Higgins said, and the man shot him a nervous glance. Mateo found the body. He is a groundskeeper for the Diamond and responsible for preparing it ahead of the game. Madison nodded. Most of that was a recap of what Cynthia had told them. Detective Knight, she said to Perez. And Detective Grant. When was the game set to start? 3. What time did you get here? Terry asked. Just after 2 o'clock. It had been 3:30 when she and Terry headed over. Run us through what you did from the second you arrived. Include anything you can remember. Maybe you saw someone? Just Rob Munoz. And who is Mr. Munoz? Madison asked. Another groundskeeper. There are 2 of us. Was he here when you arrived? Terry pulled out his phone, likely to make notes. We carpooled. And where is Mr. Munoz now? Madison asked, turning to Higgins. He was taken to the hospital with chest pains, he answered. Okay, continue. Madison gestured toward Perez. We just got to work, but I knew something was wrong the minute I got closer to the Diamond. The sand was on the outside. His brow furrowed and his eyes filled with tears. He clenched his jaw, his chin quivered, and Madison gave him a few seconds. Then what? She prompted. I saw the lock was off and on the ground. I just figured some kids were messing around. Never in my life would I have imagined that. No one would. Go on. She felt empathy for the man. He'd be having nightmares for the rest of his life, likely need to be enrolled in therapy. But she had murders to solve. When he didn't say anything for a few seconds, she said, You obviously opened the bag. Yes, but boy, do I wish I hadn't. Perez signed the cross and looked heavenward. And I apologize for that. I realized after how stupid that was. Stupid or brilliant if the man in front of them was the killer. And it hadn't been Gabe Proctor. Not that she had anything to make her strongly suspect Perez. She'd still pull a background on him if someone here hadn't already. She'd also make sure his prints were taken, if only for elimination. He looked nothing like the man described by Eunice as buying the suitcase. Did you recognize her? Perez shook his head. I swear in Christ's name that I have never seen her before. Madison believed his ardent claim, and it had nothing to do with him dragging Jesus into it. Besides your coworker, did you see anyone else in the park? People out for a walk, even? She didn't want to underestimate anyone, even Gabe Proctor, currently behind bars. Proctor could have murdered this woman and put her in the storage box before they caught up with him. It all depended on a timeline they had yet to establish. Just the players from home and away. He took his ball cap off and squeezed its bill between his hands. One more question, and we'll be on our way, she said. When was the last game played here? Monday afternoon. Not these teams, obviously, but others in the league. Based on that, it would seem she had been disposed of Monday night or in the early morning hours of Tuesday. Undoubtedly, whenever it was, it had taken place under the cover of darkness. They arrested Gabe that afternoon, so he could have done this. Thankfully, a child or teen in the park hadn't peeked inside the container earlier in the day. Thank you. If you think of something else, call me. She pressed a card into his palm. Anything, anyone, no matter how seemingly insignificant. Perez nodded. Will do, ma'am. The address that normally bristled didn't even faze her right now. She pinched her eyes shut after Higgins left with Perez. Then she dragged her hands down her face. She was speechless, just for a few precious seconds, while she tried to assimilate everything. 2 brutally murdered young women on her watch. Maybe all of Terry's talk was affecting her, though there was no question this job could eat a person alive. At the moment, it was devouring her. Chapter 24. Madison and Terry had spoken with some people in the crowd to no end. They still didn't have an identity for Jane Doe or a lead on a suspect. Gabe Proctor was still very much a possibility, but her time of death still needed to be established. They pulled a background on Mateo Perez using the computer in the department car. No criminal record. Same for his colleague, Rob Munoz. Richards had arrived about 15 minutes ago, and Madison was ready to leave the crowds and get some answers. The medical examiner barely lifted his head when Madison and Terry approached. He had his gaze fixed inside the bag. Milo mumbled, "Hey," but it was sapped of all enthusiasm. Not that she could blame him. The bodies of 2 young women found in as many days weighed heavily on everyone involved. "She's been stabbed numerous times," Richard said. "I'll confirm how many once I have her back at the morgue." "Time of death?" she asked, seeking at least one answer. "Same goes for that." Richard straightened out. "I feel strongly that we should leave the remains as undisturbed as possible for transport. You have my word that I'll examine her thoroughly." As she'd suspected he'd say, but that didn't mean she cared for the delay. She couldn't believe they were facing such a horrible scenario again. And there was a large part of her that blamed herself and Terry. If they'd interpreted the evidence faster, this young woman might still be alive. "Any ID?" Terry rocked on the balls of his feet. "None that is immediately visible," Richard said. "I'll advise once I return to the morgue and am able to search the entire bag. You'll be doing the autopsy right away?" Madison could only hope. It was approaching 5 in the evening, but Richards was as committed to finding justice as she. "I will be." He let out a deep sigh, shook his head. "I've been a medical examiner for 22 years, and I've seen a lot, but this?" He didn't finish and waved a hand toward Milo to help him load up the bag. Madison wasn't used to seeing Richards shaken like this. In fact, he was always so cool, calm, detached, and professional. While she didn't view him as a robot without emotions, he expertly kept them to himself. She turned her back as Richards and Milo lifted the bag out of the bin. Terry stepped up beside her, his shoulders rounded. "We have nothing." "That's where you're wrong. We have a suspect. We build a case against him, or we move on. We have 2 murdered young women now, and they deserve our A game." His eyes flicked to meet hers, slight amusement reflecting in them. Yup, you heard me. She didn't smile, but softened her expression. We're going to find justice for both women and get closure for their families. Problem with that? None. Then come with me. She started toward the river and the vagrant encampment. Ah, I see where you're headed. We're already here, so I figured it makes sense to find Eunice and show her a picture of Gabe Proctor. She might be able to ID him as the man she sold her suitcase to. Her words had kept tumbling out, but her mind had fixed on the first 3 words. We're already here. Is it a coincidence this woman was discarded in Bradshaw Park, the same park where the killer bought the suitcase? I'm going to say there's nothing coincidental about it, but what it might be telling us, I have no clue. Me either. Let's just get this done, then we'll yank Proctor from holding and nail his ass to the wall. I'm in. They set out looking for the woman. After an hour, they came up empty-handed. The consensus was no one had seen her that day. Something's happened to her. It was a niggling in Madison's gut. She stood next to the river, looking past it to the downtown skyline. Her city, and it was being eaten apart at the foundation. Terry nudged her shoulder with his. We don't know that. We don't know she's safe either. Let's just assume she's okay, or slowly go crazy. I say we do as you suggested earlier and yank Proctor from the cells and nail him to the wall. Before we do the rest of our legwork, talking to his neighbors, seeing if there's surveillance on the lobby in his building, calling his bandmates, looking at Proctor's call history, I might be missing something. I think you covered it all, and we'll get to it. But right now, we can feel him out about the woman who was just found. All right, let's. As she walked back to the department car, chills spread over her shoulders, down her arms. The unmistakable feeling of being watched. She looked around, but didn't see anyone paying her or Terry any attention. Had the slowly going crazy part already begun? Or was her intuition trying to tell her something? Madison and Terry entered the interrogation room with Proctor and his state-assigned attorney, a man named Jason Cobb. Terry took up his spot against the wall. She sat down and met Proctor's eye. There was just a discovery at a baseball diamond in Bradshaw Park. Can you guess what was found? Detective, please get to the point, Cobb said. My client has been nothing but cooperative with you. Does it hurt to ask for some respect in return? You can always ask, Madison said. But to the point, another woman's body was found. Whoa! I had nothing to do... Cobb silenced Proctor with a light touch on his forearm. Madison continued. Don't have her ID yet, but we'll get there. Long dark hair and high cheekbones, just like Tara Jackson. Proctor licked his lips like he wanted to puke. You even killed and disposed of her in a similar manner as you did Tara Jackson. Detective, Cobb hissed. Lay off the accusations. Are facts too much to ask for? Madison didn't care for this Jason Cobb, attorney at law. Fact, she was disposed of in a large duffel bag and stuffed into a container used for sand behind the backstop. Cobb exhaled, making a show of his exasperation. Do you have factual evidence against my client? Dry, impatient, like there was something else he'd much rather be doing. We'll get to it. Rather presumptuous, the lawyer said. Your client admits to his connection with Tara Jackson. As I said, this young woman was murdered and disposed of in much the same manner as Miss Jackson, and could be her twin. There was a knock on the two-way mirror. Madison had a feeling who she'd find on the other side. She still got up and left the room with Terry. Winston was waiting for them in the observation room. You need more than baseless accusations, Knight. I'm surprised I need to tell you this won't be tolerated. The detective with the highest close record, he mocked. What I just witnessed in there was a gong show. She was seething, and her earlobes heated. What this is a nightmare in our city, Sarge. We have 2 young women brutally murdered, their bodies mutilated, and you want to take it easy on the guy? What I want is for you to adhere to due process. You hear of it? And Grant, this kind of behavior won't be tolerated. Winston made eye contact with Terry. Am I missing something? She looked back and forth between the men. Terry subtly shook his head without meeting her eye. To the sergeant, he said, "Proctor gave us names of some friends when we were questioning him about Tara Jackson. He said he was with them up until the earlier end of her time of death window." "And what did they say when you called them?" Winston asked. "Up next," Madison said. "You didn't do that before you dragged Proctor and his lawyer out?" Winston pushed out. Her earlobes caught fire. "We're supposed to put faith in what Proctor's friends tell us? They could say anything to protect him." "Then where are we? Rock, meet, hard place? Knight, either get something definitive against him to continue holding him or let him go, immediately. We'll get a warrant to search his apartment and see if we can put Tara Jackson there." "Without basis? And wasn't the suspect dating her?" She was quickly losing ground to stand on. "Yes, but nothing. Unless you can unquestionably tie Proctor to Jackson's murder or to the second victim's, you need to cut him loose." With that, Winston swept out of the room. "Gah!" She stomped a foot, frustrated, overwhelmed. She caught a look at Proctor through the two-way mirror. He was talking with his lawyer, his face pale and the movements of his mouth exaggerated. Obviously panicking, but he should be. He'd been caught. She slowly took her gaze from the interrogation room and put it on Terry. "What did the Sarge mean just now?" "To get our ducks in a row?" "Not that." God, she hated cliches. "What are you talking about then?" "What he said to you was, and I quote, 'This behavior won't be tolerated.'" "That's Winston. He was just lashing out." "It wasn't that. He does that to me, not you." "And any and every opportunity. Probably because I'm a woman." The Styles PD mostly remained in the dark ages when it came to women in the workplace. One change in a positive direction, steering it away from being a man's club, was Andrea Fletcher as police chief. "There's probably something I should tell you." "I think—" Her phone rang, cutting her off before she could say so. "Knight here." "Officer Tendam, I found out something you're going to want to hear." Chapter 25. Madison hung up from Officer Tendam and turned to Terry. "We might have an ID on our second victim, Joanna Chase." I guess when Tendam described the woman's appearance to one of the ball players, he freaked out. It turns out he's Chase's cousin, Thad Bell. He tried calling her a few times and kept landing in voicemail. "One of the ball players? Weren't they spoken to before we left the scene?" "Guessing this one wasn't." "All right. Well, him not reaching his cousin could be a coincidence." "We can't afford to take that chance." She rushed down the hall and remembered that Proctor and his lawyer were still in interrogation. "Terry, could you make sure Proctor gets back to the cells?" "You don't want to cut him loose?" "I'm quite sure that's what Winston wants." "I'm not doing that. Not yet." Let Winston lose his temper on her. She dropped into the chair at her desk and brought up a background on Joanna Chase. She read the highlights to Terry. 21 years old, single, no criminal record. She entered the DMV database and looked at her picture. "It's her." Terry perched on the edge of her desk. "I'd say so. Where did Chase live?" Madison consulted the background, narrowed in on her address. "Downtown, same vicinity as Bradshaw Park, dimes for dinner, the soup kitchen." "The alley. What about Proctor? Chase near him?" "1 second." She keyed his name into the system. "Yep, just a block over." "That might be enough to get us warrants to search Proctor's apartment and request video footage." "I'd hope so. Proctor's apartment is near Chase's, and his connection with Jackson isn't in question." She moved to get up, but Terry placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let me handle it with the Sarge." "Sure," she dragged out. "And while you're talking to him, run by getting a warrant for Proctor's phone records, a trace on Chase's phone and her records." "Will do." She watched him walk off, curiosity killing her about whatever secret he was carrying around. He shared his reservations about the job, and maybe that's all that weighed on him. But what did he plan to do to resolve those feelings? And what had him and Sergeant Winston sharing communicative glances? If she tried to speculate, she could be way off base. Better that she put the time Terry was gone to good use. She retrieved Proctor's phone and called his friends using his phone. They all answered and confirmed that Proctor had been with them Saturday between 4 and 6 p.m. rehearsing. As expected. Next, she checked his call history, looking for the number he'd given them for Tara. He had tried her several times on Sunday and a couple of times on Monday, as he'd told them. At least he'd called the number he'd told them belonged to Tara. All they had at this point was Proctor's word on that. She checked for something else, too, for any contact between Proctor and the number they had for Chase. Nada there. Terry returned and said, "It's done. Winston greenlit all the warrants. He even said he'd get a judge to sign off." Good. She was quite sure if she'd talked to Winston, there wouldn't be any green lights. They'll take time to come through, and we need to take care of something else. Notification. The responsibility looming on the horizon like a storm cloud. Yep, next of kin would be her parents, Hal and Kitty Chase, and I have their address. She knew that from looking at Chase's background. She hated that they had to deliver the news to another couple that their child was dead. This was one hell of a week. "Are we going, or?" Terry prompted her when she hadn't moved. Yeah. Truthfully, she was procrastinating. "I can handle this one," he offered. "Technically, it is your turn." She tried to smile, but the expression refused to form. "I have your back, partner." "Do you?" She looked over at him, but he was looking straight ahead. Chapter 26. Madison texted Troy over the course of waiting out 2 red lights, hoping it would curb Terry's urge to point out the dangers of texting and driving. Because, well, technically, she wasn't. It was after 6 in the evening, and she wanted to let Troy know she'd be home late. She hadn't said much of anything to Terry since they left the station, except that she didn't see any communication between Proctor and Chase. Other than talk about the case, she wasn't sure where to start, or if she wanted to. The uncomfortable tension between them was rather new. Normally, she rushed ahead with little regard to consequence. But the thought of finding out Terry's secret frightened her. She had a feeling she wasn't going to like it. Her phone chimed with a response from Troy, and she checked it as she drove. Terry didn't say a word about it. Another text came in. This one was from Milo to advise that he and Richards never found any ID in the bag with the young woman. She'd respond once she parked that they had her name. Madison pulled to a stop in front of a gray brick bungalow, the residence on file for the Chases. It would seem they were home. Lights were on inside, and a car and a truck were in the driveway. There was nothing special about the property. The structure was modest and located in a middle-income neighborhood. She shared what that observation meant to her. It doesn't look like the Chases are wealthy, at least based on their house. Does that mean our killer isn't targeting his victims based on any financial criteria? It might. She turned off the car and sent a quick message to Milo to inform him they had ID. She tucked her phone away and looked over at Terry. His mini breakdown from earlier in the day wasn't far from her mind. "You're sure you've got this one?" "All good." Terry got out of the car and led the way to the front door. He knocked, and a man answered. "Detectives Grant and Knight with the Stiles PD," Terry said to him. "Are you Hal Chase?" The man was in his late 40s and wore studious black-framed glasses. His salt and pepper hair curled up at the top of his collar, but was trimmed short around his ears. "I am," he said slowly. "Is your wife also home, Mr. Chase?" "She is. What is this about?" "It would be best if we could come in for a minute," Terry said. Sure." Hal opened the door wider and stepped back to allow them room to enter. The aroma of chicken, onions, and garlic had Madison's stomach rumbling. An involuntary response, as she didn't think she could get food to stay down right now. "Kitty," he called toward the back of the house. "What is—" A petite brunette came into the living room. She stopped walking at the sight of Madison and Terry. He had his badge on display. "Sorry we're coming to you at this time, ma'am," Terry said. "It smells like you're just getting ready to eat dinner." "Soon." Kitty narrowed her eyes and moved toward her husband. He wrapped an arm around her waist. "What's this about?" "It's probably best if we sit for this conversation." "All right, well, let me just—" Pointed fingers compensated for verbal communication, and Kitty returned to the kitchen. Hal gestured for Madison and Terry to sit wherever they'd like and watch them closely. Madison had a hard time meeting the poor man's eye. The guilt of not preventing his daughter's death, stacked on top of all of the other losses in this year alone. Kitty returned and sat on the couch next to her husband. The two of them held hands, bracing for bad news. But when did having police show up at your door foretell anything good? "Mr. and Mrs. Chase," Terry began, "we're sorry to inform you, but your daughter, Joanna Chase, was found murdered this afternoon." Kitty gasped, her eyes pooling with tears. Hal's gaze blanked over, and he blinked rapidly. "She was murdered?" The words seemed to scratch from Hal's throat. "We're very sorry for your loss," Terry offered. "What happened to her? How did she—" Kitty reached for her husband's hand. "It's still being determined, ma'am, but she was stabbed numerous times." Kitty let out a wail and doubled forward, rocking back and forth. Who would do this?" Hal rubbed his wife's back, his chin quivering and his eyes still glazed over. As if by seeing nothing and hearing nothing, that meant what Terry was telling them hadn't happened. "Do you know who did this?" Hal eventually asked, repeating his wife's question. "It's an open investigation at this time," Madison said. "Did your daughter have any enemies?" "No, she was a good girl. Always a good—" Hal sobbed, sniffling. "We can appreciate this news is shocking and very hard to hear," Terry said. "But it's also necessary that we ask some questions about Joanna to help us figure out exactly why this happened and at whose hand." Hal wiped his face and pushed his lips together, nodded, as if those motions had set him right. "Whatever you need." Kitty had stopped rocking, but tears continued to fall silently down her cheeks. "Let's return to what Detective Knight just asked. Did Joanna have any enemies or haters?" "None that we're aware of." "Do you know the names of her friends and a way to reach them?" Madison said. "They could help us with the investigation." "I can get that for you, but she'd have those listed in her phone," Hal said, his grief giving way to reasoning. "Joanna was found without identification or her phone," Terry told him. "No identification?" Kitty turned to her husband, tugged on his arm, then looked at Madison and Terry. "You could be mistaken then. Maybe it's not our Joanna." "You will need to make a formal ID, Mrs. Chase," Madison said. "But your daughter Joanna is a visual match to the photograph we pulled from the licensing database. We wouldn't be here if we weren't sure it was her." "How did you even figure out it was Joanna? No ID or phone?" Hal's eyes had cleared, and he seemed to have made the full, if only temporary, transition from grief to rationalization. "Her cousin, Thad Bell, said he was expecting her at today's ball game," Madison said. "My sister's son!" Kitty's face pinched in on itself. "So he knows?" "He suspects," Terry said. "You and your husband are the first to be officially notified." Kitty bobbed her head. "Tell us more about your daughter. You said she was a good girl." Terry gestured a hand toward Hal. "She was. Obedient, never got herself into trouble, and she was an amazing student." Hal listed these items off as a resume of sorts. "I wish I had the money to have sent her to a fancy college." His wife tapped the back of his hand. "She understood." "I know, but that doesn't change what I had wished for her," Hal said. "She still went on to earn a diploma in business through a community college and got herself a good job downtown," Kitty pointed out. "Where did she work?" Best to ask, even though they had resources to consult. Her financials could even shed a light on that answer. Speaking of, they hadn't gotten around to requesting warrants for Tara Jackson's statements yet. Then again, Everything had been a whirlwind since they had found her. Willow Properties, Hal said. They're a property management company. And what did she do for them? Terry asked. Office administrator. Basically, she oversaw everything. Does anyone report to her? Those in positions of authority made enemies without even trying. It was possible the killer was her subordinate. No, but she'd hoped to work her way up to managing staff one day, Hal said. She would have, Kitty affirmed. Hal nodded at his wife and clasped both of his hands around one of his wife's. There was nothing stopping her when she set her mind to something. Kitty smiled at Madison, but it was brief. It was a shame the world would never find out where Joanna's life would have taken her. Same for Tara Jackson. And all the others before them. Madison shook off the thoughts, refusing to descend into the rabbit hole. We'll be on our way now. If we could just get those names and numbers of her friends. Hal gave them 2 names, Cora McKenzie and Jolene Welch, but said he didn't have numbers for them. They worked with her, though. If you go to Willow, you'll get in touch with them. It was unusual for a young woman to have so few friends, but Joanna could have prioritized her career over a social life. Whatever the case, she certainly wasn't going to ask for a reason from her grieving parents. We are very sorry for your loss. Terry was the first to stand. He told the Chases they should expect to hear from Cole Richards or Milo Boswell about arranging a time for a formal identification. They left the house and got into the car, then rode along in silence. Terry was on his phone doing something, possibly messaging Annabelle to say he'd be home late. We have the warrants yet? She was inquiring as a general sweep, but was most interested in the one that would allow them to search Proctor's apartment. Not yet, but I looked up Willow Properties. They sounded familiar to me. He lowered his phone to his lap. It turns out they are in the same building as Dimes for Dinner. You've got to be kidding me! She swerved, overreacting to a car that grazed the line, and honked her horn. Jackass! Okay, Terry dragged out. People need to learn how to drive. Not even going to touch that. She might have overreacted, but her mind was whirling, and Mr. Can't Stick to His Lane jarred her from her thoughts. I thought I saw the name on the building's directory when we walked past it in the lobby, Terry said, picking up. Now we have Gabe Proctor working in the same building as both victims. A connection doesn't become much clearer at this stage. Terry teetered his hand. Yes and no. Not sure if that would hold up with the DA. We can assume they crossed paths, but we can't prove it yet. The district attorney was a man by the name of Amos Buchanan, and he demanded any charges be supported by rock-solid evidence. She respected that about him. Putting an innocent person behind bars didn't reset the scales of justice. But she was quite sure Gabe Proctor wasn't innocent. Chapter 27. Madison ate a Hershey's bar while Terry made short work of a double cheeseburger and fries. It was dinner on the move, but with the warrant in hand to search Gabe Proctor's apartment, she wanted to get on with it. What they found could solidify a case against him or release him from suspicion. But between grabbing something to eat and getting to Proctor's place, the result of pinging Joanna Chase's phone had come through. It was last online close to Skyline Diner yesterday afternoon at 12:30. Both are Vicks. Sorry, Maddie, but that's what they are. We're last online in the same vicinity, Terry said. I'm not sure whether that's a coincidence or if it's telling us something. I need to assume the latter. She pulled out her phone and texted Cynthia, sharing with Terry what she was doing. I'm asking that Cyn prioritize watching that CCTV video around the diner for the time periods when Jackson's phone cut out and when Chase's went dark. Maybe we'll see something that helps us. Right. So does the killer, possibly Proctor, select his victims there? He could be a regular at the diner. Tara worked there, but not Joanna. He hitched a shoulder. Joanna could have been a regular customer, too. Proctor could have seen her and fixated on her. We'll go back and ask Bernie. Show him a photo array including Proctor's picture. Everything does seem to point to the downtown core. It was where the suitcase was obtained, where Tara had worked and volunteered, even where she had her condo. Then there's Joanna. She lived and worked in the vicinity too. She was disposed of in the park. Now we have Proctor's apartment smack dab in the middle of all of it. Only thing outside of downtown is where you found Tara Jackson. That statement made her go silent, remembering. The way Jackson and Chase were discarded was inhumane. She parked on the street in front of Proctor's apartment building. Squad cars pulled up behind her, the officers there as backup. 2 remained on the street. 1 went up with her and Terry. The officer stayed posted in the hallway next to Proctor's door to make sure no one unauthorized got past him. Proctor's place was a 1-bedroom, the walls paper thin. A couple was arguing in the neighboring apartment over what show to watch, their words easy to hear. If Proctor's our killer, how did he hack up the women in here without someone hearing something? Terry said. He could have subdued them with drugs. We're still